Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto was the beast of Gremory in high school DxD and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. The underworld, forested area, just outside of Gremory territory. Perhaps a testament to the cool edge that was the Lady Grafia, her immediate reaction to the newborn staring at her, comfortably wrapped in her lord husband's robes, was to raise a single, silvery eyebrow in mild surprise. She had expected her husband to go into the tomb seeking riches or worthwhile items to bring back to the surface. Instead, he walked out with an infant in hand. Even for a devil such as Seer's ex Lucifer, this was unusual. Then he asked if they could keep it. Grafia was used to her husband's simplistic nature. The great Satan Lord, who held the proud name of Lucifer, was a bizarre man to many, with his coupled passion and capability as a leader of Devilkind being balanced by his easygoing nature. Indeed, the four great Satans were an eccentric bunch in the typically well-mannered and collective devil society. Grafia stared down at the child presented to her. The child, a boy, she guessed, based on his features, stared silently back to her. A small bushel of almost yellowish blonde hair, a slight pink tint to his otherwise pale skin, tiny lips and nose, these features were nothing uncommon or exceptionally eye-catching. In those regards, the child was like any other Grafia had seen in her life. But that wasn't what kept the Lucifuge woman's attention. His cheeks were scarred. 3 lines pointed outwards from where they pointed towards the boy's lips. Birthmarks, she might have guessed, but the marks were too perfect, too similar and perfectly alike, to be a case of simple skin irregularities. Reaching out with a single, smooth finger, Grafia confirmed her suspicions when she felt the cheek marks offer some depth into the skin. They were peculiar but not the most dramatic aspect to the child's features. Grafia stared into the boy's eyes. They stared back at her. They followed her finger and looked over her face as the two tried to make out one another. The eyes weren't those of a child, they didn't hold that simplicity or straightforwardness newborn eyes usually held. Instead, the crystal blue eyes of the child seemed to, or attempted to, at least, understand its surroundings. This babe in her husband's hands was watching everything with a stern expression that made the boy seem like he was almost glaring. Babies did not glare. They cried, whined, smiled, giggled, laughed, stirred in their sleep and occasionally held a blissful expression of uncaring to its surroundings. A newborn could not glare because a glare required emotions and negative feelings that it couldn't possibly have developed. Yet here one was, watching Grafia with worry, looking like it would bite if she came too close. Grafia raised her head to look to her husband. Either he chose to ignore the abnormalities of finding this very stoic child inside of the decrepit tomb that seemingly hadn't been discovered for millennia as mere coincidence, or he chose to ignore it. Based on his grinning expression, it was quite possible that either of the possibilities might have been the truth. Seer's ex Lucifer was her husband. She loved him, fool and all. Reaching out with her arms, she wrapped her hands around the bundle of clothing, taking the small babe. The newborn really was a tiny, weightless thing to the devil woman. Having him in her arms, she supposed this was where most women would feel some motherly instinct towards the child put into their care. Instead, she watched as the newborn's eyes narrowed somewhat further. This was a bizarre child, indeed. "Where did you find this little one, my lord?" she asked formally, wondering quietly if rocking the boy might assuage its tempered face. She doubted it. Seer's ex watched the two quietly before answering. "I found him in the tomb." "I assumed as much." Grafia's calm, collective voice hadn't risen or sounded harsher than before, though her expression did show slight annoyance. "I meant specifically." Seer's ex looked pleased at getting even a small rise from his usually stoic wife. "In the sarcophagus," he specified further, watching as Grafia let one of her sharp, silver eyebrows rise towards her brow. Sarcophagus. She wondered if she heard him right. Seer's ex nodded in reply, going into detail on his exciting adventure into the bottom of the tomb. The untouched grave, the Japanese writing, the traps and defenses. Grafia listened attentively to it all, holding back her questions until the end. What was a newborn doing in such a place? This was mostly amusing to herself, but her husband answered her, sort of. "A good question, and one I intend to find out," he said, turning away from the stone structure and making a wave of his hand out towards the grassy area. Out of seemingly nowhere, a large circle, glowing with vibrant crimson and decorated with various letterings and symbols, appeared before the two devils. The infant, who was turned around in Graphia's arms towards the strange runic symbols that appeared out of nothingness, widened its eyes. But for now, I suggest we save the questions for another time. It is quite late, he smiled, raising a hand and brushing it through the small tuft of blonde hair the babe had, and I think little Naruto wants to take a nappy. The high-pitched, baby words coming from the devil ruler almost seemed to make the infant slightly irritated. Sears figured he was just grouchy. Or tired. Or hungry. What did babies eat, anyway? Graphia, however, turned to her husband curiously. Naruto. Oh, yeah, the name on the tomb was for someone named for an Uzumaki Naruto. Sears informed, hoping his pronunciation was correct as the infant turned its attention away from the glowing crimson symbols on the ground and back towards his founder. I figured it was a good name for him. It was a simple enough explanation to his reasoning. Why? Don't like it? I did not oppose. Graphia stated, only being curious as to where such an unorthodox name had originated. Turning her head down to the newborn, the silver-haired woman said the name softly, testing it only for her own use. Naruto. It was simply a means to test her tongue to such a unique word, but found herself surprised to see the infant then turn to meet her gaze. It was a peculiar moment. The child did not seem as annoyed as it had before, though. How annoyed a small child could even seem to be was something of a question for later times. Graphia was more curious. Did it approve the name, perhaps? The idea was silly for a little one to even understand what was occurring, but this blonde child was silly in its own way. So, turning her head back to her bright, cheerful husband, Graphia merely finished her testing with a simple, smooth statement of her thoughts. I do not object to the naming. Good. Then does that mean we can keep him? This managed to cause Graphia's brow to furrow, along with the babe's. My lord, he is not a familiar or pet to be found or purchased. He is a child. You do not simply ask to keep such a thing. Then what do we do with it? Didn't the rule of finders keepers work here? We will consider that in the morrow. For now, let us see to his needs and ready for the day after. Sears shrugged, grinning as he stepped into the crimson circle beside his wife. All right. But if we are keeping him, I expect to give him a little brother. This was meant in jest. Graphia wasn't aware. That can be arranged. She glanced down to the babe in her arms as the child's eyes widened around the circle. Very peculiar, this child. Very peculiar. Sears' eyes quickly lost their sense of playfulness at his wife's last words before the circular ring of energy glowed intensely, blanketing the nearby trees and structure in bright light. Then, just as quickly as it came, the light dimmed and was gone, leaving the area unmarked and untampered by Devilkind. The two devils and the newborn were nowhere to be seen. Present day, human world, country of Japan. Kuo Academy, a former all-girls private school comprised of several architecturally impressive buildings. Having turned into a co-ed facility in recent years, the impressive standards of the school's facilities, faculties and students only increased with additional male-gender ratio. The school was jewel amongst the people who lived in the vicinity and was the location where many bright futures would certainly begin. Comprised of several academic levels of learning, a primary, high school and college division, the academy was often considered an extravagantly well-crafted university for all ages. The students wore impressively designed uniforms, kept an equally strong united background of kinship through sports, festivals and other school-funded activities, and were all expected to hold a level of excellence that befit Kuo Academy's reputation. On this particular day, the sun shone quite brightly over the arriving students for early morning classes. Of note, in a sharp contrast from normal learning facilities, most of the students seemed eager to begin their classes for the day. Each dressed in professional uniform and walked with pride. Standing at the gates leading into the academy, a young woman watched her fellow students carefully. The young woman was in her late teens, holding a slim figure along with her average build and height. She wore the standard Kuo Academy uniform, similar to her peers, signifying her status as a student. The girl's complexion was smooth and flawless without so much as blemish, her hair was short and kept from her face using a single, yellow hairclip around her left ear. Her deep violet eyes were covered by bespectacled glasses that gave her the appearance of someone who enjoyed their studies, perhaps even more so than the already enthusiastic student body of Kuo. The young woman's name was Sauna Shitori, student council president of Kuo Academy. Or, at least, that's how the majority of the students referred to her as. Her true nature was something far more impressive. At the moment, Sauna was frowning by the entrance gates. The reason was obvious to anyone who knew her: this was not her station. This was not her place in the academy. Sauna was performing disciplinary work on behalf of the student disciplinary squad, as a favor, as rumors of invaded female privacy around the locker rooms and personal facilities had been regulating for some time. Sauna Shitori was a proud woman. She believed the student council had their selected tasks to uphold on a daily basis, as did the rest of the disciplinary squad. The student council organized funds and events to promote the happiness of the student body. The disciplinary squad kept the order of the academy preserved. Both held respectable positions, but were meant to work separately as to not endanger either organization of one another's tasks. She denied them, at first, explaining as much. Then the captain of the squad fell to his knees, bowed to Sauna in front of her entire council, and begged for just one day's worth of assistance so that they could catch the perpetrators. Thus Sauna relented, as she now found herself, alone, amongst the arriving students, watching carefully for anything, well, undisciplined. By all accounts, this activity was quite uninteresting. And until she was permitted to close the gates to any late arrivals, she assumed she would remain in such a way. Then a banana popped in front of her line of view. "Mornin', Sauna-chan." A loud, cheerful voice rang out beside her, startling the student council president out of her relaxed state of mind, as she turned to the owner addressing her. It was a boy who addressed her, a man, if she were to be more accurate. Tall with fair skin and dressed in the usual student body required outfit though, he neglected to button his up at the moment, letting it hang loosely open. A tuft of long, almost spiky blonde hair seemed to catch the eye first from this new addition to the schoolyard, which seemed to work in tandem with the deep blue of his eyes. People were staring at them. One did not simply walk to the student council president. A certain level of address and proper decorum was required. Show respect to order of authority, something. The man just smiled his pure white teeth down to Sauna without so much as a care as to his surroundings or the people around him. The boy's name was Naruto Uzumaki. A close friend, if Sauna were being honest, and had been so for many years now. And in his outstretched hand, he shook the banana. Breakfast. Sauna stared at the offered fruit. Silently, she mused on how indirect and informal this action was. Not to mention how being offered a banana from a boy in the early morning might have come off as a slight innuendo. But this did not bother her. His disregard for social grace or decorum while in a presence of authority, such as her own, was refreshing. She stared at his grinning face for a moment. "No coffee?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. In return, the blonde's eyebrow twitched. "Coffee." Sauna nodded. It is usually customary to purchase a beverage of some sort when offering a young lady an early morning meal. Coffee is easy to carry and prevalent in quantity. Thus, coffee would be appropriate. He stared at her, his grin falling. "You're kidding, right?" "Not at all. Coffee would be most useful at this time. Even tea would be an appreciative second. It would help alleviate my boredom." The blonde's face offered a flat expression. "And I can't help with that." "Not as much as coffee would, no." She turned away from watching her peers to stare at her tall friend intensely. "Coffee would help." The two stared at one another, crystal blue to royal violet. A mock battle of wills over the other. Though the boy wouldn't admit it, those violet eyes were deadly. As expected from someone who held the position she held. And he didn't just mean that of the student council president. The boy kept a strong front for as long as he was able but soon let out a defeated sigh. Right, he groaned, lifting up the bag he held in his opposite hand, which from where Sauna stood was well hidden from her view, and pulled out a small cup. It was steaming. Black, no sugar or cream. Sauna stared at him coolly. She guessed correctly. The blonde still enjoyed playing his little games with her. Naruto Uzumaki never grew up in the years she knew him. Nor did she desire that he would. It was a trait of his that she enjoyed. Soothing, even, in his nonchalant attitude. And if it helped alleviate the dullness of the early morning, all the better. Thank you for the meal, she replied, reaching out to take the offered beverage and fruit with her hands, the blonde nodding in a dejected manner. She didn't even question how the blonde was aware that she would even be around so early in the morning. The Uzumaki boy simply did things on the spur of the moment and worked with them as they were. Sauna accepted this. For sanity's sake. Now, what might you be doing here so early? Aren't you usually running to meet the second bell? His reputation of near tardiness preceded him. I was gonna bring Gasper some snacks. He smiled, waving the small bag in hand, as he stood beside the black-haired president to watch the arriving students. Really? Sauna asked surprised. That's generous of you. I figured it was Rias or Kaneko-san's task to do so today. Yeah, but I was up and hungry and figured to do something nice. And if I got to school early, he shrugged, offering his half-lie to the girl. There was more to his reason being here, but she didn't need to be made aware of it just yet. It was an assignment he was taking on personally as a favor to an associate, he would call him. In fact, part of his assignment was walking through the gates without a care or worry to be found. Well, I'm sure I speak for the rest of the students and faculty when I say your aptitude for actually coming early for a school day is nothing short of. Sauna paused in her humorous poking when she noticed Naruto's attention elsewhere. She blinked, turning to follow his gaze towards a group of young female students. Of course, one in particular stood out from the rest. Long, luscious black hair that flowed down to the lower back of her uniform. A curvy figure that women would die for. Legs that seemed to go on for miles. The girl at the center of the passing group of friends was a knockout by every definition of the male mind. Sauna didn't recognize the girl. She must have been a new transfer student. And obviously, she had Naruto's attention outright. Funny, Soma thought, jabbing an annoyed finger into Naruto's side. I never pictured Naruto would be into such things. Simplicity was a word that described Naruto well. Despite his upbringing and overall ability, he wasn't usually one to leer at a passing female that caught his eyes. Rias would have a field day with this. Naruto grunted, rubbing his poked side. What did I do? Sauna, HMPHED, sipping her coffee. Don't you have snacks to deliver? Naruto groaned. Yeah, I'm on it. Didn't bringing breakfast to pretty young women mean something anymore? Or was it just taken for granted? Later, Sauna-chan. HMPH. Still peeved, Sauna turned back to her watch as Naruto made his way towards the old school building at the edge of Kuo Academy grounds. Inside the old school building, Kuo Academy. Women. Arg. Even knowing them for 100 years wouldn't give a guy a clear idea of how they work. Naruto thought irritably to himself as he rubbed the sore point where the aggravated Shitori woman had poked him unmercifully, making his way through a old, dimly lit hallway of the old school building at the far end of the academy with a somewhat vexed expression. What got on her nerves anyway? He'd asked himself several times now. I was listening to her. I brought her breakfast. I was being a nice person. His irritable thoughts were starting to make themselves more visible on the youth's face. And to make matters worse, my little pigeon problem decided to fly a little too close to the sun. Arg, seriously, he yelled, what do girls have going through their heads? Either they were mad, turning mad, being mad, or doing mad things. Even his wife suffered from this from time to time, and she was as perfect got. Groaning, Naruto figured it was just one of those things a man would never understand, the mind of a woman. Maybe it was for the best. What dangers lied in there was perhaps best left undisturbed. With that depressing thought in mind, Naruto walked to the very end of the narrow hallway he'd been traversing for the last minute, coming up to the hallway's end and stood before a pair of wooden doors. In appearance, these pair of wooden doors looked much the same as any other in the old building, somewhat worn, oak-maiden with an iron handle to open with. The only striking feature that differentiated the pair from any other doorway was the noticeable barriers that separated any and all occupants between the hallway and the room beyond. From wall to wall, yellow warning tape stood between Naruto and the doorway, in addition to a sturdy steel chain that wrapped itself around the door handles. By and large, the tape and chain definitely gave the appearance that the room was off limits to any and all trespassers, perhaps warning of some construction work being handled or of a structural weakness within. Either way, the message was clear to anyone on what these barriers were insinuating: stay away. And so naturally, navigating a free hand around the tape, Naruto gave one of the doors a soft, but still quite audible, knock. Yo, Gasper, you awake? Naruto ni-chan. A muffled yell came from the other side of the door, as Naruto made out faint sounds of shuffling from the other end. I got snacks. Want some? He yelled back, holding up his bag of goodies despite knowing they couldn't be seen. Yes, absolutely, ni-chan. Come in. With that, Naruto moved around the warning tape, feeling a familiar unseen force attempt to press him back harshly to no avail, managing to pick the chains and locks tied around the handles before carefully opening the door. Despite the warning signs that made the room out to be practically a hazard zone, the room was actually quite nicely made, once Naruto turned on the lights. The room was a large, squared area, easily the size of a classroom from the main building. The walls were lined with pink and white striped wallpaper, which sharply contrasted with the age of the building's structure. There were pieces of furniture, such as dressers and desks, pressed to the corners and sides, making the room come off as almost a storage area toppled with a bedroom. Even one of the lone boxes off to the sides had a small brown rabbit toy sitting comfortably on top. The peculiarity of why this room had to have such fortifications to prevent anyone from entering would have been stopped then and there if that was the only thing to see. Instead, the true eye-catcher lied at the center of the room's structure. A large black coffin, decorated with a large rosario cross that stretched out from the bottom to top of its lid, sat comfortably within view of the doorway. A long white shroud hung above it, giving off a sense of mysticism and wonder to the clearly antique piece. Then one saw it shifting and shaking with a small patter of grunts in between. The rustling quickly gave way as the coffin's top was pushed upwards and to the side, showing off what appeared to be a young girl, lying comfortably on top of violet silk that covered the edges of the coffin. It was a startling sight to anyone unfamiliar with the old school building. The apparent girl smiled brightly up to Naruto's entering form. She couldn't have been much older than 15, with short, almost platinum blonde hair drawing down to the sides of her neck. Pale skin glistened in the dimly lit room along with twinkling pink eyes that held no small amount of intrigue to them. Noticeably, pointing out from the sides of the obvious bed hair, two sharply pointed ears could be made out by the new arrival to the room. The coffin sleeper wore the designed uniform befitting a student of Kuo Academy, along with very long stockings that reached almost to the academy skirt. This ensemble and appearance of a now excitable-looking individual with a cute expression might have come off as adorable to Naruto, except for the small issue to the girl's person. The issue being, aside from the very feminine air around this person, the girl, Gasper Vladi, was, in fact, very much male. When first finding out this, Naruto felt very perturbed. He'd admit as much. While Gasper had been the first male to join his friends' club, and gave him someone to talk to on a similar, at least physically, basis of age and sex, the boy's unusual fixation with girlish clothing made Naruto call him, as his former sensei would aptly put it, a trap. Ni-chan. The boy-girl whatever yelled excitedly, moving from his coffin as Naruto closed the door behind him. Smiling to himself, Naruto pulled 3 chocolate bars from his small bag and stared at the boy. Time for the weekly routine. Hey, Gasper. Gasper paused, staring at him. He should have realized what came next. Think fast. With a twist of his wrist, the 3 brown bars of sweet chocolate were tossed at the young boy, leaving him to gasp in shock at the incoming projectiles, drawing his back away quickly as the items closed in towards his unprotected face. Then the platinum-haired boy's eyes glowed. Oh, come on Gasper. Ni-chan's mean to me. I said I was sorry. Why do you always do this to me? Because you're my friend, and friends help one another. You tried to poke my eyes out with candy. I failed, didn't I? Wah. Waahhhhhh. Naruto put his hand to his face and groaned, hoping to rub the irritation off his features as he sat beside the closed coffin Gasper had previously crawled out of. It was no use. This almost always happened, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Turning to where Gasper previously stood, Naruto couldn't help but be amazed at the 3 candy bars floating in midair. All forward movement, all pressure of gravity, everything within that small energy field Naruto could barely make out was stopped by the boy now crying in his coffin. Time and space stalled for an only guessable amount of time. That was what was so special about the boy at Naruto's side. Gasper Vladi was a time stopper. Or, more specifically, a being that possessed the ability to stop time on anything he perceived. Through concentration and focus, Gasper had a unique, inheritable ability to humans called a sacred gear, with this specific one allowing him to distort the very essence of the universe around a specific point or place. Named the Forbidden Blur View, Gasper's sacred gear was powerful and difficult to control. Naruto remembered the first time he met him. He wrapped the boy in a chokehold of friendship, or something like it, and the next thing he knew, 3 hours had passed. He found Gasper crying in a corner of the room, hiding in a box. The poor boy blamed himself. Naruto just found it awesome and, despite his mental age, asked if he could do it again excitedly. But the thing that really struck Naruto was Gasper's origin. Specifically, Gasper was a hybrid being, half human and half vampire. Now, Naruto might have squealed on how cool his new best buddy was, but he'd never admit it. Sadly, however, the Forbidden Blur View was difficult for Gasper to control. Even with years of practice, offered by Naruto in the most unorthodox of ways imaginable, Gasper still feared his powers. And as they grew with him, so did his fear until Naruto and his father decided to enclose the boy into a part of the old school building for the sake of his mentality. In a sense, Gasper was a shut-in. Now, Naruto made routine trips, either after class or at times as late as midnight, to check on the boy. Power and nerves aside, he was a good person. And Naruto could attest to understanding what loneliness felt like. "Vladi, come on, I got class," Naruto begged, knocking on the crying coffin. "Look, I'm sorry, okay. If you want, I can leave the bag here, okay." He heard the crying die down to a sniffle. Progress in some form. Usually he'd cry for several minutes longer or until Naruto left. "Sniff sniff. Why you promised to leave the candy here? When don't I leave them for you? Seriously, candy. What was he gonna do with it? Give it to Kaneko-chan. She got enough candy as it was. Are you sure you'll leave it?" "Yes. Really sure." "Yes. Really sure." Naruto stared at the coffin with a flat expression. "Bye Gasper." He made for the door. Wait, ni ch. Bye ye Gasper. Ni channnnnn. Gasper was always a work in progress. His leaving abruptly wasn't anything new. If Naruto stayed any longer he'd run the risk of being late, and the last thing he needed was a report sent to his mother over his absence from lessons she insisted he'd partake. Or worse, if a report was sent to Lady Venelana. Unconsciously, Naruto shuddered from a slight chill at the thought of his grandmother as he walked down the steps of the old school building in his clubhouse. Taking a moment to look it over, Naruto admitted the design wasn't so bad. It reminded him a little of his own office when he'd been the leader of his village. The old school building was aptly named, to be certain, before the renovation of its foundation by the Academy's Occult Research Club. Restructured and redone to hold out impressively even amongst the newer buildings of the Academy, the building was now used primarily for the club's purposes, as granted by the student council. The woodwork was refurbished, the structure fortified, the furniture and decorations placed appropriately for design and compatibility. The work that the building had seen was akin to what famous renovators and architects worked on for company buildings or even major CEO offices. The building had seen far worse days before his club president took charge of it 3 years prior and made it something of a castle for herself. Naruto glanced up to the corner window of the building. It was open, letting a small breeze fly in. Silently, Naruto wondered if his friend was waiting there for class to start. Wouldn't have surprised him. He remembered how she liked to enjoy a game of chess, either with herself or her club mates, before the start of class. Naruto shrugged. If his president was feeling confident she'd reach her classroom before the bell rang, then who was he to question? "Somebody help me Naruto blinked, knocked from his musings by the sudden shriek coming his way. Turning his head, Naruto watched with growing perplexity as a quickly recognized young man from his class sprinted past him. Brown hair, fair skin, average height, Issei Hyodo, the famous pervert of the academy. And by pervert, Naruto meant pervert. As in, this guy made every pervert who ever existed look like a young boy curious about female anatomy. Even Naruto, who once created techniques to use one's sexuality against them, marveled at the lust for breasts the boy exerted. Speaking of which, said boy's lust seemed to have put him into a rather bothersome situation. At the moment, he was running from the several females with looks to kill. Specifically, the looks were coming from Kuo Academy's female kendo club team. Pervert. Drop dead, jackass. You're the reason I can't trust men. I will make sure you never reproduce. Ouch. That one even hurt Naruto. Stepping to the side, Naruto watched Issei run past, gasping for air as he tried to outrun the physically superior females. He was certainly not a boy of physique and reminded Naruto in a roundabout way to the green beasts of Konoha. Their fires of youth really could come in handy for the young man running for the sake of his crotch. Watching him in his desperate state of jog, Naruto chuckled silently. He didn't wish to see the boy hurt, but enjoying a good humorous situation wasn't a crime, right? It wasn't like he tripped the boy or anything as he ran past. Issei was a pervert to be absolutely certain, but death of his unborn children might have been a bit extreme. Especially when rumors stated the captain of the offended kendo club was able to cut through solid iron with just her kendo stick. Naruto mulled that rumor over in his head. His task was to protect the boy from stray pigeons and poor mental states. Angry females weren't in his required assignment checklist. Thus, with a last glance towards the open second-story window, he picked up his step and made to move towards class. He had a reputation of only nearly missing class, after all. Inside her own little room on the second floor of her castle, a rather endowed young woman looked out from her window to see a familiar set of spiky blonde hair move towards the main academy building. Smiling, she wrapped a finger through her vibrant crimson hair and curled it gently as she watched the boy before he disappeared from her view behind some trees. A shame, she considered blowing away the trees with the flick of her wrist for the briefest of moments. But that would cause a scandal amongst the students. She couldn't have that. Instead, she sighed in regret before turning and walking towards the door out of the room. Her vice president should have finished with her own preparations for class by now, and neither wanted to be late. Issei arrived shortly after Naruto, groaning and panting with minor scratches but seemed otherwise fine. He screamed and yelled at his friends, who turned out to have been the reason behind his need for a jog, and openly complained about having bluer balls than was healthy all the way to the start of homeroom. But, by the end of the day, nothing special occurred beyond the basic lessons expected from a high school. No surprise guests, no pigeons popping up, no problems. It was a standard, boring day in Naruto's book. Post-class chaos, however, quickly ensued. Naruto chewed into an apple as he watched from the branches of an old oak tree a sulking Issei. After the school day had ended, the boy began to take the usual route towards home before deciding to stop on an overpass bridge and sulk about rotten luck or something. Naruto turned down his hearing capabilities around the time when the boy began to turn vocal about the unfairness of not having a girlfriend and how jerking off was all he had to look forward to in his poor, high school life. Naruto didn't really know how to relate to that. In his youth, while that felt weird to say in a teenage body, he'd fought in wars that changed the very landscapes of continents. He'd nearly died on multiple occasions that he'd lost count. His constant training and focus made falling in love and anything to do with women one of the last things on his mind. Plus, when you have someone in your head who constantly knew what you were up to, doing anything freaky, ended with a loud roar of constant laughter that no amount of yelling could stop. And on that pleasant note, Naruto perked his ears over the sound of passing cars when he noticed a certain female walk onto the bridge next to the moping teenager. This is where things got interesting. "Excuse me," the young girl spoke up, catching the boy's attention, "You're Issei Hyodo, right?" Issei stared at her, dumbfounded. The girl started to look conscientious of herself. "Or am I mistaken, perhaps? Naruto took another bite of his apple as Issei answered in the positive. The girl's blush was practically glowing. Hi. The girl shifted on her feet, looking uncomfortable. Issei moved from his slouch position on the railing of the bridge to address the cute girl beside him. Is there, something I can help you with? The girl managed a nod. Sort of, she answered softly, I just wanted to ask you a quick question. This time the words were practically yelled, hoping to be heard over the oncoming traffic below. Naruto finished his apple and tossed it over his shoulder, pulling another from his coat pocket. Are you seeing anyone right now? She continued, red-faced and quiet once more, barely being heard by either of the two boys listening. She seemed to recognize her own inaudibility, turning somewhat redder in the face than before and now actively avoiding Issei's gaze. Issei, innocent to what was occurring, just looked confused. Right now? He asked, making sure he heard her right. She nodded. No, I'm not. The girl's mood brightened. That's wonderful, she yelled, before looking abashed at her sudden excitement. That's wonderful because, in that case, since you're single, would you consider going out with me? Naruto could see from his tree that Issei was hooked. I've been watching you for a while, and I've seen you pass by this place and I thought you seemed, I don't know, gentle. She smiled slightly. And very handsome and I think I'd. Her face was full of blush and her stutter was adorable. She worked up the courage for one final yell of her confession. I'd like you to be my boyfriend. Naruto actually laughed from his tree spot, convinced the cars below the bridge would cover the noise. From his point of view, Issei looked like he just won the lottery 3 times in a row. Issei managed a nod with a small, much to the girl's great delight. She looked ecstatic as she made plans with the mostly dumbfounded boy on when she could pick him up to walk to school together. Issei gave the information, nodded at the appropriate times, then waved as the girl left her new boyfriend to himself. Issei stood completely still on that bridge for well over 15 minutes, just staring at where the girl ran off to, before letting out a fierce cheer of joy and making a run for home. The sheer shine of his excitement would have otherwise put a smile on his blonde watcher's face had the situation not taken a turn for the worse. Guess I've gotta watch him in the mornings, too, Naruto muttered, sighing as he dropped from the tree. At least he wouldn't have to follow him home today because now he started to get an idea of what was the deal with this new pigeon. She wanted the Emmy. She wanted the Golden Globe. She wanted to play. And that was fine. Naruto liked playing games too. The next few days were perhaps the best days of Issei's short life, by Naruto's opinion. His protective observation, as he'd begun to call it, out of annoyance to the word, stalking, by his employer, was going well. The girl, who, as Naruto found out, decided to go by the name, Yuma Amano, became the favorite topic of Issei's life. She was the doting girlfriend, the heartthrob, the best a man could ask for in a lady friend. Issei introduced her to anyone he knew, almost as if he tried to prove she existed to the people he met as much as to himself. He obviously cared for her, which was a weird contrast from how Naruto expected the boy to act around the girl. Apparently, Issei Hyodo was only about 95% of a horndog, rather than the believed 100%. Good for him. After little over a week of staking out the pair, Naruto finally received the info he needed to hear. Go out. You mean, like out? As in, out with me? Issei asked, looking at his girlfriend. He just loved saying that. With wide eyes, as she smiled back excitedly. I was thinking about this Sunday and if you'd like to go to the mall or something. Her voice was so sweet and innocent. She scratched her chin unsurely. That is, if you want. Of course I wanna. No doubt. Issei interrupted, suddenly pumped. This Sunday is perfect for me. The girl smiled, pleased. Excellent. She told him a time, a place and gave him a quick goodbye before running off on her own, looking embarrassed. Issei waved goodbye before going into hysterics at the prospect of possibly seeing real 3D, lady parts. Naruto shrugged himself off another tree and aimed back towards his apartment complex. At least he knew what he'd be doing this Sunday. Mall area. Issei had to have been the luckiest guy on the planet. Yuma was a girl a guy dreamed of having in his life. Her smile, her enjoyment to his company, even her choice in clothing, how did someone like her exist? One minute, he'd been sulking about the world being against him and the next. God sends him an angel. His open perverseness made him believe he'd been cursed with poor fortune for the rest of his days. But now, with Yuma-chan at his side, he just felt more accepted and brighter and cheerful. And they were dating. How awesome was that? Their first date together made him laugh and lose all inhibitions to what he might do to ruin that day for her. Their first date was, by extension, Issei's first date, and if this was how it was gonna be like with her every day he knew her, he might just quit his pornos and magazines and live straight off of Yuma's smile. Okay, that might have been a stretch, but still. How had he, the leader of the perverted trio, managed to earn such a goddess? They did everything he thought a couple was supposed to do on a fun date. They checked out a clothing store, messed around with various fabrics for the laughs and ate ice cream by the cup load. The entire date felt like one of those cliché date scenes you saw in those chick flicks his mom liked to rent out and cry to along with his dad. But, maybe they had some realism to them. Was this how happy people were together? And best of all, he even got to see some of her over boob. It was awesome. And now, as the sun was going down, Issei felt confident enough to hold her hand as they walked through the park. He was making a move. And working. She held on tightly to his hand in return, smiling gently to the ground with red in her cheeks. Issei noticed this and felt his heart flutter. Perhaps this was love. It had to be. He wasn't thinking of owning a harem anymore. Just having her seemed enough. In fact, just having her was starting to sound really good right then. Issei-kun, Yuma said quietly, getting Issei's undivided attention as they stopped beside a fountain in the park. The sun was lowering down, glistening off the fountain's flowing waters, with the trees offering them a cool breeze that flowed through Yuma's hair, giving it an ethereal wave of serenity. It really hit the romantic mark. Yeah, Yuma-chan. Issei asked, smiling as he tried to calm down his nerves, only wondering what this amazing girl was about to say. Can I ask you to do something for me? In honor of our first date together. The way she said, first, made Issei excited that there might actually be more for him in the future. Sure, you can ask me for anything, he said, looking at her smile and wondering if this is where he'd get his first kiss from. His heart was starting to pump almost painfully in his chest in anticipation. Good, she said, sighing before taking a deep breath and looking him straight in the eye. Will. Issei's eyes must have been wide as he was prepared to practically do anything to keep this girl smiling for the rest of his life. Will you die for me? Naturally, Issei blinked at that one. Could you repeat that, please? He asked, laughing off what he must have misheard. I must have something in my ear. Yuma's smile widened. I asked if you would die for me. That time, he heard her. Yuma laughed silently, as she brought her hands out to her sides, her features turning dark as she looked at the perplexed young man in front of her. Yuma's appearance began to change. Her clothes started to take on a darker tint, twisting and changing into material that seemed akin to leather as it grasped tightly to her sides. What was once a rather innocent and cute shirt and skirt had turned into a rather scandalous dress that complemented her breasts and curves quite proudly. The world around Issei began to twist and deform alongside Yuma's appearance, with an eerie purple and black barrier surrounding the pair and most of the park with them. Aside from the two, however, no one else seemed to be around to be caught in this twisted state of reality. Issei's eyes bugged as Yuma began to cackle at her new state when a pair of long, coal-black bird wings sprouted from her shoulder blades, curling around her comfortingly. Then she pressed off the ground, keeping the wings outstretched as she hovered several feet off the ground, in front of the shocked and slightly turned-on young man. He seemed to only be managing to make out the bare minimum of what was going on, with boobs taking up a lot of RAM speed in that perverted mind of his. The look Yuma gave her boyfriend was sinister. I will admit, Issei-kun, today wasn't all that bad. I did have some fun. It was a nice break from the usual hassle I have to go through. She lifted her arm up to her face, looking at a pink scrunchie Issei bought for her back at the clothes store. It was very sweet, she mused, before turning to point her hand to the boy. But like all things, this sweet memory must come to an end. Yuma's hand started to turn a violent crimson, as the light twisted in air to form something that looked akin to a glowing, jagged spear. Issei stared at it all from his fallen state on the ground. The wings, the spear, the barrier, it was too much. Wait, Yuma, please. In return, Yuma only smiled. Now, it's time to DA. Splash. The past minute seemed to be getting more and more unusual for the hormonal teen on the ground. A minute ago, his girlfriend asked him to die for her. 30 seconds ago, she went full leather on him, could have been worse. 15 seconds ago, she made a spear out of red light. 10 seconds ago, she tried to stab him with said spear. Presently, he was now looking at the backside of a familiar blonde-haired boy, who only seconds ago grabbed a hold of one of Yuma's wings, twisted it violently in a circle, and threw her into the fountain. The blonde-haired guy, Naruto, Issei thought he remembered it right, was staring intently at the water before glancing back quickly to Issei's prone, down form. The look in his eyes almost made Issei doubt he had the right guy. Naruto-senpai. Naruto lifted up 2 fingers. Yo! The water erupted from the fountain in front of them, turning their attention back to the winged woman, who now hovered several feet off the ground, soaking and panting at having just been manhandled into the park decoration. Though Issei couldn't see it, Naruto's expression hardened. Stay there, he ordered, getting Issei's brief attention, I'll handle this. Issei couldn't even nod in acknowledgement before his blonde peer took a couple steps forward, staring at his floating, leather-clad girlfriend. Yuma snarled as water constantly fell from her wings and body, turning her attention to the newest addition to Park's confined space. She met the blonde's stare. Who the hell are you? A big damn hero. Then he leapt at her. The underworld, Lucifer Mansion, the past. Naruto Uzumaki was known as a paragon of strength, dexterity, ability and knowledge in his time as the Hokage, the leader of his village. He was revered for his charismatic nature and influence over the lives of millions. His very presence demanded absolute attention and respect, even in his waning years in active service. The air around him was vibrant and full of energy, regardless if he was having a friendly chat with a foreign delegate or taking a stroll through the forests to check on the generations that followed. His stature during times of conflict struck fear into the eyes of his foes as he stood at the precipice of armies. His smile warmed the heart, his laugh made grown men stronger, and his belief in the betterment of men made the world a brighter place. So you can imagine the sharp contrast this new, miniature baby form felt in comparison. Over the span of several days under the care of the silver-haired maid woman and various other maid-dressed members of the large estate the couple had teleported to, Naruto slowly came to understanding that neither his body nor consciousness were dead. That this was not some form of dream or his own personal hell. That he had, for lack of better understanding to the situation, been reborn into this newborn's body. This created an interesting first few days. Naruto was fully aware of everything that was going around him. As he recalled, children were often born blind or lacking a large level of vision outside of a certain distance. They were largely unsure of the world around them for quite some time. He did not have that issue. From the corner of his new crib to the violet sky outside of his bedroom, Naruto was seeing everything he could see in his previous life. Better, even. His eyes had started to dull as he aged, but these new pair of eyes were clear and precise as they could have been, a positive to an otherwise unpleasant experience. Naruto could hear, understand, feel and taste everything around his tiny body. He could hear the coos and baby words his caretakers used to try and get him to smile or laugh, in which he did, if only for how unbelievably weird the whole act was. He understood the silver-haired woman's questions to her staff on how he was acting or behaving, obviously curious to Naruto's most assuredly unusual, baby attitude. He could touch the soft fabric of his crib and felt the comfortable hold of his handlers as they picked him up for feeding. That's when things got weird, or weirder, as the situation already was quite so. Apparently, the idea of formula and bottles wasn't a common practice amongst the staff brought in to care for the boy. Naruto's attitude towards the first maid, who offered him her breast for feeding on the first night of his arrival at Lucifer Mansion, was anything but graceful. To the blonde's defense, the idea felt wrong. This was a grown woman, kind and smiling without hesitance, unaware to whom she held in her arms. She offered her breast for him to suckle on without as much as a thought or idea to how the situation truly was. The idea of feeding in such a manner that left him as embarrassed as it did to make him aware of just how hungry his new body actually was. It was a, surprisingly, difficult decision to make for the blonde child man. Feed or hold some level of pride as a husband and former leader of his village. He hadn't experienced the pleasure of a woman in such a way since his wife hadn't been tempted or considered to pursue anyone else. That knowledge brought him some discomfort at the idea of, even second-handedly, betraying her. It was just to feed and not by any means for pleasure, but the idea did him little good. This turmoil lasted for some time. The maid was insistent and goading the boy in a cute voice, joking with her peers that the boy was a hard one to tempt. That made it worse, being watched in the act. Eventually, the hunger of the newborn's body pressed Naruto to do something he never imagined doing. And thus, after much regret and a little silent apology, he fed. He was fed routinely in this fashion about once every few hours, his guilt rising as the days passed. This was only one of the many pride-wrecking circumstances of his babification. He wasn't even going to delve into the idea of his new body's bladder control problems. Some things were just too morbid to think about. The initial passing of time was a painful thing for the reborn Hokage. Naruto assumed quickly why children didn't possess much awareness with their initial stages of growth. Their incapacity for much more than drooling left little to be desired for the sake of remembrance. The awareness of his predicament made time seem to almost linger on far longer than it should. And while his body required copious amounts of sleep, which was a thankful reprieve from the limited existence he had been forced into, it was hard to watch the world around him work and move and live while he remained trapped within the fluffy and comfortable confines of his crib. He was routinely visited by the lord of the mansion. The man, his founder, seemed enamored with the little Naruto whenever he had the chance to check on him. The Lord Lucifer, as Naruto discovered his name was by listening to passing maids in his crib room, was apparently a man of significant power and respect. He assumed the man must have been quite the warrior or diplomat based on the limited understanding of just what a great Satan was. Unfortunately, the image of a warrior was quickly diminished with the redhead's enamored attitude towards playing, tickling. Naruto laughed. He wasn't proud, and giving baby Naruto attention he never actually received in his own lifetime. Ironic. It took death and resurrection to give him experiences like those given by a father. Made awkward based on originally perceived guessing on the age of the red-haired man, when Naruto assumed he was probably several decades his elder in mentality. Naruto watched carefully as time passed. His lack of voice and developed motor skills left him to carefully consider the situation he had been placed in and what this meant. Even after the months crept past, Naruto couldn't recall anything past saying goodbye to his children. It was a blank. 1 second, dead. Next second, baby. It took time to accept that this was how it was. Naruto remembered, after months of waiting, the first day he even found himself able to sit up straight, with initial assistance from the Silver Woman. That felt like a small blessing, after being only able to lie on his back for so long. Then came the lessons on how to roll over, followed quickly by how to crawl. He could see the maid's surprise on how fast he took to both tasks once they trusted him enough to do anything more than sleep, eat, and occasionally spit up. He hated his baby body. Then he started to walk. 6 months into his imprisonment, life in the crib, and he was making awkward steps around the mansion's halls. Naruto, who was described as the cutest baby ever by the mansion's maids, smiled like a goofball the entire day, with the Silver Woman carefully guiding him to ensure he did not harm himself. The lord of the mansion was gushing at the level of awesome his son must have had to be walking so soon. Naruto recalled when he was called his son. That had taken some getting used to, with no small level of hesitance. Next, Naruto started to form words, slowly and quite literally feeling his vocal cords stretch, expand and grow as he did. He couldn't remember what the first word he managed to say clearly, but he remembered being asked to say it again and again by those around. Just for laughs, he started to say other, small, believable baby words to the amusement of staff and house owner. Then he learned to run. Then he moved out of the crib. Then slowly, as months turned to years, the boy who lived in the house of Lucifer grew up for a second time. Mall area, park section, present day. Air superiority. Angelic energy. Strength and speed at near superhuman levels. Weapons constructed from light and sheer willpower. Angels, even fallen angels, were beings not to be trifled with. For thousands of years, the abilities of angels altered very little, large part in due to their unbelievable effectiveness against their arch-foes. When humans could not fight the devil onslaught, the angels fought them back. When the age of man seemed to be near its end, the angels ensured its survival. When darkness crept over the corners of the world, the angels held the last light. Even those of different religions, mythologies or legends knew better than to trifle with those whose power was gifted to them by someone who claimed the title of God. Yuma Amano, best known under her true identity as the fallen angel, Raynare, was another who was led by this idea of battle superiority. Especially to those of Earth or the underworld. She was proud of her capabilities and felt virtuous in her reasoning behind her actions on the current day at the mall. When there was a threat to the survival of her kind, she had the obligation to prevent its destruction. After all, an angel had the backing of God, right? How could anything they do be wrong? This idealism of strength, reputation and absolute righteousness was not shared by the big damn hero. Ah! Raynare yelled, thrown backwards from the force of the kick thrown to her side by the blonde miscreant, just managing to correct her hovering form before hitting the tree line. Glancing back to her assailant, she openly glared as the boy stood atop the park fountain, watching her struggle to hold flight. Crossing his arms, Naruto gave her a hard look. "Fallen angel," he shouted, catching the small change in her expression that told him she was surprised at his knowledge who, or at least what, she was. "Step down. The boy is under my protection." Raynare's teeth gritted into a snarl. "And just who the hell's protection is he receiving?" "Someone who's stronger than you," Naruto answered. "I have no issue with you or your fallen. But the boy is not yours to take on some whim." He waved his hand off to the side. "Leave, now." His voice was unflinching and left little room for debate. His Hokage voice, as he called it, left Raynare to fume from her position in the air. What infuriated the fallen angel the most was debatable. The blonde's ordering of her to step down, his claim of strength that surpassed her own, the strength of a fallen angel, or simply his interruption to the what should have been a quick kill and run for the young woman. Whichever the case, Raynare bared her teeth all the same, holding out her arm as the light around her distorted to form yet another spear. From his position atop the fountain, Naruto watched as the girl, with an obviously practiced hand, twisted around in the air, gathering momentum before tossing the spear towards his head. Naruto had experience with sharp projectiles such as this before, trained to deal with them. So, with a simple twist of his neck to the side, milliseconds before the spear grazed by his head, Naruto proved he was never in any real danger. Staring back to the fallen angel, Naruto's eyes hardened further. "Are you done? Tisk. I'm warning you one last time, fallen angel. Leave. I won't tell you a third time." To be honest, he didn't even feel like giving her a second warning. Beatdown therapies were something of a specialty of his. But he owed her at least one last chance, out of appreciation to his employer. Fortunately, she had pride issues. Which was good, he enjoyed people with pride issues. Made watching them fall on their asses all the more fun. The look in Raynare's eyes took a hint of fury to them, as she brought her hand to the side to form another spear. "Don't underestimate me." "Wouldn't dream of it," Naruto yelled back, leaping down from the fountain as he continued to stare at the girl floating in the air. She was tense, frustrated and packing some serious firepower. But, unlike before, she wasn't throwing the projectile, opting for close-range fighting in the air. This was a wise decision. With any other opponent, Raynare might have had the advantage based on aerial combat expertise. Natural aerial beings almost always had an effective edge over those on the ground. If a ground-based opponent felt they had the advantage against an opponent of the air, and hoped to meet them midway for an attack, more often than not they were left with the unsettling surprise that the reality of aerial opponents were not to be trifled with. However, Naruto was not that kind of opponent. Taking a couple steps to gain momentum, Naruto leapt at the fallen angel, who raised her spear in preparation for his assault. Futile, though it was. Post-combat survivors often take time to wonder the big, what-ifs. In the case of the current conflict, Raynare would wonder several possible outcomes to her challenge with the blonde-haired combatant. What if she'd thrown her spear while the boy was caught mid-air? He couldn't dodge, surely. A quick toss of her spear, 5 feet before he even got within fist-throwing range, and he would have a spear lodged down his throat, right? What if she dodged his initial attack? Let gravity take hold of him and as he fell, close the distance to his unprotected back with a swift strike to the heart. What if, just for the sake of hypothetical, she went for the downed Issei while Naruto was focused on her? A fling of her spear as the blonde attempted to meet her mid-flight, too fast to do anything to challenge its trajectory, with Issei having a decent-sized hole in his chest. It would be a wound to her pride to admit she couldn't take her blonde opponent which, at that moment, she couldn't be certain of but her task would be finished. A threat, eliminated. Retreat would be bittersweet, but an accomplishment. Yes. Combat, like life, was filled with the what-ifs. They could keep you awake at night, wondering what might have been. But this was not a what-if. This was reality. This was the present. And presently, Naruto was making his move. Raynare evaluated the distance. 10 meters. 7 meters. 5 meters. She pulled back her spear. 3 meters. She was in the air. Her territory. And her opponent was coming to her. She had the advantage with her spear. It had extended length, longer than his arms. She was trained for this. Ready for this. 2 meters. Close enough. She pointed her spear forward and gave a thrust of her weight into her weapon. Her teeth were grit, her arms were taut, and her knuckles were white with how hard she held onto the spear. This was her win, she thought. She won. Looking back to the what-ifs, she wondered if she looked into the blonde's eyes, she would have realized her mistake to have even considered challenging such a man. Naruto watched the spear. He watched the twitch of muscles on the fallen angel as she readied her attack. He saw her eyes judging the distance between them and figured she took into consideration the length of her spear to his arms. She was capable, but she was young. She didn't have the experience of life and death situations he had. And in this situation, experience is what mattered most. He watched her eyes. He kept watch on her spear point. He saw it narrow the distance towards his head. It came within a hair's length of his head. Then he dodged. Raynare's eyes widened as the blonde's head, like before, moved sharply to the side, her spear grazing past to only clip a couple of yellowish hair. Her eyes widened as her eyes met the man's. He never let his gaze turn away from her. Then his hand went wide. He caught her wrist holding the spear. His other hand went for her bare shoulder, holding tightly to effectively stabilize himself off of the fallen. He twisted her wrist. Ah! She screamed, feeling her bones crack as her spear fell from her hand, dissipating into the air before it even touched the ground. Through the pain, she managed to meet his stare. Perhaps it was then that she realized her folly. This was no human. It couldn't have been. To cause an angel, a being of considerable endurance, such a shock from a simple wrist tightening did not seem possible. But there wasn't the stench of devil on him. Not the smell of a particular mythology or lesser religion. He held no demonic power that she could feel. He felt human. And yet, there was power. Naruto was a man trained. He didn't care that Raynare was female when he nearly broke her wrist. He didn't care when he moved his hand into a fist to drive it into her stomach. He didn't even flinch when he drove his knee right after. Raynare wouldn't hold back, neither would he. Then he performed his finisher. His hand still on her shoulder, Raynare wavered in the air after the severe blows to her abdomen. Naruto took Raynare's attempt to regain composure and air to perform a single-armed handstand over her head and shoulders, effectively landing on her back with his hand on her shoulder ensuring he didn't lose hold over the pained woman. Even while holding onto some measure of control of the pain in her body, Raynare's eyes showed her surprise at the blonde's actions, followed shortly by the absolute horror at what came next. With hands moving firmly to grasp around black appendages, Naruto pulled tightly to Raynare's coal-colored wings. Funny thing about the wings of an angel. Similar to devils, the wings on the backs of both races were often never seen in a motion similar to flapping. Both races released their individual hidden appendages when they desired so that they might be capable of achieving flight, but beyond that, the wings did no movement to signify that they had any control over the flight patterns of either beings. And in a way, this was true. The wings were largely symbolic for both races. They did not need to move so that their ability to fly could be obtained. Devils and angels, using their own form of demonic or angelic energy, respectively, channeled their power into their wings to offer a form of limited gravity control to their person. Indeed, aside from that, the wings weren't necessary for much else. It was this idea that the wings of the biblical lore were mainly for show that made others ignore them. It was a rumor spread by both angel and devil. The reason was because the harsh truth was so much worse. Raynare felt the shocks go through her body as Naruto pulled tightly to the wings. Thousands of painful needles felt like they were passing through her as the blonde's grip never loosened. She tried shaking, screaming, waving herself in the air to throw him off, but it was pointless. He had her. And now the worst thing about having one's wings pulled, the things angels feared most, was happening to her now. They were falling. Fast. You idiot! Raynare cried, feeling the air sweep past her as the ground began to close in quickly. She hadn't even realized how high the two of them were before their clash in the sky, but apparently, they were quite high. And now, they were descending to the ground far too fast for her calm or reserved nature to come in. At this height, the impact would surely. You'll kill us both. No, I won't. Naruto's voice, even over the wind, was heard as he watched carefully as he rode the back of the angel down to earth. The ground was catching up quick. He was prepared for this. Get ready. To what? To fly. He let go of her wings and jumped. Raynare's eyes clearly showed her surprise. His words alone were what prepared her for the moment he released her wings from his grip, allowing her to once more channel her power into them. Even managing to take into account the push-off from her back when the blonde made his last-minute retreat, Raynare caught her form in the air, barely a foot from what would have been her crushing end. There was a cold sweat coming down her skin. Raynare panted for air she hadn't realized over her fear that her lungs sorely lacked. Her body trembled. She couldn't believe, over that heart-pounding moment of falling, that she was still breathing. That despite the soreness in her wrists and wings and the sweat beating down her skin, Raynare of the fallen angels was alive and unharmed. She was alive. She let herself fall from her hovering onto the grass. She couldn't remember the last time she appreciated the feeling of earth so much. Being an angel, the air was their home, more so than any other race. But the grass, with its sharp pointed top but still smooth makeup, felt wonderful to her skin. She felt like laughing at the irony of an angel enjoying the surface of the earth had it not been for the shadow that loomed over her then. Remember that feeling, Angel? Naruto's voice never seemed to crack or waver as beautiful young Angel lifted her head to stare at him. Remember, this is what happens when you bite off more than you can chew. Then he turned from her and walked in the direction of the fountain. Issei was probably still there. The blonde doubted he would have left. Under both the barrier and Naruto's words, Issei would have been too nervous to have done much of anything. And besides, Raynare got the message. His employer would be pleased. Propping herself up onto her arms before slowly moving onto her knees, Raynare stared at the retreating form of the blonde. No fear or unease was evident on his features. He planned this. Right down to the moment, he planned his win and made her out to be the fool. But now, as Raynare watched him walk away, she wondered, was it his win? Raynare glared to his bare back, before pulling her arm to the side. Amidst the stress and relief of being alive, she could feel the pull of energy as she focused it into her wrist. She was careful not to let the hero see her focus or the light coming from her hand. His defenses were down, his consideration of her gone, believing her defeated. But he was wrong. She was a fallen angel. The strongest of the three factions. Trained in the art of combat since she was a child by the magnificent Azazel himself. She was not some dog to be put down by some boy and his pretend belief that he was some hero. She slowly began to twist the energy, slowing giving it substance and form, as she moved to stand with one leg on the ground and froze. She stared at him, the boy-man-hero person. She stared at him as he walked away. He didn't so much as bother to look over his shoulder. He was certain in his victory over her. It was weird. She recalled what he did to her not a minute ago. The falling, the anxiety, the belief that it was the end. How calm he was. He didn't fear what came next. He either had the acceptance of what might occur or the belief he would survive. And those ideas terrified her. She fell to her knees again, arms holding her body up as she panted and felt stinging tears fall from her eyes. I almost died. 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 Naruto stood from the corner of a tree, effectively hidden from the downed angel, as he watched her eventually stand with a look of almost hollow acceptance to what had occurred before taking off in a shaky flight pattern to parts unknown. The barrier fell around the park area, showing the night sky and the mall now lit from the inside. Naruto nodded, accepting the turn of events, before going back to Issei. Like he figured, the boy hadn't moved. Perhaps he had a nice show as Naruto dished out some of the good old-fashioned, pain train, on his girlfriend. Perhaps he just couldn't feel his legs after seeing such brutality on both parties' parts. Perhaps he was just obedient. Either way, he didn't move much from where Naruto left him. Which was perfect, because Naruto knew what he had to do. Issei, Naruto spoke up, kneeling beside the boy as he got his attention. He was in some form of mild shock, judging by his eyes. Naruto lightened his tone somewhat. How you feeling? Issei stared at him. Fine. Just, yeah. Naruto nodded. Expected as much. I expect you have a lot of questions, huh? Issei hesitated before offering a shaky nod. And you're probably not too sure what to make of everything you saw here, Again, Issei nodded. Naruto nodded with him, thinking everything over. All right, I can give you answers. But first, I'm going to need you to answer a question. Issei waited a moment before speaking. What question? Naruto lifted his hand. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? What? Smack. In the circumstances throughout modern history, where a human discovered the existence of angels, devils or some other form of mythical being by accident, certain measures were taken to ensure they and other viewing parties would not relay such discovered information to anyone. Previously, the technique was called mass slaughtering. Thankfully, the realization that this caused more problems than solutions was realized. Thus, each race soon began developing techniques that, on the weak-willed, unconscious or shocked minds of humans, worked to remove the memories of what had previously occurred. This left fewer humans dead and caused less strife among the worlds and religious factions. Naruto, however, knew no such technique. Truthfully, that moment at the park was not one of Naruto's better moments. In fact, this might have been a move that went under the category of risky and stupid at the same time. He hadn't done something like that since he was a teen before the teen he was now, past teen life, whatever. He panicked. He wasn't sure how to deal with this sort of situation, so he figured the shocked mind, knock unconscious, thinks it's all a pretty dream, idea sounded pretty good. Sadly, reality kicked in and he realized he had more work to do. Issei Hyodo's body wasn't heavy. Not at all, really. But carrying him around on rooftops, avoiding wandering eyes and potential bystanders, even at nighttime, was proving somewhat difficult and time-consuming. This wasn't Konoha, where people jumping over rooftops was a daily norm. What I wouldn't do for a transport spell right now, Naruto thought to himself. But he had to keep this under wraps. No calling mom for this mess. His employer would not be pleased if he half-assed this at the end. Thus, with a mindset of determination he held since he was a kid in both of his lives, Naruto made his way carefully into the Hyodo residence. Thankfully, Issei wasn't one to lock his window on the usually busy street of his house. With a quick tug, Naruto opened it to the inside of the pervert's bedroom, moved inside with Issei slouched on his back and quietly moved to place the boy on his futon. Taking a moment to relax, Naruto looked over the boy's room. It was about what he expected. Magazines, books, DVDs, 90% of which was porn. Desk, dresser, clothes, posters, porn-oriented. It was homey, for its simplicity. It vaguely reminded Naruto of his old apartment, minus the intense sexy girl-themed collectibles. Funny how moving into a house and, post-death, being raised in large mansions gave one a perspective of simplicity. Naruto sighed, stretching out his limbs as he reached down into the boy's pockets and pulled out his phone. Over the last week, when Naruto was keeping protective observation over the boy and his girlfriend, Naruto knew that Issei had been rather attached to the girl through digital devices. Going through Issei's phone, Naruto searched for what he needed. Thankfully, Issei was very thorough on naming things, so finding what he needed was no trouble for Naruto. Awesome Amano's email address. Delete. You My Girl's social network profile page address. Delete. Best girlfriend ever phone number. Delete. Yuma Amano photos. Naruto hesitated there. In the small folder of Issei's phone, there was a group of photos with Yuma Amano's, Raynare's, face in every one of them. The folder seemed to be carefully organized. Each picture depicted Yuma as some sort of laughing, smiling, happy or joking manner. There were even some with Issei in them, smiling brightly as he took the photos with enthusiasm. They didn't even seem explicitly sexual or dirty in nature, which surprised the blonde, though a few did seem to get good shots of the top of her breasts during their date together. In the end, though, the two seemed, generally, happy. Naruto looked down from the phone to the boy sleeping off the knockout hit to the forehead. He'd be out till morning, at least. Issei really liked this, Yuma. The photos, the smiles, the interactions, he cared for the disguise of Raynare. Naruto wouldn't deny him as much. He was a serious pervert whom Naruto caught more than a few times staring profusely at the fallen angel's bust, even as she was trying to skewer him, but he had his saving graces. He was a boy who still had the capacity to love and be loved like anyone else. Delete. But still, it needed to be done. Placing the phone back into his pocket, the slight shifting of his clothing knocked a loose piece of parchment from his jacket's inside pocket. It caught Naruto's eye, brightly glaring over the light from the window, as he reached over and picked up the folded paper carefully. He opened it and glanced over the contents. The bizarre formation of runes and circles was the first thing that caught his eye. Caught it, because the symbol was very familiar. Pursing his lips, Naruto folded the flyer and placed it into his back pocket, holding back a groan. Rias. Complex apartments, south end of city, a few minutes later. So, mission accomplished, right? Depends. Am I still obligated to watch the boy? Nah, I think we've established he's not to be disturbed just fine. Nice work, by the way. Fear tactics very ninja. Couldn't have done it better myself. Quote. No, you couldn't. Will that be all? Are we clear on what I owe? Yep. We're clear as Gabriel's horn. Both of them. I'm not going to even ask what that meant. The other end of the phone died, as a middle-aged man laughed outside his apartment, clicking the phone shut and moving to go back to the comfort of the indoors. The man fit the look of, for lack of better terms to describe him by, a bachelor. He was tall, opting to wearing a loosely fitted, grayish kimono, even as it grew colder outside, and wore a pair of similarly loose sandals. Facial-wise, the man might have been considered quite handsome. Tanned skin, boasting a goatee that had to have been trimmed and cleaned on a regular basis to get the sharpness that it had, with long, mixed-colored golden and black hair that seemed natural but shouldn't have been possible. He walked with a casual step back into his apartment, smiling an almost victorious smile, as he looked to his guest, who sat silently by herself. Raina-chan, he spoke up, as the long-haired fallen angel, Raynare, looked away from the small television in the room to offer a glance back to the man. How are you feeling? The man's tone was soft. It made Raynare blush in embarrassment for needing his assistance. She was a proud fallen angel, damn it. I'm fine, she said, trying to put as much pride into her voice, even with her disheveled appearance, though the stuttering didn't help her position. After her fight with the blonde warrior, Raynare attempted to recover her strength as best as she knew how, returning to the underworld. With her well-supplied stock of tools and items, her home could see to her resting and healing needs. But at the moment, before she even opened a portal to vacate the planet, she recalled her lord's command. She was to stay on Earth. So, with gritted teeth, she realized she couldn't return to the temporary confines she'd made for herself since arriving on the different world. It was too far away and she was weakening fast. She considered other angel locations, but quickly struck the idea down. They would laugh at her. She was aiming to raise her position amongst those who stood beside her, to make those around her know that she wasn't just a child who'd been taken in out of pity or mercy. No, she couldn't go to the other angels. But, then, the man standing behind her wasn't like the others, was he? He was the one who, even during her fits, would not judge or throw her away. Said man smiled, "I'm glad. You know, you had me in quite the shock when you dropped down here. I thought you might have done something you shouldn't have." His tone was in jest and his smile offered no knowing of anything beyond her sudden arrival to his abode. Raynare had the courtesy to look abashed, however. "Oh, of course not. I wouldn't." She shook her head profusely, trying to shake off her embarrassment. The man smiled, offering a faint chuckle to himself. "Children, relax, relax. I believe you," he assured her, watching as her face blushed further and gave a curt nod so as to not say something unprecedented again. She was eating his food, lying on his couch, wearing a spare outfit he owned as her leathery dress was fixed and using the sheer energy of his presence to slowly heal her sore and wounded body. She was easing her battered body and soul off of a caretaker she swore, years ago, she would not need anymore. And through it all, he could see her shame. Shame in herself as only a prideful angel could feel. The shame that was driving her mad from the inside out. She was gripping the arm of his couch tightly, shaking briefly before turning with a blushing red face and shouting. "Thank you again for taking this worthless sheep into your home, Azazel-sama. I will be sure to pay back this immense kindness you have bestowed upon me 100 times over. I swear it." 1 second, she was on the couch, the next, she was on her knees, bowing deeply to her keeper. The man, now known as Azazel, blinked at the display and words before laughing loud and deeply. All right, enough of that. No need for the theatrics. I'm just glad you're all right. Can't tell you how nervous you made me, coming in as you did." That was a semi-lie. On any other day or circumstance, perhaps the words would have been more truthful. But he trusted his hired help to see his will done, and the results were to his liking. "Just relax. I'll make you another ramen cup. You know, I'm not sure why, but I have found them to be the most enjoyable things of late. Miso, pork, chicken, all of them. They really are delectable." Raynare nodded. "Tea, that would be most kind, my lord," she stuttered out, as Azazel smiled and made his way into the kitchen, humming a tune as he made to make more food. Raynare sat back on the couch. She was hardly watching, whatever it was that was on the black box. Her mind was elsewhere. That blonde, cold blue-eyed man beat her. Sent her running with her wings in her arms and with a cold sweat to make things worse. He got her heart pumping like no foe ever had. She believed herself a growing elite in the fallen angel ranks. That her lack of experience in actual combat mattered little in comparison to the sheer mental, magical and physical training she put herself through to win over the affections and approval of her peers and superiors. But he proved her wrong. She was nowhere near ready for the title of Lord among the Fallen. How many times had she sweat and cried to get to where she was? How many had laughed at her ambitious attitude when she said she would be the next leader of Gremory? How had the grievances of those who put her down, not only of the fallen angels, only made her strive to prove she was not just a freeloader to her people? How could they point at her and say she was not a true angel? She, the untrue child of heaven. And now, as she stood amongst the leaders of her faction on earth, how must the others have looked at her when she was told to babysit the sacred gear pervert? It was a wound to her pride and her belief in herself. That she had been placed, not among the defenders or caretakers of those who were truly holy under the sky of God, but as some crotch-hugger's new nanny. The idea made her want to vomit. She stood by, for weeks, watching him. The disgusting little toad. His actions to the females around him made her no less impressed with the human race than she had been 10 years ago. Though, perhaps they were not cockroaches, she would admit bitterly. Her lords seemed to find something admirable about the growing population and their worth, though she could not see what they did. To her, they were the grounded, unblessed beings whom, only after accepting their rightful place as those below their true father, could ascend truly in value to her. But Issei was beyond redemption. His attitudes were purely based on lust. How unbecoming, in all manners of the word. She couldn't even prevent his actions without direct interference, which was forbidden to her. She lasted a month, watching him. One could hardly blame her when she decided to take matters into her own hands soon after that. She figured this was a test. It had to have been. Sacred gears were dangerous and this boy, stupid though he was, could have posed a threat to the great faction of the fallen angels. Humans had done so before. Why would that change now? Her Lord Azazel must have realized this, must have been testing her, to see if she had the qualities to take action and realize the danger for herself. The boy was perverse incarnate. An evil quality. It had to be snuffed out before it could fester and grow. She told herself this throughout the time she knew him as Yuma Amano. She even started to make it a game, feeling she earned as much. Maybe she would even get creativity points from her peers for the ingenious way she went about dealing with potential threat. It had all been planned, almost realized. And then he showed up. And now, here she was, licking her wounds and pride like some struck-down puppy. Her fingers dug into the leathery couch. This was not over. Not by a long shot. This was a minor setback to a major dream she held. The desire to prove that the fallen were not just the outcasts that the other factions believed them to be. That they had hearts, feelings and power to challenge those who would see them crumble and fall back into the shadows of perdition. She would get stronger, prove her worth to everyone. And when the time came and she found the strength to challenge that blonde-haired hero, she would. "Hey, Raina-chan." The shout knocked the female fallen angel out of her internal rant, perking her up as she answered. "Why yes, my lord. You know, with everything that was going on, I almost forgot to ask, how did you get into such a mess, Raynare paused and thought. What would make her come out, wounded and sore, looking as she did? "I fell down some stairs." "You fell down some stairs?" "Yes. Stairs. There were a lot of them. Kuo Academy, main building, next day, 8:47 a.m. "Hey, look, there she is. Oh, she looks so good. I'm so jealous. How does she get her hair to look so amazing? Do you think it's natural? I wish I were you, Rias." A red-haired young woman smiled to herself, not seeming to take note of the common rabble that stood around her, ogling her, as she made her way through the front doors of the academy. The young woman, who held the name of Rias Gremory with pride, was accurately portrayed and worshipped by her student body admirers. Rias was a very tall, slender woman, with a seemingly delicate frame that matched with her ample curves, peach-colored skin and long, flawless legs. Her eyes were a deep, reflective blue and her long, captivating crimson hair held such a sense of majestic that every man who glanced in her direction felt their blood boil. She wore, like the rest of the female body, who now stood by with envy as they glanced over her perfect features, the standard uniform, with exception to the fact her choice in appearance seemed to hold back very little of her rather gifted figure. The situation she was walking into, where the students stood aside to watch her enter with her naturally acquired grace, was nothing new. Rias always held a strong sense of presence. This practice of the student body giving her space was almost a daily occurrence, with her natural allure and poise standing out amongst the students around her. Her confident stride hadn't changed in the 3 years since her enrollment. Rias held herself at a level, befitting her position, as one of the deemed, 2 great ladies of Kuo Academy. She was the unobtainable, the beautiful president of the Occult Research Club. She didn't play to the crowd's affection, that wasn't her thing. She was a determined, confident woman who felt the need to do what was necessary, nothing more, nothing less. Mingling with her envious or lustful onlookers wasn't what she came to school to do. Unlike the normal routine of arriving to the academy early, today was a twist from Rias's usual routine. For one, she was walking into the academy without her close confidant, vice president and best friend, Akano Himahima. After all, the two had known each other, even prior to enrolling. They were almost always seen together, as Akano also held the second title of one of the 2 great ladies, and to those who near obsessed over the women on a daily basis, this might have struck them as odd. They weren't joined at the hip, though some boys might have dreamt of it, but it was of some note to the onlookers around the redhead. Unknown to her observers, there was a twist to step that morning. Her stride was only slightly faster, her hands were tightly held fists, and her eyes scanned ahead for any unusual sightings. She was nervous, and without her loyal friend by her side, even more so. Though a part of her knew that there was no reason to be, another part said that she should be wary. Wary of what, though, was a subject of annoyance. She wasn't in any danger. That, she was certain of. Of all the things that might have occurred during the day, or might not occur, as she silently hoped, fear of pain or retribution was not one of them. She was mentally preparing herself, though. That, at least, was the most she could do. She climbed the stairs past her fans, listening as the voices slowly drifted away, aiming for the second floor of the academy to enter her home room. Honestly, why she was even surprised to find a mess of blonde hair on a tall boy waiting for her at the top was beyond her. He enjoyed it, she guessed. The surprise, the look people's faces when he appeared where you were heading or knew where to talk privately without anyone barring their reason for conversation. Glancing to the sides of the lengthy hall of the main academy building, she saw no wandering students or teachers coming to check out the disturbance between them. How the blonde managed such a feat as to give them this limited amount of privacy eluded her. Her blue eyes met his. He didn't have that innocent playfulness she often saw in them. She watched him as he stepped off the wall. She reached the top of the second floor steps as he made his way to her. If she stood still, it wasn't out of acknowledgement of the blonde's presence. She was just coming to the knowledge that the boy was not happy. But that wasn't the unsettling part. He didn't seem angry, either. This left her with confusion to go along with her growing unease. The boy reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out something small and folded up neatly. Rias glanced to it, watching as he showed off the small flyer in his hands, hoping her face didn't show the surprise or lack of confidence to his presence. She recognized the symbols and runes. She had to have printed thousands of copies of the same glyphic combination and understood what was being asked. She pursed her lips. Prideful and confident, Rias was caught with her hand in the cookie jar and she didn't have an explanation to give. At least, not yet. I will send Kiba to pick you up after class. Rias's first words to the boy, despite her growing nerves, sounded strong and confident, not backing down or offering a stutter as she straightened her stature and looked at the blonde staring her down. This would give her time to think of what to say or how to go about what the blonde was surely going to ask. To even the playing field. She needed Akeno and her advice on how to handle the situation that was coming. Akeno was just as aware of the blonde's unprecedented occurrence at the mall area as she was and would certainly help her in assuaging the situation. Thankfully, the blonde was not unreasonable. He didn't say a thing back, just folded up the flyer, placed it in his back pocket, and stepped aside the red-haired princess of Kuo Academy to walk to the first floor from where she came. Rias listened to his footsteps slowly dim in sound as they merged with the echoes of students conversing with one another below. She didn't dodge the bullet. She just prolonged its time of impact so she could reach for the Kevlar. She walked in the direction of class. Her face finally took on a look of frustration and red to match her hair as she knew the school day was ruined for her. She would be thinking of her upcoming confrontation, which would leave her equal parts irritable, flustered and hot from their moment together. Because the boy who ruined her day was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Her oldest friend, her childhood prankster, her unofficial nephew. And the boy she loved. Classroom for Class 2B, Kuo Academy, 5:02 p.m. Issei Hyodo was asking questions. Naruto didn't know what to make of this. Maybe his hope for a knockout, dream out scenario with the fallen angel had been hoping for too much. Sure, getting rid of the evidence from the boy's personal device helped in his erasing of Yuma from Issei's existence. But Naruto realized, soon after waking from the night before, that everyone who came in contact with the young woman would be asking questions. That the people who knew Yuma would be going around, trying to find the missing girl. Maybe hoping it would blow over was a poor move on my part, Naruto initially thought, as he made his way to the academy. But his fears were unfounded. Because, to anyone Issei asked, the response was the same. Who's Yuma? Yuma, I don't think I know a girl like that. You, with a girlfriend, snort. And this continued. No one knew anyone by Issei's description. His lack of digital evidence didn't help matters either. He seemed confused and disoriented by what was going on, wondering if it was just some huge prank by his friends and classmates. Naruto felt bad at that, the thought that you were part of some joke couldn't have been easy. Raynare, despite her hostility, seemed to be keeping her word and staying away from Kuo and Issei. In fact, it was Naruto's suspicion that this mass erasure of Yuma Amano's existence was probably her doing. Cutting loose ends, perhaps. Oddly attentive for a fallen angel who just had her backside firmly handed to her. But aside from the convenience of the erasure, it also came with the consequence of Issei, who seemed to have been missed on the erasing scheme. The boy was now desperate in his attempts at finding answers on Yuma's whereabouts. It made Naruto feel worse when Issei came to ask him about the last time he saw Yuma Amano. Yuma Amano. Yeah, at the park, remember? Everyone seems to not know who she is, but you saw her with me at the mall, right? You. Naruto could tell the boy was trying to say how he fought her in a mid-air battle, seemingly to the death. But how do you describe that believably? Sorry, I see. Issei. Right, Issei. But, I don't really remember a girl like that. I mean, if she was as good-looking as you say she was, with the awesome body, luscious hair, and great tits, as Issei described her, then I think I'd remember her, right? Naruto played it off innocent. He didn't know Issei in public. He had to keep that illusion. And Issei, confused and disoriented, didn't know how to react to it all. No way, his eyes widened, not even you. He walked away after that, keeping largely to himself as the day passed by without much incident beyond the norm. Naruto watched over him, even without it being a job of his anymore. He seemed depressed and even sulking quietly in his chair, but he didn't seem to be dying inside. With any luck, a couple days from now, Issei would just figure the whole thing was some wonderfully cruel dream. But now, at the end of the day coming to a close, Naruto prepared himself to be summoned. And if there wasn't a better warning sound that now was the time to get moving, it was the sound of screaming girls that woke him to the new presence in the room. Yuto Kiba, the star pretty boy of Kuo Academy and member of the Occult Research Club. A handsome young man with short, smooth blonde hair, pale gray eyes and naturally soft-toned skin. He was of average height, perhaps just around Issei's stature, and wore the standard male school outfit, except with obvious amounts of care pushed into it, as the thing almost seemed to be pressed and cared for extensively by the boy. He was smart, athletic, kind and struck Naruto as very similar to a couple of old friends he once knew, both by the basis of name, exceptional ability in class and had the girls practically eating out of his hands. His mulling and considerate personality had a winning quality to it that made him easy to get along with. He also happened to be a close friend of Naruto's for several years. That was smart of Rias. Out of everyone in her little group, sending Kiba was probably best. He had a way of being the only sane guy in their group. Maybe he'd talk Naruto out of his little episode, Rias hoped. Kiba-kun. Oh, Kiba-kun. What are you doing at this part of the school? Are you here to see me? No, he's here to see me. The girls of Naruto's classroom, all surrounding the new addition to the room with smiles and blushing faces, made Issei, Naruto noticed, glare openly. Kiba's attention and natural success with women was the envy. Naruto even admitted he was surprised by how effective the pretty boy was with women, though not showing any particularly strong emotions to one in particular. He was just kind and treated them equally. And that seemed to be enough. You're all looking lovely. This evening, Kiba spoke up from the center of the girl mob, as the girls quickly returned his praises with fervor. Naruto mulled quietly for a moment, perhaps enjoying the show of female obsession, before sitting up, patting down his jacket over his shoulders, and walking to the object of womanly affection. It was time to get serious. Let's go, Naruto said, making sure his voice was heard over the girls as he patted Kiba on the shoulder to get his attention before moving past and towards the direction of the nearest main academy building exit. Kiba saw his retreating form. His job of delivering him to his president was quickly being taken away from him. Hey, Naruto. Wait up. I'm supposed to deliver you. Wait, Yuto-san. Don't leave us. Why are you leaving so soon? Kiba Kuo Kuo Academy, old school building. Naruto's walk was fast as Kiba made to keep up. All the way through the school grounds, Kiba attempted to persuade Naruto to loosen up on whatever he was clearly focused on. Though Kiba was unaware for the reasoning behind Naruto's summons from the president, Kiba was there to see it through. He was Naruto's friend, after all, along with being the president's. He had no interest in seeing either of them fighting one another, if he could help it. So, using placating words of peace he'd learned from his sensei, Kiba attempted to slacken the hard expression from Naruto's face, even a little. Because he'd only seen Naruto get this way once before. And people got hurt. I'm telling you, Naruto, whatever the issue might be, I am sure it is no reason to be upset about. Naruto was usually one for conversation. The fact he wasn't responding wasn't a good sign in Kiba's opinion. In fact, based around the complete twist in Naruto's personality, the young man had a clear idea in mind that something was, indeed, not in the norm for his longtime friend. He was right. Naruto navigated the familiar hallways of the old school building to the second floor. Coming to a door with lit candles at its sides, Naruto pressed it open and walked inside with a heavy stride. The room was dimly lit, with several candles standing at or around the tables surrounding the room. There were a pair of comfortable couches surrounding a nicely set table in the middle of the room, with various bookshelves covering the walls, each filled with dozens of old scriptures that almost looked archaic to the eye. There were old paintings adorning any free walls that could be found, and the window in the room was closed to block off the view of the lowering sun from outside. From his place at the door, Naruto noted he might have had trouble, once upon a time, figuring out the general layout to the comfortably designed room. The candles helped, but they weren't the most efficient of light sources. His past experiences in dimly lit places and his new early life in the similarly lit Lucifer mansion were the only reasons he wasn't squinting his eyes to get a clear view of everything around him. As it were, as Naruto and Kiba entered the designated club room of the old school building, Naruto realized Rias had thought her plan of dealing with Naruto quite well, because the two blondes were not the only individuals in the room. Sitting on one of the couches, a young, silver-haired girl sat quietly to herself. She was an interesting addition to the room. She was certainly younger than the two gentlemen, but by how much was uncertain. She wore the high school variation of Kuo Academy's dress code, but her appearance could not have been older than that of a middle school student. Indeed, looking at this young woman, Naruto was vaguely reminded of Gasper, both in stature and height. Needless, though, Naruto recognized her. Kaneko, Naruto greeted, his voice still hard but not unfriendly, as he moved into the room with Kiba. The 15-year-old, Kaneko Tuju, looked up from her place on the couch. Naruto noticed a bar of chocolate on a toothpick being slowly savored by the girl. Naruto-san, she greeted back, though the girl's tone was so monotonous, Naruto had difficulty telling if she was pleased to see him or not. It's been a while. A couple weeks, yes, Naruto replied, moving to sit in the opposite couch to Kaneko's, as he made himself comfortable for Rias's arrival. How have you and Kiba been? Kiba relaxed slightly. Naruto was talking now, at least, as Kaneko answered him. Fine, she finished the chocolate on the stick, reaching for another from the plate on the table between them. You. Kaneko was a girl of few words. I've been busy. Kaneko took a bite of chocolate. With what? Oh, you know, stuff, Naruto answered with a shrug, studying his friends closely. Kiba looked confused at the word choice, and Kaneko offered nothing except for eating more chocolate. So he focused on Kaneko. You know why I'm here. You found a club flyer. I did. Why's that a problem? It was found under questionable circumstances. Questionable. It was found under someone who was about to die. Kaneko went for another chocolate. This has happened before. A bit of a coincidence, don't you think, especially with a fallen involved? Life's full of surprises. I know it is. This surprise, however, doesn't surprise me as it should. Kiba watched the two go back and forth with their bantering. He hardly understood the situation beyond what Akeno, the club's vice president, had given him. Naruto wanted words with Rias. That wasn't much to go off of, but he trusted his friends. Hearing there was trouble between them was disconcerting. Speaking of the vice president, Kiba turned his head as to just behind Naruto's couch to see the woman herself walk in. All smile and cute as she came. Naruto turned his attention to Akeno Himehime. Like the rest of the occupants in the room, he'd known her for a long time, long before even their days at the academy. Akeno Himehime was a very elegant and gentle woman, with her easing personality offered both a motherly touch and a teasing edge to herself. She was of average height, with raven-colored hair that was easily longer than Rias's own, had it not been for the orange ribbon keeping it from hitting the ground. She was slim and very well endowed. Not even Naruto would deny that. Her eyes were violet and glistened playfully as she stepped beside Naruto, leaning over the couch. Her smile was kind, peaceful, relaxed and so fake Naruto wondered when he'd ever get to see a real one. "Oh my. Is Naruto-chan upset?" Akeno asked playfully, as Naruto tried to keep his face hard for his confrontation with Rias, though it was steadily getting hard to do so. Having friends around him made it difficult to stay frustrated, especially with their happy and playful, even in Kaniko's case, attitudes. It had been a while since they'd all gotten together like this. Naruto needed to frequent the club room more often, he guessed. "Not upset," Naruto answered, "just curious what's going on." He reached into his pocket to pull out the flyer. "I assume you knew about this." "I did," Akeno said, reaching over to pluck the flyer from his hands. "Rias and I noticed how much attention Issei Hyodo was getting and decided we wanted to figure out why." Naruto's lips pursed. Without giving him a choice, Akeno brushed ruffles from her skirt. "It wasn't our place to interfere with fallen angel matters. So you'd let him die?" Naruto's voice didn't have an edge to it like he thought it should. Akeno seemed ready for his question. Save one human boy and start a war with the city's fallen angels? Or turn him after the angels' tasks were done, without provocation or irritation on either faction's parts? Akeno pushed away from the couch. It seemed like an easy decision. Naruto paused for a second. "That's right. They don't know that the angels' attack was unsanctioned." That helped. A little. Maybe. In growing age, Naruto realized the world was more gray than black and white. He understood that but didn't change his opinion on some choices that irked his sense of right and wrong. Even with being raised under a household of devils, the recent actions of his friends nipped at the edges of his moral conscience. "Rias and I were expecting some sort of signal from the flyer the night before," Akeno continued, moving around the couch to lay beside Naruto, looking collected and calm as ever. "Imagine our surprise when nothing came. So, we had our little team mascots keep an eye on the situation." Akeno's hand was raised, as brief flicker of a small, green and fat Oni appeared before disappearing into thin air. Her team mascots, as they were. "Now, imagine our surprise after they tell us you were fighting the fallen angel." Kiba was standing beside the couch, listening and trying to fill the blanks from information he wasn't given prior. He wasn't used to being out of the loop. This didn't annoy him, but it did require him to study the two halves of the arguing party in the room. Naruto, to his credit, didn't seem fazed at the accusation. "I was taking a walk. Saw what was going on, thought I could help." "That's very kind of you to help a stranger like that. He's a classmate of mine. Felt wrong to just leave him for an angel." "I don't doubt you." Akeno's smile was unwavering. Naruto's eyes narrowed in slight annoyance. "Yes you do. Oh my. You wound me, Naruto-chan. Would I lie to you? You know I believe you are a good, kind man." She placed her hand on her chest, smiling but trying to come off as offended for being accused of such a thing as to lie to one of her favorite persons in all the worlds. Naruto pursed his lips. Rias was playing chess with his emotions, weakening him before he could confront her on what was going on. And sadly, Naruto felt it was working. "Where's Rias?" "Right here," a voice yelled from behind the group, as they all turned to see Rias Gremory walk into the room, a towel in her hand as she dried the last bits of loose hair from her face. Obviously, she was using the building's shower system again. "I apologize for my delay, Naruto. I was so tired from work the night prior I didn't get a chance to clean myself this morning." In truth, her panic during the day caused her to sweat and smell before long. She used the shower to up her confidence and add additional time to think over what to say to her blonde nephew. Naruto stood from the couch. "That's fine," he said, hoping the edge in his voice was still there to show his disapproval of her recent actions taken, "though I was hoping we could talk in private." Rias nodded, putting the towel away to side. This is what she expected and, perhaps, even wanted a little. That will be fine, she said, turning to her club mates. Akino, will you inform Kiba on any missing details? I wasn't very vocal about the situation earlier. Akino nodded, standing beside Naruto as she smiled and gave a curt bow to Rias. As you wish, Bucho. She motioned to Kaneko and Kiba to the door, as the two regular members of the club made their way out in a disciplined manner. Akino moved around Naruto and towards the door, but not before offering him a slight touch of her hand to his own. It was a simple brush of her fingers, but Naruto thought he understood her message. Be gentle. Rias made her way around the room, sitting down to her desk and moving into a position she liked. She was arranging her position as president and top dog of the room she and Naruto now occupied. So, she started off, what would you like me to say? Naruto walked over to the front of her desk. As he did so, Rias noticed how tall he stood in comparison to her sitting position. This was a challenge. I want to know why you would do such a thing. His voice wasn't playful. He wanted his answers and he was using an intimidation position to get them. But Rias was proud and strong. She wasn't one for intimidation. She sat up straighter, meeting his hard expression with her own. In what regard do you refer to? Why were you attempting to convert Issei Hyodo into your little? Naruto tried to think of a word for what Rias' little group was. The original word in terms of Rias's club. It was, perhaps, looking back now, because of his apathetic nature towards the true word of Rias's group that made it so easy to take the first strike against Naruto in this argument between the two. Rias saw it. Naruto realized only too late in his wording that he appeared weak in his incapability of saying that one word. And Rias jumped him on it. Peerage, Naruto, her tone was every bit the Gremory heir she was meant to be, standing smoothly from her chair to look at the boy at eye level. The word is peerage. I wanted Issei in my peerage. I wanted him to become a devil's servant. To me. Then, for added effect, Rias allowed her wings to slide from their hidden position, winning the first round in her morality debate in a flashy display. A devil's peerage. A fancy word for a fancy group. A devil's peerage was a group of individuals, humans, inhumans, beasts and so on, who were turned into devils. To go over the vastness of history around how this thing called a peerage came to be, looking back to the Great War of the Three Factions and the Civil War of the Devils would be the precipice for even the need for the order of a peerage. The two wars that shook the Devil Foundation left the structure of the 72 Pillars, and even the Order of Devilkind, on the brink of collapse. The angelic factions were stronger than they were, stronger than the original opposition to their defense. If such a thing remained, the devils believed, in retaliation, the fallen and the angels might unify themselves once more in the face of a common, weakened foe. And that is when the idea of a defensive plan, created amidst the great Satans and high lords of the underworld was formed. The idea of the devil's peerage. Originally developed by the great Satan, Ajuka Beelzebub, Ajuka saw this method as not only a way to offer defense against potential threats, but also as a way to replenish the number of devil warriors amongst their ranks. After all, like with every faction involved in the Great War, not every citizen was bred or built for combat. Through searching for capable warriors from any race, with using either willing or desperate consent, a devil could transform an individual into a being of the underworld, to live, join and fight for their new race. These new devils were referred to as reincarnated devils. The High Lords, who were given dominion over the idea and allowance to create peerages of their own, were astounded by this idea. And indeed, it was brilliantly thought of. This system would, and could, ensure their continued thriving culture. Heck, with the new additions into the society, culture would evolve with new ideas and perceptions. And, as an added incentive to the newly joined or hesitant, the opportunity that even a non-pureblood devil might be able to achieve high position among all who lived in the vast underworld was also readily made known, so long as their worth was proven through hard work and determination. The method appeared to be a strong step forward in the form of developing a newer, more openly accepted devil society. But, as with any newly crafted system, it was not without flaws. Ajuka was limited by how much a devil could spread their existence. Because, despite angelic belief, devils truly did have souls, and with every individual a single devil turned, a piece of their existence twisted and morphed into the intended target. This method changed their anatomy and allowed the ability to channel and use demonic energy freely. This alchemic technique was very effective and popular amongst most of the population. But, to the matter of souls, a devil could only recover after spreading their existence out so much without permanent or influenced injury. Ajuka estimated, with a competent devil of strength and power, roughly 15 spreads of existence, or so, was enough to not cause permanent damage to either party. Ajuka spread this knowledge to his people and developed a way to create a controlled method of transference of essence, using a high-class devil's power, who he assumed would be the only ones to meet the bare minimum of capability and strength for the transference process to work. He created, based off his favorite human game, the controlled peerage-making tools known as the evil pieces. The evil pieces were a marvel of innovation, a true power of creativity by Devilkind. Ajuka was praised for his accomplishments, which he took nonchalantly. He was an inventor. He enjoyed his work because it was work worth doing. The evil pieces comprised the power of Devilkind essences into 5 categories and numbers: 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns. Each group of piece offered selective abilities that enhanced those given one, and were given a system of worth as that of what perceived pawns were worth. The queen, the least given type of evil piece to a high-class devil, but also the believed most powerful. They are commonly worth 9 pawns in the game of chess, an evil piece worth. They held aspects of power similar to the rooks, knights and bishops, although perhaps not to the same extent. This was the top gun of a peerage ruler. The rook, an attack and defense type evil piece given to a high-class devil. These were the brutes of one's peerage. They are commonly worth 5 pawns in the game of chess, an evil piece worth. They held immense offensive and defensive power, though weren't commonly known for huge amounts of speed. The bishop, the magical expert evil piece given to a high-class devil. These were the healers and sorcerers of one's peerage. They were worth equivalently 3 pawns. Their magical abilities were unparalleled, but physically were not the most excelled by their reincarnation into devils. The knight, the speed and mobility evil piece given to a high-class devil. They were the cavalry men. They, like bishops, are worth 3 pawns. Their speed is greatly enhanced to incredible levels. Their physical abilities are also enhanced, except not nearly to the level of a rook's. The pawn, the most given type of evil piece to a high-class devil. They are unique in their unusual structure of being able to take over aspects of the other types, depending on where they stand in the world of battle. With the permission of the peerage leader, they can take on the aspects of knight, bishop, rook, or even queen when spurred. They are the most underrated of pieces, but also potentially the most dangerous. An effective method of growth for Devilkind. And a peerage's lord, who was referred to as their king, was named, so did the masses feel that it would be appropriate to name their peerage members. After all, calling them by their piece names felt inappropriate, so the high lords gave them one. Whether it was said with initial ill intent or not, the members of a peerage were dubbed a king's servants before long. As time went on, and this practice enhanced the devil world with new types of people and ideas, a newfound game was created by the devils of the underworld, using illusion and temporary reality creating abilities. This idea surrounded around the idea of a game to battle 2 kings and their peerages against one another. This was to offer entertainment for the masses, as well as an opportunity for devils to advance in society. The rating game. But more on that later. Back to the present, Rias Gremory challenged her old friend with her desire to enhance her peerage with a new member. Currently, her member count consisted of 4 servants, with Akino being her queen, Kaneko being her rook, Kiba being her knight and Gasper being her bishop. Sadly, Gasper was hardly useful at the current moment. Naruto would even attest to that. So, at the moment, the legendary Devil House Gremory's heir was very limited in her number of working pieces. This wasn't just a matter of pride to her and why she had very few members to her peerage, who, on a secret way of basis, formed the membership of the Occult Research Club, but also out of respect. Eventually, Rias would be expected to participate in the world of devils. And she needed a full team. Her current one was sorely lacking in numbers and strength. Naruto didn't approve of certain aspects to the system. Most notably, it was when members of a peerage were given the title of servant. It wasn't much to grow angry towards, but he'd heard the word said too many times in the underworld, with it being used more often than not as an insult, that he felt aggressive to it. It wasn't by a large number, but it was a number he saw that affected other peerage members differently. Naruto could take the hits and blows. He'd dealt with ridicule, once. He knew what it felt like. But insult those he cared about. I know you don't like the system, Naruto. It's not perfect, Rias spoke up, continuing from where she left off, but I hoped you would realize that I am not exactly in a position to ignore potential powerhouses right now. I am low on players for my side of the board. If Issei is powerful, I could really use that power now. He deserved a chance, Naruto stated, recovering from Rias's calling on his miswording. His voice, thankfully, was the same level of even it was before. He deserved the right to choose if he wanted to be a devil. He deserved to not be seen as only a piece on your board. His tone rose, and he saw Rias grimace. Good, that was one for him. I'm not barring the system, Naruto cleared up, before Rias could jump on that perceived ideal. It's done more good than bad, but if we start taking people without offering them a chance to say yes or no in the first place, we aren't any better than the devils who take their members to the underworld. It wasn't unheard of for someone to have died and been forcibly revived by a devil, looking for his or her power to add to his or her peerage. It was, thankfully, not looked positively upon, and the underworld was changing for the better in the treatment of peerage members. But a slow road to change meant suffering until then. And Rias did not want to be compared to those grave robbers. And I agree, he did deserve that, all of that, she countered. But with that fallen angel nipping at Hyodo-san's sides, I couldn't get close without causing a situation. It seemed reasonable. Who just wants to die because of some fearful bird without provocation? If I brought him back, he would have a chance of a longer, even more successful life. She shook her head, falling to her seat. She ran fingers through her hair, agitated. We're running out of time, Naruto. I don't do bad things because they're easy. Not intentionally. I do them because they are necessary. And we both know what's coming up. And if you aren't going to help me, actively, then desperate methods are needed. I can't stop this alone and we know it. Rias put heavy emphasis into her words. She hoped they reached him. Stubborn, though, he could be. Naruto crossed his arms, taking a step back. Of course he knew what she was talking about. It was something Naruto spent nights thinking about how to get around, desperate to find answers. As a favor to her. But still. Winning a war at the sacrifice of good people and morality isn't how we do things, he told her. I promised I would help you, but these actions aren't how we go about winning or getting ahead. Not when the methods mean the sacrifice of who you are in the process. He uncrossed his arms, moving up to the desk and leaning over it to look at the president at eye level. I'm not happy about you trying to go behind my back with this. In fact, I'd say I'm disappointed more than anything. Rias's eyes narrowed, as she opened her mouth to retort before Naruto spoke over her. But you're desperate. I can't relate to how that can make even smart people do things they wouldn't usually. So this time, I'll let it go. For the first time since entering the room, Naruto's lips offered a hint of a smile. You're strong, Rias-chan. Despite herself, Rias offered a small smile at the chan part. Good to know he was still willing to call her that. You're stronger than people give you credit for. Don't forget that. We'll figure out what to do, in an honest way. And when we do, we'll talk about this, years from now, and laugh. She let her tense features loosen somewhat. Maybe this wasn't as bad as I thought. Alright, I'll believe it when I see it. She shook her head, letting a small smile cross her face as Naruto's smile brightened a little more. She stared at him kindly. Speaking of honesty, however, I must ask, what about you? You fought the fallen angel. Was it really to just save your classmate? Ah, she heard that, he thought, looking at her. She looked more relaxed now that this fight was, sort of, out of way. Her eyes were innocent. She'd believe him, no matter what he said. Yeah, it was, Naruto answered. I saw the angel and went to see if there was in any trouble. Turns out, there was. He offered a shrug and a smile, and Rias giggled at his nonchalant attitude. Lying like this made him ill, if only because of how easy she believed him. But he had no choice. Something was going on with his employer, before he dragged his friends into anything potentially war-inducing, he wanted to figure out what exactly it was. But the way Rias held such faith in the idea, he was telling the truth. All right, good to know, good to know. Rias laughed loudly, knocking the blonde youth from his silent musing as he stared up to her bright features. Rias let her arms stretch out above her, letting what remained of the tension die with a couple of cracks in her shoulders. Now then, I don't suppose you could send the others back in, would you? I think it's about time we started getting our orders settled for the evening. Naruto nodded. The flyers, like the one he found in Issei's pocket, were meant to offer humans a way of summoning one of Rias's peerage to them to perform any action or request with their power, magical, physical or otherwise. It was a way for devils to rise in ranks and power is an interesting method of service giving, as a completed pact or contract between a human and a devil gave the devil some small amount of energy by the human, which was easily recoverable by the human, but was precious to a devil as a means of enhancing their powers, slowly but surely. Yeah, I'll get him, Naruto said, letting himself relax as he walked out the door. Naturally, Rias's peerage was waiting, sitting in chairs and on a small couch in the hallway. Naruto pointed a thumb at Rias through the door. She'll see you now. Perhaps noticing Naruto's much lighter mood, Kiba's worried expression faded as he stood and made to get to their nightly duties. Akeno slowly walked by Naruto, giving a quick hand squeeze in appreciation that nothing was broken, before following along with Kiba. Naruto smiled at Akeno's pleased look, before he felt a tug on his arm. Looking down, Kaneko held out her arm to him. Out of candy, she said, give me more. Naruto blinked. I don't have candy. She stared at him. Yes you do. No, I don't. I gave some to Gasper a week ago, but... Give me candy. I'm telling you, I haven't had time to pick up any more. Give me candy. He stared at her. I don't have candy. He held out his hands. You could strip me and you won't even find a Tootsie Roll. Did someone say, strip? No, Akeno. Kaneko stared at Naruto hard. You don't have candy. No, I'm out. She stared at him for a long moment. I greatly dislike you at the moment, Naruto-san. Kaneko lowered her arm, staring at the blonde for only a moment before walking around the somewhat stunned young man and entering the club room quietly, closing the door with a loud slam after. Naruto stared quietly at the closed door for a few brief moments. Silently, he wondered how someone who hardly smiled or expressed emotion beyond a desire for sugary goodness could sound so angry, monotone voice and all. Quote. It was hard to please his girls. Granny USA's breakfast and brunch diner, 2 miles from Kuo Academy, next day, 7:23 a.m. Mr. Dosi enjoyed his Tuesday breakfast like any man should. He enjoyed his coffee, he enjoyed his toast, he enjoyed the sound of bacon grilling on a stove. The whole concept of breakfast was a near obsession to the man. In fact, it was his dream, simple as it might have been, to travel the world and try every breakfast there was. An odd dream, to be sure, but it didn't stop there. He wanted lunch, too. And dinner. He wanted barbecues and airline food and multicourse meals and second breakfasts, which he was certain was not the same as having a second meal during breakfast but something else entirely. He wanted to try the vast world of food that was open to him. And if that put him into a negative light, so be it. He more than earned his position to be a glutton, if he did say so himself. At the moment, on that particular morning, Mr. Dosi was walking into a suave, if he was so bold as to call it, diner around the corner from his little home in the city. The diner was called Granny USA's Breakfast and Brunch Diner. Or, Granny's, as was the simpler name. Mr. Dosi was quite fond of grannies. Going into the place, he felt younger. The diner was always lit and serving wonderful scents. The workers always seemed the same, a waitress, a cook and the owner, who helped serve coffee to his favorite customers, himself. The atmosphere was vibrant and warm and a bright light from the outside world, with today in particular starting off rainy and a bit dreary for Mr. Dosi's taste. In truth, he came to the diner every 2 weeks, ever since he came to town, to try their new, bi-weekly specials. They were always large, delectable treats, smothered in whatever sugary product the cook could find. In fact, Mr. Dosi would even go so far as to say the man was an artist. For such a small business, the cook truly flourished with his spatula and whisk. He prided himself in the names of his works, the new techniques he thought up, and the designs, the designs, of his masterpieces could make high-class chefs tremble in magnificence to his passion and ingenuity. Indeed, no place on earth, at least to Mr. Dosi, was like Granny's. It was his reprieve, his haven, from the troubles of his world. It was his peace of mind and the place to fill his unfulfilled taste buds. Walking in, after ensuring no drops of rain would besmirch the sacred ground of Granny's, Mr. Dosi, with his commonly worn gray trench coat and snazzy black fedora, walked in with a smile. "Good morning," Mr. Dosi yelled, making his presence known to the few early breakfast eaters and workers in the room, who turned around to stare at the brightly cheerful man and replied back. "Good morning." It was a common practice of Mr. Dosi's when he walked into Granny's, smiling to himself with an absolutely jolly laugh and kick to his step as he made his way to the front counter. The owner was already there, waiting for him, as they both smiled to one another. "Good morning to you, Mr. Dosi." "And good morning to you, my good man Freddy." Mr. Dosi replied back fondly to the Japanese-speaking American, a fairly large, balding but jolly-looking elderly man who went by the name Frederick, but reserved, Freddy, for his close friends, as they exchanged their bi-weekly greeting with smiles and no small amount of chuckles. "And what might I be expecting for this week's special?" The anticipation in his favorite routine customer's voice made the owner glow with pride. We're gonna be happy with this week's. Yasuo's really outdone himself, ya hear." Yasuo, a man in his early 20s with tanned skin, a tall build and a growing goatee, turned from his stove behind Mr. Freddy and gave a friendly wave to their frequent customer. Mr. Dosi waved back. "Well, that sounds wonderful. Get me one of those," he yelled, earning a bark of laughter from both men behind the counter. "Already ordered," Freddy replied. Friend ordered it for ya 20 minutes ago." There was a pause in the jolly feeling in the air. Mr. Dosi blinked, still smiling. "My friend. That guy in spot over there." Mr. Dosi turned to where the elderly man's finger pointed. "Been waiting for you to arrive all morning. Says he to friend of yours." Freddy paused then. He is friend, yes." Mr. Dosi stared at the young man in his spot, who turned his head to him and waved, smiling. Mr. Dosi didn't smile or wave, just turning back to the owner of the diner and offering a small smile. "He is an acquaintance, yes." Freddy stared at him curiously. "Yeah, sure." His customer nodded slowly, looking slightly uncomfortable as Freddy looked over Mr. Dosi carefully, looking for lies. After a moment, he nodded. "Well, alright, if you say so." He gave a nudge towards the man in Mr. Dosi's regular spot. "I'll have Katsumi send for drinks, soon." "That sounds lovely, thank you." Mr. Dosi turned, the wind seemingly out of his bright, cheerful sails, and walked over to the teenager in his spot of the diner. Naruto watched as Mr. Dosi approached him carefully. Despite the man's tense walk, Naruto appeared quite cheerful and relaxed. Even as Mr. Dosi sat in the booth opposite of him, Naruto just smiled. Then, as was respectable, the new occupant to the booth offered his hellos first. "Naruto," he greeted, taking off his hat and placing it to the side. His cheerful mood seemed dulled now. "Danesik," Naruto greeted in return, watching as the man shifted irritably in his spot. He didn't, apparently, like to be called out by his real name. Despite what the occupants of the small diner were aware of, in truth, the man sitting in front of Naruto was the fallen angel Danesik, a lower-rank member of the Fallen Angels Society but a man of considerable knowledge and worth, nonetheless. Mr. Dosi was a play on the trenchcoat-wearing man's name, of course. Appearing as a rugged, middle-aged man, Danesik took pride in what Naruto called his boy-cosplayed Carmen Sandiego outfit. He thought he looked cool. Naruto just laughed. But back to the present, Naruto watched the man look around to see if anyone heard Naruto's addressing him by his true name. They didn't. Naruto was sure of it. "It's been a while, Danesik," Mr. Dosi replied, trying to regain his composure. He didn't like the sanctity of his small paradise ruined by anyone. Especially someone like Naruto. "It has How's life on your side of life, Still the, oh, what was it again? The lap dog of Gremory. Danesik's presence was starting to feel hostile, though his face was still a mask of confidence and calm. Insulting the blonde was a way to try and cool himself off. Who knew he was such a territorial wreck? Still, Naruto's smile dropped. I hate that name. And yet, it's a surprisingly accurate one, he said, this time letting out a small grin as he dug into the blonde. His invasion of privacy was going too far, though he wouldn't say it. Usually, he was more cordial. But Granny's was his place. Not Naruto's. Or any other angels or devils, for that matter. But again, Danesik found insults calming. He couldn't outright yell at Naruto in the diner. That would cause a scene he didn't want. Naruto accepted his penchant for foul words in the brief time he'd known the fallen angel. All Naruto could do was clench his fist and ignore him. So, the fedora-wearing bastard spoke up, reaching for a menu and looking over the pictures of delectable substances on it, helping to calm him. How have you been holding up lately, No insult. He was accepting the blonde, hopefully. Fine, Naruto admitted, I've been doing side jobs wherever I can find him when Rias isn't nipping for me to go full-time for her. Mr. Dosi nodded, figuring as much. From the time he'd known Naruto, he'd realized the boy intensely enjoyed his little work on the side, certainly enjoying it more than his regular routine of earning an education at the city's fine public institute of learning or being the Gremory's bitch. In his brief time of being familiar with the youth, the fallen angel would admit to some understanding of the child's need for excitement or an alteration from common sights or backgrounds. A little time away from home did wonders, as any fallen angel would attest to, as well. In the case of the blonde, the boy's little, business escapades, gave him both financial retinue and adventure all at once. And with his unique standard of skills, he was well worth the price for anything anyone was willing to pay for. Mr. Dosi wouldn't admit this much to anyone, however, and so continued to instead look over his menu. Making good money? He casually asked. Naruto slouched in his booth. No, he groaned, throwing his hands through his hair, irritably, as Danesik raised a curious eyebrow. I keep working for free because of some sob story they keep selling me. Either that, or I owe someone a favor. The blonde laid back further in his seat. So no, not good money. The angel responded without little care, returning his attention back to a delicious-looking pancake at the bottom of his menu and trying to contain the drool slowly building in his mouth. Naruto watched the man's odd fascination with the plastic diner item. What about you? He asked, breaking the silence. Job hunting again. This seemed to knock the fun out him. Yeah, got axed last week at the McDonald's up near the church. Accidentally ate half their storage. He shrugged, trying to blow the failure off, though he owed rent this coming week. Not all fallen angels were exactly loaded. Lasted 3 weeks, though. He admitted lastly, which to him was very good news. And apparently, news to Naruto. 3 weeks. Danesik paused in his reading. He knew where the blonde was going with this. Don't. No, seriously, 3. Bite me. What's that, like, 3 days over your record? Do you get a button for that? Should I throw you a party? The playful joshing was not to the angel's liking. Danesik was a proud man, admitting or even playfully mentioning his shortcomings in any sort of negative light was, perhaps, one of his truly great weaknesses. Shown all the more when he slammed his menu onto the table, meeting the blonde's blue eyes with his steely own. I will leave, right, now. Who's Raynare? And like that, before it could start, Danesik's tirade was cut short by the interruption. Naruto studied him, watching as the angel's face loosened and slacked at the reference to the name. Before, the playful jabbing had been fun, but now it was time to get the answers to his questions. Which is roughly when Katsumi the waitress came walking up to their small table. Mr. Dosi, it's great to see you again. Mr. Dosi's attention immediately switched from Naruto to the waitress, smiling brightly. Same, my dear, how are you? I've been doing wonderful, thank you. She replied, as Mr. Dosi noticed a subtle glance on her part back to the cook behind the counter. He kept his knowing smile hidden. Oh, don't you mention it. He lifted up his menu again, pretending he hadn't memorized every inch of the menu several times over, before smiling back to the young woman. "I'll just have a coffee. Plenty of cream and sugar, of course." Of course. Katsumi knew that was his usual. He was such a sweet gentleman, always so kind. She'd worked her for a long time but never knew anyone who could brighten an early morning like him. "And for you, young man. He'll have a bottle." Danesik answered for the blonde before Naruto could even open his mouth. Katsumi blinked. "What?" The fallen only smiled. "A water bottle. He told me himself." He smiled brightly, as Katsumi smiled back and nodded, writing it down on a notepad before moving back behind the counter. Danesik turned to the now annoyed blonde. He smiled to him. Naruto kicked him under the booth. "Ow. Who's Raynare, pimp dick?" Naruto asked grumpily, losing his temper while remembering why he hardly hung with the only semi-reasonable angel he knew. And that was because he was only semi-reasonable. "How do you know her?" "She isn't in the normal fallen garrison stationed in Japan." "I know. I checked." "So what is she?" Danesik was still rubbing his hurt ankle. "And why should I tell you anything?" Naruto was ready with the favor owed. "Because of that little problem you let loose near the Vatican." Danesik, to his credit and irritation, had the good grace to look surprised. "Oh, right, that. With the tentacles and the slime and the, right, forgot about that." Naruto stared at him. "How could you forget the hundreds of angels that descended to pierce my rear hind full of holy spears? How could you forget how that thing nearly poisoned the entire ecosystem of the Mediterranean? How could you forget meeting the Pope? It was a Tuesday, right?" "Donna. Fine, shish," he whispered harshly, again scanning the cafe for anyone who might have heard him. "Just remember I can't tell you everything, right? Security reasons, you understand." Naruto nodded, both in understanding and finally getting somewhere. This was the Danesik he preferred. "Then what can you tell me?" The angel paused, looking up to the ceiling as he seemed to gather his thoughts on the elusive Ms. Raynare. Raynare was born of the union of two fallen angels. The product of their sin of lust. Parents died by Manticore when she was young around the First World War. Passed on to Azazel's care soon after. Been looking after her ever since. Naruto nodded as he listened. This was good. Simple, but information was good. Anything else? Danesik stroked his chin. Yeah, I remember she had the good old sin of pride keeping her from the topside. But recently, she's got the sin of wrath burning in her. Don't know what brought it up but it's been bad for a while. Not many fallen like those wrath types. Can get a little too on edge for our tastes. Naruto listened carefully. Sins of pride, wrath, lust, each fallen angel had an abundance of a 7 deadly sin in them. They organized and related themselves by this code. Some were extreme cases, some were mild. Some changed to different forms of sin over time. It wasn't uncommon and was accepted because that was just who they were. And now, a wrathful fallen angel was running amok. Awesome. But one thing caught his attention. You're not a wrathful fallen. Danesik stared at him. I'm a glutton. That's my sin. I enjoy my food, there's nothing wrong with that. And the occasional blood bath, from what I hear. Danesik thought on that. Well, a good fight now and then does keep life interesting. Figures. So, Raynare's just angry. Oh, she's a gas tank put too close to hellfire. Never know when she's gonna blow. And she's recently developed a bit of a sadistic streak to go along with it. Azazel's been keeping her on a short leash, keeping her on Earth and out of the underworld, and she's none too happy about it. Been lashing out, from what I heard. Whatever he heard was right. Doesn't sound like the most harmonious relationship between the two. Oh, Raynare worships the ground Azazel walks on. The angel exclaimed. And Azazel is about as doting as a surrogate father can get. But that doesn't mean it's all hunky-dory here on Earth. She feels she's entitled to a higher position than whatever Azazel's got her doing. And she's very vocal about it. Danesik sighed, seemingly getting his high from staring at a breakfast menu, before putting it down and staring at the blonde. So, what's got your interest in her? It was a legitimate question. One Naruto had no problem answering. She tried to jump in on a job of mine. Oh. Didn't kill her. You never do. But this whole situation with her has left me on edge. Naruto admitted, looking out the window of the diner to the rain. There was something he didn't understand yet. Why stop Raynare? From what he got, Azazel would have preferred if Issei died. The boy was dangerous. Whatever he had in him, it was a risk. So why not deal with it? It might have been the ninja in him, but a risk that could threaten an entire faction was something to put down. It was harsh, but reality. He closed his eyes in irritation, groaning silently. This situation was also political. "All right, gentlemen." A female yell came from Naruto's side, waking him as his eyes widened. "A water for you. One coffee for you." And, the largest plate Naruto had ever seen came crashing down in front of Danseik, easily being half the size of the table, one special for our favorite customer. Danseik looked like he won the lottery. His eyes were watering. The All-American Freedom Special, a large pancake topped off with syrup, bacon, hash browns, sausage, cream, sugary powder, scrambled eggs, all of which seemed to be placed accordingly to make it seem, in an almost impossible way, like a bald eagle was sitting comfortable in front of the United States flag. Naruto stared at him, the mess of food, then back to him. "Really? Really?" Danseik pulled a fork from his pocket and stabbed it into a sausage. He seemed to melt from the taste. "It's American," he practically cried, quickly taking another bite. "By the way, you're paying for this. Be sure to leave a big tip." Outskirts of Kuo Academy, next day, Wednesday, 5:24 p.m. Kuo Academy. For Naruto Uzumaki, academy life was an interesting endeavor. This was in no small part due to academy students being held at high standards of exceptional ability. It, in turn, required Naruto to show some similar levels of enthusiasm and determination to excel. This wasn't exactly easy. Naruto passed a basic, academy life, before, was educated and learned from several esteemed teachers and scholars. And while the material of this new world was different, history alone was fascinating. The task of actually staying in a seat for several hours a day, listening and doodling down what was heard, was not enjoyable. When he was Hokage, sitting in a chair, mulling over his village's needs and wants was far easier than this. He was a mature man in the body of a youth. He felt the innovation, the determination and the desire to want to explore and move. That might have been coupled to what a youth's natural desire was, but it certainly passed on to the old man and his new body. He wanted to travel and climb mountains and seek out vast forests. He wanted the move away from stone buildings and mass crowds, if only for a little while. He didn't boast to being spoiled, he simply wanted the desire to move beyond the confines his family had placed on him. He was educated with an intelligence developed over decades of learning. So while the history lessons did, occasionally, catch his attention, his lack of interest in mathematics and subjects of government were justified because, frankly, he'd probably learned about the individual subjects prior. This lack of attentiveness in matters of the school was often the reason behind his extension of services to certain parties and individuals soon into his Kuo Academy career. This was, in part, for the need to move beyond the small Japanese city and for the nostalgia that came with accepting assignments from individuals who would gladly pay you for services rendered. In other words, to accept missions that had a completion chance based on Naruto's ever-growing and returning skill set. The missions were vast and wildly over-the-top tasks that pushed his abilities. It was the closest he felt to being an actual ninja again. His escapades weren't well advertised, for good reason. Danseik knew of them because he was one of the few angels he was amiable towards. Last thing he needed was the constant messaging, asking him to do the most minute tasks. He'd created a network of connections and ideas through the world. Simply from extending an offer or hand to the right person at the right time, Jiraiya would have been proud. And his assignment-taking opportunities weren't limited to a race, he took projects from all manner of being. He met fascinating people while on the job, gods, monsters, legendary figures of mythologies and so on who held no shortage of work for him. Beyond the excitement of danger and risk that came from his work, Naruto quite enjoyed his time away on the curious jobs he was offered. It was something to connect himself back to his younger, more active life. He felt as spry as a child in the snow and as combat-ready as he felt in his prime. But there was another, perhaps more psychological reasoning behind his work. Simply put, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't sure what he was doing. Why had he returned from death? Why was he taken in by the devils? Why did he find himself in such a bizarre set of worlds that was similar and heavily contrasting to his home? There had to be a purpose, some clue. No one just brings someone back to life without some idea as to the reasoning. In fact, he'd fought people who'd been brought back from the dead before. They held a single purpose: to fight and die for a cause, often one they did not desire to fight for. But Naruto felt no such pull. No strings or attachments or meddling with his head that suggested he should do something that wasn't what he would normally do. He certainly didn't look dead. All skin and eye colorations were the same as he had before his passing. So, beyond being an assist to his friends, engaging in a learning system he felt little interest in, and performing tasks mortal and even immortal men could not believe, what was he to do? What would spur someone, if it was, indeed, someone, to bring him back without provocation or purpose? It was those questions that made sleeping difficult. Ring ring, ring ring, ring ring. But life went on, no different than usual. Reaching into his pocket, Naruto flipped open the small device. Place in the sun. 1903 Passenger Drive. Stray Devil. Request. Capture, elimination. Reward. 100,000. Accept, reject. Naruto stared at the message. First. Password accepted. Good. Second. Location. It was close. A couple hours walk, maybe. Nice large mansion, easy to find. Third. Stray Devil. That made him smile. They knew some of his favorite game. Fourth. Capture or eliminate. New customer, he guessed. Fifth. Yuan 100,000. Someone was being cheap. Still, no additional info or some sob story. He could work with that, might actually get paid for once. Shrugging, Naruto clicked, accept, and kept walking. Outskirts of the city, 8:37 p.m. Stray devils, reincarnated devils, peerage members, who turned on their king and killed him were her. Without their masters to keep them in check, they posed a real threat, not only to the underworld, but to all factions and beings they come into contact with. It was a common occurrence for strays to be wild and demented in thought, commonly attacking anything that moved, be they sentient or otherwise. Whether it was from power lust, mental instability or other negative reasonings for attacking their masters, strays never had a good reputation among anyone. Devils were sent by the High Lords to deal with them. Internal matters of state, as they were. No matter the country, the nearest devil peerage or hunter would be directed after the rogue so as to preserve the order of the human world and reputation of the devil peerage system. The reputation, being, you go astray, you die. Perhaps not poetic, but it was persuasive. Less strays were occurring then when the initial activation of the peerage system began, though the possibility of occurrence wasn't completely eliminated. Fixing the peerage system from its initial basis seemed to be helping. Though, on occasion, the stray devil was elusive. Sometimes, a stray knew how to stay out of a devil authority's spotlight. And when that happened, it was bad news for whatever occupied area it decided to hold up at. Usually creating rumors of a cave, forest or an old abandoned homestead that they decided to make their home out of. Either it was haunted, possessed or just plain creepy, the self-made rumors kept people away for the most part. Only the truly brave or stupid decided to go looking into the rumors themselves. Often, they never found the devil. Hiding was a full-life occupation now. Scaring a few humans, who were only looking to explore a deemed, haunted, area, was hardly a risk worth taking, lest they be caught and dealt with harshly. But, sometimes, the humans just wouldn't stay away. Sometimes, a devil got hungry. And when devils were incapable of finding their lost societal members, it was up to the hunters to do their jobs. Hunters, as their name suggested, hunted the scum of the supernatural, mythological, fantastical and so on. They weren't an organized group, most preferring solitude or small groups as opposed to large working organizations. Freelance. They were the humans who still remembered the old times between humanity and Devilkind and realized the limitations of the human body. They were few and far between, and although Naruto wouldn't officially call himself a hunter, he did like the sound of going up against things that went bump in the night. This was one of his favorite gigs, going up against rogue devils, just like way back when. Arriving at the large estate mansion, Naruto marveled at its bulk and size. The mansion was definitely well constructed, almost as large as the main building at Kuo. Its construct was made with white walls, tinted windows and large front wooden doors. It appeared easy to move into, with a large amount of space inside. Naruto found it cozy. If he were a stray looking for a place to accommodate, he could have done worse. Sadly, the mansion was also a very well-known location. Rumors of its haunting were widespread, starting up a couple months prior with the family of the estate moving out unexpectedly, but not taken for much else than school gossip. Then people went missing. If Naruto hadn't been occupied with Issei, he might have stoked the place out before today. But now, he was getting paid to do something he would have eventually done on his own. Guess someone's looking out for this guy. Naruto thought pleasantly, as he made a quick leap over the gate to the mansion, casually landing before walking a brisk pace to the front door. Don't see anyone on the outside. Figured as much. The wooden doors were mahogany. Their designs were quite appreciative to the eye. Clearly, they were handcrafted and had the time and passion of an artist's touch put into them. Smooth to the touch, appreciatively waxed and delicately polished by former house caretakers of the former owners. Bang! Naruto ripped them off their hinges with a well-placed kick. He never lost his smile. Walking in casually, Naruto marveled at the design of the mansion. Roomy, piano in the corner, fine white designed space, windows that looked out over a large patio and that view hot damn. If that stray wasn't going to use the place after Naruto was finished with him, he might just take the place himself. Naruto's footsteps made audible echoes in the homestead, making his presence known. Walking towards the center of the floor, he waited as he tried to make out any obstruction in the silence around him. It didn't take long. I smell something. A raspy, feminine voice whispered around Naruto, as the room's only source of light, the moon, went casually behind a set of clouds. An echo of hard footsteps could be heard from up the marble staircase, growing louder with each step. I smell something good. Naruto glanced towards the top of the staircase, making out a looming form, even in the dimmed moonlight. I wonder if it's crunchy. I wonder if it's sweet. Bitter, perhaps. The face of a beautiful woman loomed out of the shadow, smiling and peering down to the intruder in her abode. Her skin was pale, dark hair ran down her back, eyes a bright yellowish-green in her torso, naked. She wore no shirt nor apparently any other mesh of clothing. She was full-fronting the blonde without care to the situation. Naruto, had he been a male of lust or perversion, might have appreciated the view. As it stood, he knew what was happening, and didn't allow himself to turn away embarrassed. Even in confidence, the situation could change to deadly in a moment. So, instead, keeping his eyes on her, he smiled. Am I interrupting you? He gestured to her dress, or lack of it. The woman chuckled. Sweet, yesss, certainly. Hungry now. You're an appetizer. Before Naruto could make a quip about how, certainly, he was, main course, worthy, the rest of the woman's body stepped out from the staircase. Naruto, despite himself, felt a little bit of himself throw up in his mouth. Though it is said, beauty is to the beholder, Naruto had to wonder who saw this as beautiful. The stray's entire lower body was that of a brown-haired beast of some sort, her legs were arms and hands finished sharp claws and painted a strange pink. Her tail shook with anticipation, a short thing with a ball of hair at the end. To Naruto, this was bizarre because he never saw devils like this before. A weird combination of parts from different species. But that wasn't the worst part. From her crotch to the valley between her breasts, the stray had a line down the middle, which opened and closed like it was chewing something crunchy from within. Long, great teeth were easily made out from within, as they gargled on something tastily. The stray smiled menacingly, her teeth seemed to sharpen disgustingly as she looked over the blonde with delight. Naruto stared at her. Wow, okay, I have seen some fugly things in my life, but you. He looked her over again. You are definitely in my top 10, freaky things, list. And this counted for both lives. The stray just smiled, unperturbed as she decided to play with her breasts, excited. Oh great, an exhibitionist. Wonderful. Silly child. What would you know of true beauty? You are but an arrogant, short-lived, primitively naive human. Oh, you sweet talker, you. Unlike your race, this perfect body and form will stay with me forever. Ouch. Sorry to hear that. While yours withers and decays. To one such as I, you are maggot food at its finest. Wait, did you just call yourself a maggot? Now, gaze upon the majesty that is I, the wondrous visor, Lady of Hell, as she makes you a part of her. Wait, hell. You mean the underworld, right? I know those two are a common misconception, but I've actually been to oh crap. Naruto leapt to the side, avoiding a spray of pale liquid that shot towards him, hitting the ground where he stood and evaporating it quickly. Naruto glanced to the spot then back to where the liquid shot from. You have breast acid, seriously. Screw making the top 10. You just made the whole freaky list, top to bottom. He dodged again, avoiding more acid as the stray seemed to be enjoying herself. Ahahaha. Stay still, you little cretin, so I may finish you off quickly. Careful, you keep talking like that, dodge, and people are gonna talk, dodge, and I'm not saying you aren't the world's biggest eyesore, but, dodge, 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 you're the world's biggest eyesore. Naruto leapt behind the piano, watching as the breast acid attack finally ended. Whether she was out or finally got her high off the exhibitionist work was anyone's guess. Looking over the piano, Naruto ran his fingers over the framework. Sorry, Beethoven. Toss. Ahaha da. Direct hit. The piano smashed into several pieces at the impact of the stray's enhanced endurance, as the once cackling monster fell to the ground, obviously damaged. You know, this would probably be where I choose a joke around a piano and an ugly woman, Naruto's voice yelled around the center room, his presence unseen as the stray stood once more, attempting to gain composure, despite the injury, but for the love of me, I just can't figure out which one to choose from. The devil, now snarling, was getting serious. Where are you? Come out, you worm. Worm, I thought I was a cretin. Or maggot food, do you have a thing for bugs? 'Cause I knew this one guy who had a thing for bugs and he. Silence. The stray shouted, turning and glancing in all directions of the room. Where are you? Do you think this is some kind of game? Yahtzee. Be silent, now, or I will pull your head off and feed it to my stomach. You made it awkward. Ba-ag hhhh. Naruto looked down from his position on the ceiling of the room, his feet holding himself in air as if stuck to the room's top. All the while, he was smiling as the stray attempted to find his missing person. In most situations, he would have taken this seriously. Heck, he would have had a nice conversation and everything. But, the week till now had been tense, boring and lacking in any decent workout. So this job was the perfect relaxant. Plus, this stray didn't seem like a few of the others he'd met, ones abused or used by their masters in twisted schemes for power or pleasure. This stray, Visor, got off on what she was doing. So, it was time to end it. Now. Letting the energy holding his feet to the ceiling release him, Naruto brought his fist back as he dropped to the stray devil, only revealing his presence at the last possible moment so that the stray turned her head to look up to her incoming attacker. The stray's eyes widened as she barely made out the boy before he finished her for the evening. But one thing did strike her, besides the blow to the face that left her questioning if she imagined what she saw before the embrace of forced unconsciousness took her. Red. Outskirts of the city, 9:02 p.m. Rias Gremory assembled her peerage outside of the abandoned mansion. Her servants each had their personal weapons and effects ready for the assault. She was mentally readying herself, as well. Even weak strays could prove bothersome, they did kill their high-class masters, after all. An hour before, Akeno received a message from the underworld, requesting she and her peerage deal with recent reports on a stray in the local area. This was fine to her, this wasn't the first stray she and her peerage had dealt with, though she wished Kiba had managed to get Naruto on the line to join them. He enjoyed the hunt. But, perhaps his absence was for the best. When Naruto was involved, he rarely held back and allowed her fellow members to pursue their target. Instead, he preferred singling the stray out and taking him or her on alone, often with clever quips to the bemusement of Kiba and Akeno. Today, though, was different. Now, at least, she could say she tried to get the blonde's notice before the attempt, while at the same time giving her peerage the chance to experience a stray on their own, without the rather combat-savvy and enjoying Naruto. Admittedly, that may have been a little exciting. Proving herself, without the blonde's talent or assistance. It felt good. Smiling to herself, Rias waved her hands to the mansion's gates, opening them slowly. Kiba, her knight, and Kaneko, her rook, took point as she and Akino walked behind, looking over the estate curiously. Looking at the knocked-down front doors, Rias wondered if the stray was asking to be caught. That was a little too eye-catching to be ignored. The four of them walked in, confident in their abilities. A knight, a rook, a queen and a Gremory would be more than enough for one stray. At least, that was the idea. Then they came to the post-combat mess left by the devil. On the ground, unconscious and groaning in its sleep, was the stray. Naked from the top up, the only way the peerage was even sure it was alive was by its slow breathing, followed by its moans. Its face was beaten and was bleeding out of its nose and mouth, though not to a level of worry for even a stray devil. It was, simply, sleeping off the pain. And on top of its form, sitting cross-legged over his conquered foe was Naruto, writing something on a small piece of paper with a fixed focus. Rias and her peerage stared at him. Let's see, 7 meters tall, quadrupedal form, full nude, Naruto scratched his head with the pen in his hand, looking confused before glancing up to the company. Hey, Kaneko, what do you think she is? 1 ton, 2 tons. 1.5. Kaneko answered, still looking onto the weird occurrence. Thanks, Naruto said brightly, scribbling again as he made his little symbols and markings on the small parchment of paper no larger than his hand before hopping off the slumbering stray, moving towards its head, and placing the slip of paper to its forehead. Focusing, Naruto felt the familiar pull of internal energy in him, as the paper's runic seals glowed red with power. The room was lit with it, as the head from the stray slowly edged into the paper, seeming to twist and shrink as if it were sucked in. The head was followed by the torso, then the lower body, then the claws, before finally the small furball of the tail sank into the small piece of paper with an audible pop. Naruto, smiling, waved the paper in the air, letting the ink dry out, before turning to Rias's peerage. They were still staring. Yo! Kaneko lifted her hand in a wave. Yo! Naruto! Rias yelled in the partially destroyed mansion, walking over to stare intensely at the now surprised-looking blonde. What do you think you're doing here? Naruto stared back, confused and a bit worried at her sudden fury. Nothing. This wasn't the right answer to give. Nothing. He pursed his lips. I went for a walk. Rias stared at him. You went for a walk. He nodded. Another one. He nodded. This far from your apartment. He nodded. Into what just so happened to be a stray devil's territory. I know, right? How lucky am I? Oh, she was gonna blow. He could see the outline of a red aura startling to encircle her form. He lifted up the sealed paper protectively. But I got you a present. See. He was smiling, slightly in panic to the furious woman. Vaguely, with Rias's hair starting to swirl and twist as her power caused the wind around them to brush her hair wildly around, Naruto wondered if his original mother, who had similar colored hair and a temper to match, was like this when she was upset with his original father. Rias's glare was rarely used and even rarer to see her without some form of her demonic power seeping out with her loss of emotions. She was known as the crimson-haired ruined princesses for a reason. Her power was not to be trifled or tested with. Angry though she was, the way Naruto offered her his W placated her somewhat. Maybe it was just the look of panic from the blonde that made her want to laugh and hug him at the same time. He was just so jovial it was cute. He beat a stray, single-handedly, and was whimpering to her like he'd done something wrong. It was hard to stay angry towards. In the end, grumbling, she wrenched the paper from his hand and turned back to her peerage, walking towards the door. Kiba was grinning sheepishly at the situation, Kaneko was monotonous, and Akino was hiding a giggle and smile behind her hand. Rias told herself she would get answers from Naruto later. To save face. We're leaving. Now, Rias ordered, not turning back at the image of Naruto, wiping his brow in relief at not being made to feel the Princess of Destructions, as she was also known as, Fury. Instead, she shouted back, with perhaps a small bit of enjoyment, and I'm telling mother about this. Kiba followed his king, silently laughing as the sword he kept to his side vanished into particles of energy. Kaneko followed, looking annoyed at not getting the chance to punch anything, while Akeno giggled more as she looked back to Naruto's expression. Lady Venelana. Please, no, I was walking. Atop the mansion, a female, winged figure watched closely as the Gremory king and her peerage left, followed shortly by the blonde boy, who seemed to lack the kick in his step that he came into the mansion with earlier. Raynare stared at him hard. Naruto, she thought, mulling the name over silently. She'd been staking the mansion for some time. After her humiliation days prior, she'd figured she needed an outlet for her pent-up frustration. A good fight, in her mind, would do her some good. And as it so happened, rumors during her time as a student at Kuo caught her attention. She hadn't meddled into them, her task had been the pervert, but now that she was free for a while. Then the blonde showed up. Funny as situations went, running into the hero turned out better than she hoped. It was quite the show, the human boy thrashing the delusional stray devil with ease. If she hadn't known who the boy was prior to her arrival, she might have even congratulated him on a job well done. But then, instead of finishing the beast off, the blonde seemed to want to do nothing more than lay on top of his win, scribbling with a light pen onto a piece of parchment without care. This infuriated her, at first. To see he couldn't even finish the job was unbelievably droll. She planned to make herself known, then, just to rant and yell at his mercy, but then his cavalry arrived. It was intriguing what she heard. Watching the devil disappear, watching the blonde cower from the red-headed devil woman, discovering the boy's name amidst the commotion. It was delightful pieces of information and ability she was content with simply viewing from a distance. Partially, she hazarded the thought of surprise attacking them all. She wasn't discovered and her spears could still deal considerable damage, especially to the red devil and her peerage. But the friendly attitude between the human and the devils gave her pause. She was outnumbered and, dare she admit, outmatched. It was too much of a risk. So, she watched them as they left, keeping an eye on them all as they disappeared in a flash of red from a teleport circle. When they were gone, and she was sure her presence hadn't been discovered, she took to the cool skies above. She had much to think about. Above all, after the display of the blonde's humiliating and quick victory over the stray, Raynare realized she would need more power to see her goals met and the blonde, Naruto, quivering at her feet. The thought made her smile. Lucifer Mansion, the underworld, 11 years ago. As Naruto's body developed into that of a small child's, the former Hokage started to fully recognize just how limiting his small stature was. In his teenage or even elderly years before his death, Naruto was still seen as a being of peak human condition and capability. Suddenly finding it difficult to perform even the easiest of his skills was demoralizing, at first. The less than adequate body's abilities made the former ninja come to the conclusion that, at the young age of 6, he would begin returning to his regular training. The age wasn't randomly chosen, by any means. When he was young, most youths began training in some form or another in early life to be successful members of the village military. It was accepted as proper and prepared them for the harsh realities of the outside world. So, at what he and his parents assumed was his 6th year of age, Naruto resumed his previous life's training routine. This was not without its challenges. Being quite small in stature, weak in muscle and generally inflexible, the copious amounts of work and physical exercises Naruto had hoped to attempt and were severely limited. His body just couldn't handle the initial strain of unused muscles to do quick movements or tasks no normal child should have been capable of. Even with his discovered thriving chakra, the energy source that powered his immense abilities in his previous life, Naruto often found himself out of breath and collapsing from overwork which, admittedly, after being caged in his crib and under the watch of a caretaker for so long, finding himself out of breath from a workout felt good. But there was something else to be concerned for, aside from bodily limitations, the fear of being caught while practicing his former skills. Of course, being caught throwing punches in practice or trying to throw a proper kick were not crimes to be criticized upon, even by his mother, who took some levels of extremity to ensure her son's safety. Physical training, from what he assumed, was acceptable. He understood quickly that this new world's beings, these devils, were individuals who enjoyed their bouts of combat. Naruto relaxed in the regard of his punching and kicking practices, even with the idea of being caught in the act. In fact, when caught, he was usually encouraged to continue with cheers and enthusiasm. This made him laugh, a bit. When he was a kid in his life prior, people put him down quite often. Now, he was being praised for his determination and for being, just like his father. Life's full of surprises. Anyway, aside from those small exercises, the few times Naruto tried to practice his other skill sets, like walking a vertical slope or balancing a stack of books while remaining perfectly still, he worked with care not to be discovered by anyone. After all, how would he explain that? Walking up walls, the casual body flipping in the air, the meditating. Devils could fly, teleport and puncture stone with fist or magic. At the time, he considered this to just be some form of otherworldly jutsu. He wasn't 100% wrong. But he wasn't a devil. He was human. A child, at that. Even devil children he became aware of during his small time in the Lucifer mansion were not as enthralled towards training as he was. Their attitudes were like humans, playful and carefree. Naruto, despite his best attempts, could not always replicate the relaxed nature of child in the new world. He was an elderly man. He'd seen wars and lost friends and loved ones. He'd seen the world and lived with the mistakes he'd made. He'd grown wise and conversant with his responsibilities. True, his visage and attitude could jump into an unusual way towards carefree and naive, at times. His past family helped keep him the Naruto they knew and loved, and his new father had a way of making him smile and enjoy the feeling of new youth. But needless to say, Naruto wasn't like other children. He couldn't be, and that's what made him nervous about the truth of his unique situation. From the time he was found, Naruto kept a closely held secret over his awareness to the world around him. Having a child with the mind and skill of a man well past a century in age would not be looked upon easily. Even Graphia, his mother, still held the curious eye on him, from time to time. So, early into his new body's training, Naruto decided that, at least for a time, he would keep what little training he found time to do a secret from his parents. He'd figured out how to explain anything that could be explained once he had a better idea of just how the world worked around unique, awesome individuals such as himself. Ironically, when the idea of brilliantly deceiving the authority figures of the mansion came to him, not a few seconds later, the lord and lady of the mansion came in to check on their baby boy. Now, this might have not come off as peculiar had their son not been holding himself upside down, from the ceiling, using only his toes, 30 feet off the floor. He remembered the staring between them quite vividly. Ta-da! Surtur II, the ultimate rook of the underworld. Created by Norse gods 2-3 millennia ago, Surtur II was a clone of the original mythological fire giant, Surtur, whom was said to have set fire to a dozen worlds with his army of giants in the past. Though defeated and cast into a shadowy pit that not even his fiery light could overcome, the Norse gods feared he would one day return. To counter this, from the torn flesh of the old giant, Odin, the lord of the Norse gods, all-father, and god of many things, conjured the new Surtur into the world. But the clone was not created to perfection. In the hopes of retaining the abilities of the old Surtur, the gods allowed him to retain the power that gave birth to his fire, the passion and feelings that made them burn hot. But this was a mistake. The cloned Surtur was given the feelings of the original Surtur, but not his memories or the reasoning behind why he felt what he did. The confusion and disorientation were too much for the newborn giant, and soon after creation, he was driven mad with doubt of his identity or purpose, lashing out at those around him. So the gods, in a bout of pity, threw the new giant into an icy tomb before his power could rise to challenge them. And there he waited for centuries, pained without knowing the reason. He would have died a slow and painful death had the newly appointed great Satan Lord not come across the poor abomination. Surtur was powerful, but his mind and long duration of constant pain made him tired and weak. Searsex, seizing the opportunity, manipulated what feelings he could, twisting and breaking the mind of the new Surtur, an act of mercy to the pained and desperate creature. Broken, Searsex offered him one of his prized evil pieces, the rook, for the sake of his salvation. Surtur, reborn with his mind undamaged and free of the torment that befell him, swore loyalty to the Devil Lord for stopping the fire. And thus, Surtur II, as was his new name given to him by his master and friend, became a part of Lucifer's peerage. And now, as of Sears X's request, he was Naruto's new sensei. You listen here, little blonde rug boy. Incredible Lord Sears X has placed you in my charge. To study in the ways of controlling your powers and being a complete badass in and out of combat. If you place your faith in me, Surtur II, then I guarantee, with 100% certainty, that I will not fail you. If Naruto could compare the man adequately, just from the attitude he gave off, he would say Surtur was Guy Sensei's angrier brother. Surtur II held the appearance of a man in his early to mid-30s, with long, spiky orange hair, huge hands that looked like they could crush Naruto's skull with the tiniest grip, and a build that brimmed with hidden power, like fire ready for some oil to be poured onto it. The circumstances around this little turn of events were actually quite simple. After being scolded and praised from individual parents, take a guess which Sears X brought Naruto before the only one he felt confident enough to set him upon for training. In the great Satan's mindset, Surtur was one of the kindest, most trustworthy devils he knew. In addition to possessing as much power as his original genetic self, he was loyal beyond all reason and never failed to put his absolute best into anything he set his mind to. By the great Satan's assumption, Surtur would be apt in teaching his son. In my training, you will know what it means to respect authority. My authority. You will grovel on the ground. You will train until you bleed. You will cry for your mama. But by the end, you will be a mean machine like me. Now, what say you, runt boy? He pointed down to Naruto, who wasn't even half of the fire giant's height. Do you want to be an all-around, incredible, unbelievable, beastly fighting machine? Naruto, somewhat taken aback, nodded. I can't hear you. Yes, Surtur-san. That is Surtur-sama while you were under my boot. Now again, do you wanna be awesome? Yes, Surtur-sama. Oorah. Church facility, present day, 11:47 p.m. In the center of the church that stood atop the hill, several miles from Kuo Academy, a young maiden sat quietly as she held her eyes closed and her hands together in soft prayer. She prayed to those she knew, those she didn't, and those she had not met yet. She prayed for good fortune to all and to have the blessing of God placed in all men, pure or not. The young nun had been continuously performing her rites for some time, several hours, in fact. She did not seem to grow tired nor bored as she performed her duties of the Lord. She was devout, to be certain, and seemed to enjoy her silent work. This particular young woman's name was Asia Argento. A quiet, but sweet girl, who listened and fulfilled the duties of a nun since she was a newborn left in the church's care. She was a short teen at the age 15, nearing 16, with long blonde hair that reached down to her lower back, green eyes, soft-toned skin and wore a standard dark teal nun's outfit. Dangling from her neck was a silver cross that completed her image of purity and serenity. Indeed, it was improbable to imagine how someone could mistake the girl for anything but a devout Christian who'd put her life into God's hands. Asia was not originally a member of the Japanese church she now resided in. Originally, she was born and raised in Italy. However, circumstances arose in the most unfortunate of natures and she was cast out from the only home she knew. But the ever-positive nun was not to be let down by this situation. She found hope, soon after, in the hands of those who'd fallen from God's grace, the fallen angels. Ironic, though it might have been, the dark-winged figures took her in. Cared for her, even. They brought her to Japan to continue the work she felt passionate for. And through their kindness, she found new purpose with purging the evils of the world, far from her original home. Her gift, which some called a curse, was now being nurtured into something wondrous to the benefit of all. And aside from that, even a cute boy she met found her burden to be, how did he put it, oh yes, cool. It made the young woman's entire day to know someone thought she wasn't the witch others claimed she was. He was kind and generous, and to a complete stranger. It made her so happy to have met him. Silently gliding up the narrow way to where the nun laid silently in prayer, a short, bespectacled man of growing age wearing the outfit adorned from priesthood smiled down to his new ward. Eventually, she would be doing the work that was set out for her. The priest was happy. She was truly special. And with her, he had set the perfect partner to protect and guide her in her duties, a partner of firmness and passion in purging the wicked of evil sin and doing it with a gratuitous smile. Oh yes, they would do well together, he was certain. Not wanting to bother the young maiden, the elderly man crept to the side of the room, spying with his little eyes a pair of hidden figures. Knowing them personally, he decided to greet them politely. A most harmonious night to you, Azazel-sama, the priest said, bowing to his benefactor and heavy contributor, as Azazel nodded in response, refusing to look away from Asia's praying figure. How is she? Quite well. Yes, quite well, the priest answered, moving to stand aside so the pair of fallen could gaze upon her. She is taking to her new accommodations quite well. Good, Azazel nodded, then she should perform her duties soon. The priest nodded. Yes, but of course. I have selected her partner already and he is more than anxious to performing the Lord's work. Though keeping his features a mask of seriousness despite his desire to smirk knowingly, Azazel turned his attention to the priest. Have you? Oh yes, I assure you, he is a most clever boy. With a witty tongue and air to him, the two will be like peas in a pod before you know it. I shall take your word for it, then. Azazel replied before turning to his associate. Raynare, will you be all right with your new station? The female fallen angel was, like her lord, a mask of detachment. Guard duty. Again, I will accommodate myself to the new circumstances accordingly. The situation was preferable to the pervert, she would admit. She'd rather look after a devoted nun to the church and wisdom of God than some breast-eccentric child anyway. She could accept this more readily than before, begrudging though she was to admit. Azazel nodded. She was the perfect little fallen. That settles it then. Father Galilei, you are dismissed. The priest, Father Galilei, nodded with joy on his features. As you command, Azazel-sama. And with that, he left the two fallen be. He had other matters to attend to, like getting his prized pupil ready for the big night ahead of them. The two fallen watched the nun quietly for a time, mulling over the girl as she was bathed in moonlight from one of the colored windows above her. The light seemed to enhance the girl's developing beauty, with blonde hair glistening ever so slightly with the shifting light to her breathing. Azazel could appreciate it. Quite the beauty, isn't she? Raynare nodded. There are worse, my lord. Azazel chuckled quietly. Ouch. That's harsh. I mean, look at her. He waved a hand in her direction. The way the moonlight hits her just right could make even an angel fall, I'm sure. It is as you say, my lord. Azazel held back a bark of laughter, instead opting turning and placing a calming hand onto his ward. Make me proud, Raynare. I expect excellence from you, you know that. Raynare, ever the prideful angel, smiled slightly at the praise. Thank you, my lord. He smiled before brushing past, leaving the wrathful fallen to her duties. Raynare would stand in the shadows for several hours to come, keeping a level of professionalism as she kept her eye on the nun. To her, the girl might have had the potential to be a wonderful nun to the church. She certainly had the determination to please others with heavy prayer, the air of innocence and perfection. Her devotion and poise were aspiring. The rest of her, however, was lacking. This youthful nun, Asia, was little more than a passing fancy of her lord. Just a girl with a sacred gear. Her lord Azazel had taken a recent interest in sacred gears. This girl's sudden fallacy and banishment from her home church was a stroke of fortune to him. To be certain, what lied within her was a powerful artifact of God with levels of impressive potential, but nothing much else. She had her name and the clothes to her back, but nothing else really struck Raynare as special. She didn't even seem particularly interested in expanding its capabilities beyond the mere minimum of its potential. This thought irked her, slightly. Given potential from God himself and not even attempting to perfect its power to its full was almost blasphemous. Raynare's opinion of sacred gear users wasn't the most positive to be found, having been educated in poor cases of its uses in the past, but to see one up close and know the girl was too fearful to touch its limits was almost frustrating. She held back her thoughts and feelings, however. Her duty was to protect the girl. The girl devoted to the church. She was under the fallen angel's protection so long as she performed her duties well. Azazel-sama saw something in the girl. Perhaps she was just not to the level of her lord to see as much. Not yet, at least. But for now, the fallen angel stood, vigilant, for hours to come, watching her new protectorate, only glancing occasionally towards the subject of her lord's interest in the colored mirrors of the church. She would admit, the moon was a lovely shade that evening. Nearing full. Near 1138 Detrital Way, 5.6 miles out from Kuo Academy, next day, 10:07 p.m. Naruto casually walked down the residential street, hands in pockets and thoughts casually wandering to the reasoning behind being so far from his pleasantly comfortable apartment. The reasoning behind his little stroll was with a desired intention. He was taking a request, free of charge, in fact, which was not a completely uncommon occurrence, considering the source. Rias's peerage was currently packed with help requests for the night. Having been forced to forego on the previous night's work to assist with the stray devil elimination from high officials, Rias and her party were now busy making reparations to all disappointed customers. Unfortunately, on that particular night, there happened to be an excess amount of requests that needed completing, it seemed. The nature of a devil's request was actually quite simple in description. A human, or, at least, most commonly a human, would make a call to a desired devil's peerage and request something of any sort of importance or desire to be completed by any member of the desired peerage. No matter the request, so long as it was within the capabilities of the devil in service, the devil would ensure the success of the pact between the two parties. In return for the completed pact, the hired devil would receive a small piece of energy from their host, something easily replenished by the human party but was something that would slowly increase a devil's own power over a period of time. But, for those who desired a deeper, more spiritual manner of speaking to the formerly mentioned request, a host would lose a small, replenish-able piece of their soul that would be internally recovered within themselves over the span of hours to weeks after the hired devil completed their desired task. This, soul fuel, would then be consumed by the demonic energy thriving within the underworld civilian's person, which, by the unique physiology of the devil, would then increase their power by the amount consumed. With both work and payment finished, both parties would separate from one another with relative peace and fulfillment. Or, for the sake of utter simplicity. A devil's request was for devils to help people do stuff. They were then paid with a power boost for what they do. They would leave when both peoples were happy. Everyone would win. The end. Requests ranged from any assortment of work that could be imagined to be given by a human to a being of heightened ability. Because of the open and rather easygoing nature devils usually held themselves in, even the most embarrassing or ridiculous of demands were held with little to no actual discomfiture. Further, with the regulation that completely draining the soul of a human was now a crime amongst devilkind, more requests were now being made without fear of damnation. Due to the often ease of these partitioned requests, Naruto once openly volunteered to assist Rias in her efforts to appease a particularly busy night the previous year. Rias was booked with work, even requiring her hand for some of the smaller potential requester, and Naruto, being the helpful individual he was, asked if he could assist in any way he could. Naturally, Rias accepted, and never forgot just how supportive Naruto had been. Now roughly every couple of months, usually against his will, Naruto would spend a night or two as a substitute devil, in assistance to Rias's peerage. It's D-ranked missions all over again. Coming up to the House of Request, a dark, single-floor house of no real notoriety, Naruto stopped at the front door and knocked carefully with the back of his knuckles. "Hello. Requested devil, here for your needs." Knock knock squeak. That slight knock pushed the door open with a loud, audible, ominous sound. Naruto, with hands still up from where he'd knocked, glanced into the softly lit home. The only light to be seen was the low glow from a room in the far corner of the hallway. Naruto stared at it. Trap, he wondered aloud, as he moved into the hallway and down towards the light. The lit room was mostly unremarkable, dimmed lamplight behind a cover, couch to the side, a small liquor cabinet at the corner near the window, not much to mention about the standard living room. The only thing eye-catching was the corpse lying next to the window, pieces of body flung around in messy heaps with the blood still pouring from the severed remains of whoever previously lived here. This wasn't the first corpse he'd seen, and certainly not the worst of shape. But in such a modern and well-controlled society as Japan, it wasn't exactly a common occurrence. Punish the wicked, words to live by. A voice sounded to Naruto's side, as he twisted his head over to see a figure sitting casually at a dining room table. The figure, male by his voice, was silver-haired in a long dark cloak. Wise advice to heed from a holy man, he. The man turned his head, gazing up towards the blonde's tense features, as he opened his mouth to smile quite unsteadily. His eyes were wide and intense as his tongue, long and pink, slid out to complete the visage of true madness the man now exerted. Naruto didn't know what to make of this new figure. He had an uneasy look about him. But despite his appearance of questionable sanity, there was one thing that caught Naruto's eye: a cross, silver and polished, hung around his neck. An exorcist. Tihea. I'm afraid you just happened to walk into the wrong house, my friend. The silver-haired man shouted, his grin spreading wide across his face as he stood to meet the new addition to the household. He gave the blonde a curt bow. Fried Selzen here, at your service. The man, Fried, introduced himself, before grinning brightly and doing some sort of makeshift dance to Naruto's growing agitation. And you must be the scared little pussy whose devil ass this holy priest is going to exorcise. Naruto blinked uncertainly at this random priest, looking over the disturbed and bloody area around him. Great. Another psycho who kills for his god and enjoys it immensely. Naruto recalled someone remarkably like this in his life prior, even with the silver hair and the foul word choice. This brought a disturbed though to mind. Oh shit, did that guy reincarnate too? He certainly hoped not. Priest, huh? Naruto started, crossing his arms as his features hardened before the cackling man. Seems a bit odd for the church to send someone after some servicing devils. What's the cause here? It was usually the cases of murder or bloody conquest when the church decided to send in the big arms. They didn't send exorcists to cause bloody murders. In response, Fried's grin just grew further. Oh, population control, purging the ticks of the world in hard-to-find places, that sort of thing. Maybe you're familiar with our work. Don't scared F and #Ks like you look into the holy warriors like me. He was after devils, it seemed. Didn't even realize when there wasn't one right in front of him. Then what's with killing this guy? Naruto pointed a thumb to the corpse. He wasn't a devil. Summoning you proved he was done being human. Fried claimed quickly, shrugging. Human world, remember. Can't have corrupt souls just cozying around people like me, right? He cocked his head to the side, laughing at the mutilated body. It was the end of the line for you, sinner. He giggled. Oh, those screams certainly put me at full mast. There's nothing like a good, begging for mercy, am I right? Naruto pursed his lips. You could live for 100 years and still meet one of 8 kind personalities. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, Selzen said, reaching into his long coat with long, pale fingers. My job is to kill the fools of the world. My job is to kill pesky little wastes of seamen who call themselves devils and men for the sake of my lord. My job, quite frankly, is simple. He pulled out 2 items with strange gold runes etched into them. One looked like a handle of something while the other was clearly some sort of sophisticated gun. The handle glowed white as a long, slim beam of energy slid from its shaft, glowing and hissing in the air. Fried's cocky smile widened. Wanna take a guess what it is? Naruto stared at the 2 tools in the exorcist's hands. A sword of light and a holy gun. Those are only for the best. Guess he isn't just some ragtag priest trying to make a name for himself. First, I'm gonna cut out your evil heart with my heavenly blade of God. Then, I'm gonna feed it to you. Then, when it's down your effin' Dollar King throat, I want you to give me great detail on what it tastes like. That is, right before I pull this here trigger and blow your brains out. Fried leaned forward to the wide-eyed Naruto, guessing the blonde's fear must have been prevalent then. How does that sound, you shit-faced effin' Dollar K? Slam. The silver-haired, howling priest was no longer standing before the blonde-haired youth, spouting his little perversions of the mouth. Where once Fried Selzen had felt the touch of the earth under his boots, now he only felt a sense of weightless dropping, coupled with an immense, blunting pain in the side of his cheek. His screaming told him he was in pain, and the feeling of his upper back smashing unceremoniously into the back walls of what was quite the distance behind him only suggested more of that throbbing, undesired sensation would follow. He felt blood in his mouth. His own. He wanted to curse, profusely, but the pain in his jaw stalled him for a brief moment. As for Naruto, his fist was extended outward to where the exorcist once stood, trembling as he felt it smash into the priest's face, eyes wide. I cannot tell you how good that felt. He slowly smiled. I mean, who wouldn't want to punch someone who just got their kicks off of some guy's death? Rhetorical question. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not like you. I don't get my kicks off of doing this often. But right now, I would like nothing more than to put you through every single bit of the pain you made that guy feel. He started to walk to the prone Fried. Every single bit of it. Fried held his mouth as he felt the blood slide down his chin, falling onto his uniform. He wasn't smiling anymore. I have to tell you, I have met some freaks in my time. The whole tongue, crazy eye and psychotic rambling thing. It's been done. You're no different than them in a lot of ways. But you know, you get off on this killing thing way more than they ever did. He stood over the exorcist, bringing his hands together and squeezing them tightly to create audible cracks in the air. Do you know what happened to them? He asked with a tone that suggested he didn't need for the man to answer. Or maybe I should just give you a demonstration. Fried growled angrily, raising his holy blade to the air before slashing down towards the blonde. Naruto saw it coming easily and easily caught the man by his wrist before the sword could even come close to his skin. Fried raised his other hand, lifting the gun to point towards the blonde's abdomen, only to be caught and gripped with a fierce tightness. Pop. And like that, the wrist was broken, and the gun dropped from his hand with a sharp cry. But Naruto wasn't finished. Bringing his head back, the blonde shot his forehead forward, smashing into the exorcist's nose with a crunch. As Fried cried out, Naruto pulled his arm away from its grip on Fried's broken wrist and smashed it into his abdomen. Then to his ribs. Then to his cheek again. Then, reaching up to the priest's head and getting a firm grip, Naruto pulled back his arm before ramming it forward into the wall, Fried's head taking the impact with full force. It was all very painful. And then, just for good measure to make sure the crazed exorcist didn't get any more ideas, Naruto forced a knee to his crotch. Not his stomach, not to his sides, his crotch. The scream that followed was as sounding. www. He had it coming. You whore F#% king, cheap bitch piece of shit. On another one, just for good measure. Eventually, Fried's screams died out, his body falling to the ground to his sides as Naruto released his hold, letting him whimper as the foul-mouthed priest held protectively to himself. The blonde reached for the two weapons of the exorcist that fell to the floor, holding them tightly before they were crushed by his grip. Naruto let the pieces fall next to Fried's downed form. Hate you, so much. Yeah, not overly fond of you, either, Naruto returned, kneeling down to the whimpering man, but I need answers and I need them now. And for that, I'll have to hold back on breaking any more of your ribs. First question, who sent you? Fried wasn't so easy to answering questions, however. Did my holy speech not give you a hint, you petulant piece of shisha? Naruto pulled a particularly sharp piece of the shattered holy weapons and drove it into Fried's arm. Answer me, you don't want to know where I'll put this next. Ninja training, harsh but effective. Torture wasn't particularly his forte or favorite pastime, but Naruto was starting to realize this entire week was dedicated to putting him in bad positions and a bad mood. Angels attempting seemingly random murder, stray devils eating humans as snacks, and now a priest getting his sexual high off of innocent deaths. Seriously, if this arc of craziness went on for a month, he was moving back with his parents. Fried grunted as Naruto pressed the sharp edge of his former holy weapon further into his shoulder, wiggling it around to the sound of Fried's pained shouts and gasps for breath. You're not making this easier. Tell me now or I'll push this so far into your... Priest girl, get in here, now. Fried's sudden scream stopped Naruto's pressing down further for a moment. Priest girl. Naruto turned his head suddenly, noticing the newest addition to the blood-soaked room. A young woman stood at the doorway, mouth agape as she stared at the chopped body of the former attendant. Naruto studied her. Long blonde hair, innocent green eyes and a nun's outfit, definitely a woman of the church. Naruto moved away from Fried and got ready for any kind of attack. She might have looked innocent, but that meant squat when half your generation of friends could kill someone as easily as buy groceries. Fried, grunting, managed to move himself from his pained, crotch-holding position on the ground to glare at the nun. "Stop the screaming and help me out here." But the nun was stunned. She couldn't move her eyes from the body or what remained of it. Naruto, slowly and carefully, moved in front of the torn-to-shreds person, averting the young woman's view. "Who are you?" he asked, getting a better look of her. She didn't have the air of insanity or being an exorcist to her. She was an enigma to the rest of the room's chaos and damage, a brightness to the otherwise unsettling atmosphere. At the moment, she seemed to have her mind knocked out of its stump from Naruto's obstruction of her view of the body. What happened here?" she asked, her voice and body trembling as she tried to make sense of the scene before her. Either she was a great actor or actually shocked by what was going on. And Naruto, though born in a world of ninja, was starting to suspect the latter. Who did this?" "Shut up with the whining," Fried yelled. "Get over here and heal me before Fried Jr. is out of the question." The nun didn't move. Naruto wouldn't have let her, anyway. It was a matter of practicality. If she was a healer, letting her help a man like Fried right now wouldn't help anyone. "Who are you?" Naruto repeated, his voice rising in tone as he got the nun's attention firmly on him. Looking away from all the blood and loose skin seemed to help a little. The blonde-haired girl regarded him. Asia. Asia Argento. Asia, managed to stutter out, swallowing hard. I'm a new nun in service to the sea church of this town." She closed her eyes to avoid the blood at her feet as she bowed to the boy in front of her. I am pleased to meet your acquaintance." Naruto stared at her. Naruto Uzumaki, he carefully introduced himself, and likewise. "Hey, bitch, hurry up and heal me." Asia didn't seem to hear him. "You Uzumaki-san, who did?" Naruto risked a glance back to the body he was helping to avert from the girl's view. "Take a guess." He pointed his thumb over to the downed exorcist in the corner, still holding his precious. Asia's eyes widened at the implication of what he was suggesting. No. Selzen-san is a man of the church. He couldn't do this. Her devotion to the belief a man under God could do no wrong was almost touching. Then Fried ruined it. "Hey, that was my kill. I put great effort into memorizing his screams for later use. I will not allow some pansy to take that away from me." No one wanted to assume what he meant by later use. Least of all Asia. What? In the last several hours, she'd been paired with Fried to begin purging the city of evil. Fried had come off as a dedicated, if a bit excited, member of the church. His belief and sense of right was astounding. The several houses Fried sensed the summoning chant of evil from and took action against during the earlier hours of the day had made him come out happy and cheerful, ready to move on to the next one soon after. The reason she came into the current house the three of them were in now was because Fried had taken quite a lengthy bit of time to vacate, unlike before. But now, Asia almost doubted her own ears, as the silver-haired priest claimed, quite profusely, to have killed the owner of the house. Before he left Asia to set up a protective barrier to prevent devil teleportation, he claimed to sense the evil energies of a devil's evil work within and went to purify it, not mentioning what was intended for the human inside. This thought brought a colder though to Asia's innocent mind. Fried had previously said the same thing about a house they arrived to prior to the one they were currently in. And, like before, he'd said a similar thing to the house before that, as well. And, as she recalled, the one before that. And the one before that. And the one before that. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before. Asia's felt weak as her eyes widened, ready to vomit what little lunch she had left in her stomach. Her hand went to her mouth, holding back a scream, as her eyes watered. All those houses, those people, there were children. Naruto, as he watched the nun's features, started to suspect this girl might have not been the accomplice he believed. Fried, growling and scowling at the situation, managed to shakily make it to his feet. He turned a glare to the nun. "Oh, screw you. Just standing there, crying like a little witch. Duh. Whose leg do I gotta hump to get good help these days?" Fried made to approach his assistant. Even without his weapons, he was still physically stronger than her. And hey, what a girl didn't know, a few bruises could fix. But before Fried could even move to intercept his partner, the situation took a turn for a worse for the priest, at least when a red, circular glyph appeared in thin air, shining the room in crimson as familiar energy crackled around it. Fried dared a glance, grunting in pain with every move. Ooh shit. Asia looked perplexed at seeing such prominent energy in such a confined space. The amount of magic energy, it was unreal. Naruto just stared and smiled. Out from the fiery red glyph, Rias and her peerage casually walked into the homestead, confident strides masking the determined appearance of each of them. Kiba had his sword at his side, Kaneko checked her gloves to ensure their fitfulness, Akeno strode in with a smile, standing beside a fierce-looking Rias. They all still wore their academy uniforms, though Kiba seemed to opt to remove his jacket and replace the missing clothing with a tight belt with a sheath at his side, looking ever the knight beside his king. Rias took in the situation carefully. The houses that called for fulfilled contracts between her devil peerage had almost all been killed off by the time they arrived. Blood and death on immense levels. Even the families that weren't involved had been slaughtered. Rias attempted to contact Naruto prior to his arrival to the household but, as usual, was unable to contact him. Dead battery, go figure. She attempted to reach the house via portal but, until a minute ago, an incomplete barrier had prevented their arrival. She feared the worst. Now, seeing Naruto unharmed with the whimpering exorcist scurrying away, she allowed a small amount of relief to wash over her. "Naruto, are you alright?" she had to ask, as Naruto glanced her way with a nod. "I'm fine, Rias. Just taking care of this." Shit. Fried yelled, scampering away from the peerage to the far side of the room, watching where he went as he cursed his rotten luck. The girl was supposed to put up the barrier. Fried thought angrily. She was supposed to prevent this $KTARD of a situation from happening. Now look, we have ourselves a good old classy gang bang. And worst of all, I'm about to be rocked in the most unpleasant way possible. His teeth were grit as he tried to assess the situation in one word. Shitty, came to mind. Backup. I need backup. $King help. I need some help down here. Weren't you supposed to help protect the little priest bitch? Get down here, now. Despite the wickedness of Fried, it seemed his cries for help were quickly answered. From above his head, a swirl of black and violet energy expanded, throwing an ominous tinge to the already disordered room's appearance. The air seemed to contort and shift in different direction, not unlike Rias and her peerage's previous form of transportation. Kaneko stared at the portal, pointedly. She sniffed the air. Fallen angels. A lot of them. She said this quietly, though, a lot, was sounding pretty accurate right then from what she could tell. Time to leave. Now. Rias glared at the cackling priest and the wave of energy. The situation was deteriorating fast. Akeno, get ready to jump us out of here. Yes, Bucho. Akeno's hands began to spin in smooth but controlled movements, summoning the power within her as she made to move them back to the club room. Rias turned to Naruto, whose eyes stared at the vortex. Don't do it, Naruto. Naruto glared at the energy above Fried, his mind going over what was happening. Exorcists killing people who were summoning devils, church nuns being used for barrier maintenance, and now the fallen angels were supporting this. What the hell is going on here? Naruto. What? Run, now. Naruto blinked. Right. Army of fallen angels, spears of light, pain all around. Naruto turned to Asia, who the entire time seemed horror-struck at what was happening, what she had helped to do, without moving from her kneeling, pained poise. Naruto moved a couple steps to her. Asia, are you gonna be alright? He was tempted to take her then. But the question was, what then? He didn't know what this girl was to the fallen, prisoner, assistant, what? From what he guessed, she was the unaware helper to a mad priest who got his kicks off the death of others. He was hesitant to leave her with such a man, though. Asia seemed to register the situation, as she moved her tear-filled eyes up to the blonde. Go, she yelled. Get away from here. Hurry. She couldn't possibly have understood just how severe the situation was, but understood the tension between the devils, Naruto, and the portal for the incoming fallen. Being a pure woman, Asia wouldn't stand to let people be hurt, no matter the reason. So she told them to run. Naruto's features hardened, nodding and gesturing to Rias with a quick, run. Before jumping out the nearest window onto the outside world and away from the coming angels. Akeno finished her incantation as the new glyph of red energy engulfed Rias and her little club in bright crimson, seeming to evaporate them into thin air. Then the fallen descended. The city, rooftops, a few moments later. Naruto leapt over the buildings around him, touching down for the briefest of moments before leaping onto another. He was sprinting towards Kuo Academy, keeping to the shadiest and darkest parts of the city in the hopes of not being caught by either the people below or the potential pursuers. Figuring the priest, he might have pointed the direction Naruto decided to move in as a means of payback for the potential loss of his future psychopaths. And while Naruto couldn't sense ill intent creeping behind him, until he reached Kuo, he wouldn't be stopping for a second. Naruto's mind was fixated on this weird movement by the fallen angels. Supporting crazed exorcists, not their usual game, so unless they were outsourcing to alternate sources of stupid, the only conclusion was that this couldn't have been a sanctioned move by the fallen angel government. It was too rash, too blunt, to have been. He knew the fallen angel government. He dealt with their government. The fallen angels desired peace, quite heavily, in fact. They wouldn't have made such a rash move without provocation, and especially not against a peerage with as close ties to Lucifer or Naruto for that matter. Outside interference, probably. War might have been the desired end result. While attacking some less renowned high-class devils, peerage contract holders might have been a daring move, it would probably not be enough to incite war chants among the devil clans. Attacking the heir of the Gremory house, however, would have similar reparations to attacking the 72 pillars themselves. In other words, if this information were leaked that the Gremory house's devil-contracted humans were being targeted by exorcists, there would be retribution. And with that thought, Naruto reached for the phone in his pocket. Quote. Dead battery. Go figure. First charge, then he was getting some answers. 1138 Detrital Way, 5.6 miles out from Kuo Academy, 10:58 p.m. Raynare looked quietly over the mutilated body of the previous homeowner. Smaller bits and pieces of him were being scavenged and cleaned from lower members as they tried to fix the cluster of %K of a situation they were in. She turned to the pained priest as he cried and cursed while one of the fallen sent to assist was healing his wounded pride. He had no shortage of foul words and petty thoughts to shout as he watched the angels try to make sense of what was going on. As far as they were able to make out from the nuns' ramblings and the priest's disgusting language, Friedselsen decided to go on a murder binge against anyone associating themselves with devils. And even then against those who weren't, had to cut all ties, he claimed. Raynare held no true love for humans. They were the grounded, after all. They were a different species, nothing else. She allied with them when needed, viewed their progress over the course of her short life, and that was it. They held no real need or desire of thought from her. She felt even less fond towards the devils, for obvious reasons. She enjoyed the thought of doing combat with the devils, even. Fallen angels were always given a backseat in assumed worth because they didn't have their own world. Heaven to the angels. Underworld to the devils. Earth to the humans. So where did that leave the fallen? They were the outcasts, the nomads of Earth and the underworld. How pitiful, she thought, how it must have seemed to the other factions to have these wandering no-names, taking the resources and space of their worlds. The humans might have been unaware and the great Satan lords might have granted mercy and freedom in their world for them, but this was all an act. Raynare could not imagine how the leaders of the races must have seen the black feathers, as a waste of space. Freeloaders. How could they see them as anything more than annoying cockroaches, groveling at whatever scraps they were deemed worthy to hold onto? The thought left the fallen angel furious. But despite her own personal feelings, she held no hate for humans. Neither prevalent love nor hate, they were what they were. And she was fine with that. But the bloodshed of this home's human, and the other human homes Selzen had ventured into. It was unsettling, even to the wrathful fallen. Asia stood away from the rambling priest. She didn't seem well, holding herself tightly as a pair of the fallen asked her silently what had occurred. They were kinder than Raynare would have been. Not that she would have been necessarily cruel, but she would have demanded answers quickly. Others had been sent to assess Selzen's escapades on the other homes, clean up duty, as it were. This was going to be a long night. She glanced around to her peers, scattered from wall to wall of the room, performing any simple task they could have to improve the state of the homestead and renew its previous disposition. Each one was significantly older than she and specialized in the tasks that were currently being conducted. Silently, she marveled at the coolness each one held, dealing with this horrible situation without expression. What horrors or travesties had they witnessed to desensitize them to this massacre? Certainly, one or two of them had likely fought in the Great War, a time where horrible, unnatural occurrences were most likely the norm. But the rest, how many years of age were they? What wars, assignments or gross situations had they been required to work through for the sake of continued Gregory preservation? Was this what it meant to be a professional? To be able to take everything that was thrown at you, that was required of you, and take it without complaint? Was this what separated Raynare from those of centuries millennia worth of experience with life? She could honestly say she wasn't sure. She hazarded the thought of calling on Azazel. For advice, for counsel and understanding on how best to deal with the freed character. But perhaps she shouldn't. Calling upon the head fallen for every situation might have made her appear weak or undependable. When she requested a shift of duty from the Hyodo boy, Azazel was more than accommodating. He'd admitted his fears might have been misplaced and encouraged a new station for her. She'd been gracious when he hadn't asked past her incident with the stairs. How could she ask for his continued assistance now when everyone around her was doing their best to make this night look better than it was? These were troubling thoughts she forced herself to move past as she watched as one of the angels questioning Asia moved to her side. She corrected her composure. Anything new? Well, nothing aside from Selzen's attack on devil sites. Apparently, the nun wasn't aware of his actions. She's in some shock. Understandable, and Raynare was already aware of this. Anything else? Yeah, that's what I came to talk to you about. We got confirmation about the individual who attacked Selzen before we arrived. Devils. Raynare knew this already. Yes, but we have a name to go with the attack. Raynare lifted an eyebrow. The priest hadn't been so vocal, only calling his attacker a pussy and cock lover. And what was the name? The fallen coughed lightly, clearing his voice. Naruto, ma'am. A Naruto Uzumaki. I hope I got the pronunciation right. What have I done? Oh my lord, what have I done? Asia wasn't good. This much was certain. Dead bodies, murderous priests, fallen angels cleaning up the mess left behind. It was a full day for the nun. Having a hand in causing the deaths of numerous households that, similarly, the fallen were playing cleanup crew for was also a disheartening circumstance. She was devastated. She just wanted the day to end. She wanted to go to the church, fall to her knees, and pray for all those lost to Selzen's blood craze. She wanted to pray for forgiveness and for her foolishness. She'd made a mistake that had cost many others their lives. She wouldn't live down the images of the house owner's torn body for many years to come. This she was sure of. The thought that she had a part in this man's death was. She told the fallen angels everything she knew from the time she set out with the priest to the point of their arrival. She told them about the devils. She told them about Fried's crimes. She told them about the blonde boy who leapt out the window before they arrived, everything. She admitted to telling the boy to run and confessed her unwilling part in the attacks on the humans. The fallen hadn't been resentful. They accepted what had happened readily and did not blame her or call out a fault. She was all too happy to know that no one blamed her but herself. She would live with this pain but grow stronger from it, as her lessons had told her. On the side, she wondered what the church would think of this. They kicked her out once, what more could they do? She could only repent and admit to be an unwilling and unknowing accomplice to the man while seeking the wisdom of God and finding what she was meant to do from then on. O Lord, forgive this humble servant. She meant no harm to be given to anyone and asks to be guided onto the righteous path ahead. Her musings continued for some time, the guilt eating inside of her. Aside from God, the church, and the fallen angels, she wondered silently about how her mistake might look to the boy from the day prior, and how he might react to knowing her fallacy. The thought made her eyes grow watery again as a dark figure loomed over her. Asia looked up, attempting to compose herself in front of the female winged figure before her. She sniffed sadly. "See, can I help you, Angel-san?" Though Asia couldn't register the look, innocent as she was, the fallen angel's features were hard and unkind as she glared to the girl. Even if she was aware of the cruel appearance of the woman beside her, she wouldn't have been aware of the reason. "I am guiding you back to the church," the fallen's voice was firm and uncompromising. "We will figure out what to do then." Asia nodded, standing as the angel pressed a hand to her shoulder, pushing her towards the door. Despite the treatment, Asia felt relief. The night was finally over. The next day would bring new respite and warmth to her heart. She didn't realize how she should have truly felt then. Church facility, 11:23 p.m. Raynare closed the door to Asia's room roughly as she finished her escort task back to the church. Her teeth were grit and tight, her grip having not left the handle to the door due to her squeezing it tightly. The fallen angel was furious. Absolutely furious. Upon discovery of Asia's involvement in the blonde-haired boy and her pacifism to seeing him unharmed, Raynare found herself overcome by raw fury. It was an uncertain fury. Why her anger was now directed to the nun child wasn't entirely clear to her. Was it because of her willingness to let the boy go? To warn him of their coming? Perhaps it was the way she seemed collected in the fact that Naruto wasn't the attacker of the household. Was she simply an outlet to the building rage that seemed to be growing every moment her mind thought of the blonde-haired hero? Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. The mind of a fallen angel was often one-tracked when their sin took over their senses. In the case of Raynare, young as she was, her ability to control the urges brought on by her sin of wrath was minimal at best. In fact, she rather encouraged those feelings to take over. To her, the wrath and fury to fight against those who thought the black-winged angels were beneath them made her strong. Made her stand out amongst the smaller fallen who didn't strive for higher positions. She was trained by Azazel-sama himself. She had aspirations and the dedication to pursue the positions set forth by her lord and master. She would do anything to make him proud of her. He was the father her own father could not be, and when he smiled to her, she could only imagine that the joy she felt was what she would have felt if her father had lived to see her grow. So yes, Azazel-sama was her inspiration. To pursue his position and to gain his attention was her deepest desire, though it wasn't to a level obsession to see him look upon her positively. Obsession was his thing. She wished he would see her worth, no more, no less. Especially when many saw her as the freeloader among freeloaders. Azazel-sama saw her as a trophy that could be polished to shine brightly above all others. Her reason for becoming strong was to prove the worth of the fallen, by any means, so as to hear his kind words. But Naruto was against this. She wanted to prove herself with the elimination of Issei Hyodo and found herself defeated. She wanted to defeat the stray and feel some confidence in her strength, but the blonde had beaten her to it. She was to protect Asia Argento from the horrors she might have faced, and he was there. Naruto. Raynare's hand left the doorknob and slammed into the wall beside her, leaving a decent, hand-sized dent into the stonework. She felt as if she were choking on the fury, even going so far as to consider taking her anger out on the child in the room over just to ease the pressure in her throat. It wouldn't be Naruto, but at the moment, she felt like spreading the anger out on something. It was this temperament that made wrathful fallen subjugated to prejudice and fear amongst even her own kind. But to the figure walking towards her, it was this attitude that he desired dearly. Oh my dear fallen angel Sama, you look troubled." Raynare turned her head to the voice, watching as Father Galilei casually walked beside her, offering a small bow of his head in simple respect. Raynare acknowledged his presence. "Can I help you, Father?" She wasn't up for being disturbed amidst her anger, so the father spoke quickly. "I just came to see how our dear Argento-san was holding up. I heard she had quite the unorthodox night, His tone was kept friendly and his smiling face didn't hold the slightest hint of ill intent. "So it would seem. But now, I dare say it seems you could use some advice, as well. I haven't seen such a troubled female, or angel, for that matter, for a very long time." He opened his arms up to the woman. Come, confess what thoughts trouble you this night. Raynare stared at the man. My troubles and thoughts are mine alone. She made to brush past him and retire for the evening. The girl would not be awakening anytime soon, best now to rest and wait for her continued duty in the morrow. Moving past the father and down the hall, Galilei scratched his chin as his smile widened. Then, perhaps I could offer you something more than just kind words. What could you offer me? She didn't pause in her walk down the hall. Despite this, Galilei smirked. An opportunity. Raynare, to her credit, didn't stop on the dime like the father hoped she would. It took her a moment to realize she was curious about what sort of opportunity a man such as the priest might have had. She hesitated for a brief moment, turning her head slightly, catching a glance over to the man. Hook, line, sinker. Do you know what's possible when the moon is full and a sacred gear holder is within your grasp? Asia listened. She listened for a good, long while. The sound of Raynare slamming her fist into the side wall alerted her to something amiss from outside her room. She made to check in on what was wrong before she made out the voices. She heard the father speak of opportunities. Asia listened to the boasts of the power the full moon held, how sacred gear holders were swayed by its hold and how an incantation was made to obtain what was given to humans by God. She heard the man talk about power given and rightful places taken by the fallen angels. She heard how the priest talked about Raynare's place in the fallen government would be nothing more than lapdog, so long as she remained where she was. She heard the father play the melody of desire to the fallen angel's ears. And she heard her guardian admit her interest in such an idea. That was all Asia heard before she made for the window of her apartment, opened it quietly, made sure to carefully leap to the soft ground below and sprinted to the city. Complex Apartments, south end of the city, 1:57 a.m. Azazel stared silently out of his apartment's window, mulling over recent occurrences with a glass of fine white wine in hand. The past 6 hours had not been forthcoming with good news. Renegade exorcists, crazed priests, garrisons missing, and now Raynare is nowhere I can sense. The grip on his glass tightened at the thought of his missing pupil. By all accounts, his female ward was quite young. Roughly 90 years of age and experience, and she thought she understood the universe. Frustrating, really. Azazel wondered if he'd been like this when he was her age, some 30-40 millennia ago. It was possible. Children did act out, even angels. He recalled father liking to forgive him, though, even when he tampered with his little inventions and creations. Now, pranks could lead to falling as a punishment. Sad, really. It was all work and no play, up in heaven. But that was neither the issue nor the present concern. At the moment, Azazel's control over his faction was being challenged. What was worse, it wasn't over a portion of his people in either the underworld or a group in Europe or the States, but right under his nose. That was a challenge of his personal control. By whom, he could only guess. And while his guesses were usually pretty accurate, without proof, moves could not be made without appearing rash or hasty with the misplacement of Raynare. And everything was going so well until now. Giving Raynare the task of watching someone of such small worth as the perverted Hyodo boy was brought upon for a simple desire, humility. Her growing pride, temperament, and even sadism were widely becoming known, as was her growing unease with those outside of angelic background. She often believed herself better than those with thousands of years of duty and began to speak out against her ranked superiors, with the exception of Azazel himself. Her entitled nature wasn't a trait Azazel desired from her. She was too young, too innocent and precious to him to allow such dark emotions to drive her into doing something she would later regret. And she would, Azazel could attest to decisions made in life that he wished he could take back. When he realized the perverse actions of Issei Hyodo might have been too much for her, and that such a life-altering decision might be soon upon her, he came up with a plan to counter this. Naruto. His capability was meant to put her down a peg, to make her acknowledge the value of others who weren't Angleborn and reflect on her lack of supposed invincibility. Naruto was an exceptional human, but a grounded, as fallen angels sometimes called humans and those without the ability to fly, and that alone would burn her. When she arrived at his home after her run-in with the boy, or stairs, as she called the situation, and had subsequent days of rest to replenish her lost sense of worth, he decided that she'd learned her lesson and deserved a reward for it. That's when he introduced her to Asia Argento. Was this decision done too hastily? Perhaps. He doted on the girl, that much was known. He wanted to see her flourish and blossom as if she were his own. But now she was nowhere to be found. All he could do now was wait and send Barakil and his legion to search for his lost pupil. Barakil, Azazel's most loyal and devoted lieutenant and lifelong friend, did not hesitate in his willingness to assist in the search for his lord's missing ward. He'd been the first to volunteer in the searching, in fact, and having known Barakil for more years than Azazel could count, the Lord of Fallen was certain the serious, rigid man would go to any lengths, search the depths of the underworld or even storm the gates of heaven themselves, if it meant finding Raynare, safe and sound. That was loyalty. Of course, once Azazel considered the idea of heaven itself, an uncomfortable laugh forced its way through his lips, especially with the troublesome idea that came with it. Maybe if I pray, Michael would be willing to help me. Reeing. Azazel blinked from the thought, reaching into his pocket and glanced at the caller id. An eyebrow rose at the name. This might have its uses, he thought, carefully considering what he would say before taking a deep breath, flicking the phone open. Before you say anything, he started, I want to say that I have had no involvement in the actions taken against your aunt's peerage in the last several hours. Some of my people have gone off the map, along with an exorcist I am sure you are acquainted with by now. Be certain, I am doing everything I can in locating them presently. If any information comes up, I will forward it to you first before all else. Azazel held his tone firm and cordial and held back no information pertaining to fallen angel involvement. The associate on the other end was a capable ally and, while not quite a friend, he was an acquaintance of some familiarity. He wasn't someone he wished to see ties cut because of this unfortunate circumstance that even he, Azazel, founder and leader of the fallen and exiled organization, Gremory, could not have foreseen. Thankfully, after some bated breath, he got a reply. I'll keep in touch. The other line ended, leaving Azazel to do little more than sigh at the ill-fated happenings. Taking a long sip of his wine, Azazel looked out over the city from his balcony. It could be worse, he thought, allowing a grin to slowly come to his face. If Naruto's handling things, then maybe this could end better than I hoped. He certainly had a way of doing the impossible. Old school building, club room, moments later. Running a hand over his eyes, Naruto groaned as he leaned back into the sofa, letting the phone slip to the table with an audible clang. His opinion of the last 3 hours could be summed up into one word: problematic. Rias was handling the situation carefully. One of the first moves she wanted to make was to call on the underworld's higher authorities, but realized that doing so would more than likely create a war zone out of the entire city or even the country. While not yet a fully recognized adult amongst the underworld's higher class, that didn't mean she had to feel incompetent. She was a Gremory. Excellence in upholding the nature of the underworld was a task befitting one who belonged to the 72 Pillars. But this resulted in the question of how do you handle a situation that involved fallen angels and the church without causing a multi-world incident. At first she opted for a simple approach, sending her peerage and familiars to secure locations around her contract holders. If nothing else, she would receive news if any more contract holders were being targeted. Which, in the circumstance that another attack would occur, motions could be made to assemble the devil hierarchy for a possible all-out attack. Regrettable as it might have seemed, one incomplete peerage and a son of Lucifer would not be enough to handle an army of fallen. Secondly, she had Naruto sweep Kuo Academy for any disturbances. She wouldn't put it past an enemy with familiarity with the devil contract holders to not decide to attack the main stronghold of her peerage while the situation was on the brink of chaos. And Naruto, while only one ally to her cause, was more than capable with dealing, or at least stalling, a potential onslaught while Rias worked to secure her people. And all the while, Naruto made some calls. To make long conversations and calling in favors short, no one was aware of what was occurring. This attack was an unprecedented move, as he expected, and wasn't a move spoken on open channels. Whoever organized this attack wasn't making noise, and that meant he or she was either taking their sweet time to make their first move, or they were exceptional at not making a peep about their plans. Both ideas were annoying to consider. Azazel was his last call. He was the only fallen angel in his immediate contact list, and one who was avid with answering and making calls. Danesi couldn't afford a cell phone to save his life. Naruto opted to make him his last call out of security purposes, if he had anything to do with the slaughtering that happened. But Azazel answered quickly enough. He certainly made it obvious he wasn't the one who orchestrated the attack on Rias's contracts. Naruto, despite being only over the phone, could hear it in his voice. The man wasn't entirely trustworthy. He always seemed to have his own agenda in the matters of the world, but he wasn't a liar. His skill was in the truth and telling you exactly what he wanted you to know. Whether this was good or not, now that he realized the head fallen angel wasn't behind his rogue associates, was an uncertainty. This was happening right under his command and he wasn't even aware. And I thought ninja were the backstabbers and political coordinators. Naruto let out a long breath, closing his eyes as he stretched himself out over the couch before the door behind him opened to show Akino's elegant form walk in. Turning his head, he gave a small wave before closing his eyes to allow himself an ever so brief reprieve. Akino, grinning, walked up behind the couch and leaned down towards the blonde. "How are you doing?" she asked quietly, her voice soft as she tried not to disturb him. Naruto offered a small shrug. "Tired, actually. Really tired." Akino smiled still, lifting a hand as she ran it through his lengthy blonde hair. "You've had a full day." Naruto hummed, silently enjoying the hand going through his hair. It was soothing. "Kaneko and Kiba are heading back now. No incidents. Looks like we stopped the exorcist before anyone else got hurt." Akino's smile widened as she watched the blonde slowly drift off to her touch. "I just put Bucho into the separate bedroom next door. She almost fell asleep at her desk. Looks like she'll need a wake-up call in the morning, it seems." "You going to bed?" Naruto groaned out, surprisingly relaxed by the simple hair play. "I am. Just wanted to say goodnight before I headed home," she said, as she gave one last touch to the boy's mess of hair before standing and walking to the door. Flicking the light switch on the wall, Akino smiled as she saw the boy doze off. It would seem she would have to wake both of the club room members when morning came. Offering one last, quiet farewell and a long glance at the tuft of blonde hair, Akino left the club room and made her way out of the old school building. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10. 30. An hour passed, then a soft buzzing came from the phone on the table, lighting up the room before a hand moved over it to pick it up. Flicking it open, the owner of both appendage and device looked over its contents. Place in the sun. Exact location unknown. Special note, within city limits. Missing Asia Argento. Request, protect. Reward, 10 million. Additional info, death invalidates request. Unknown designated time of finish. Accept, reject. Naruto stared at the message in the dark club room. Click. Looks like I'm skipping class. Naruto thought, standing up and making for the door. Time to find me a priest girl. The city, mall area, 3:21 p.m. Naruto was a former ninja. Naturally, a certain level of tracking and navigational skill was expected. Whether through tundra, forests, deserts or even over an ocean, ninja prided themselves over their abilities. They could spot natural disorders from man-made ones and follow paths accordingly. Despite this, however, the city was huge. Naruto found himself checking every dark corner and alley he was familiar with. A major problem with searching the city was in part due to the overabundance of man-made disorders. The population was just too vast to make it easy to discern what might have been the priest moving around or just a human or city animal of some sort. He looked into forested area, park areas, the area surrounding the church, police stations, hospitals, the sewer system, anywhere someone would naturally hide in the situation that they were being pursued or wanting to hide from others. Going well into his 12th hour of search, Naruto was starting to groan from his lack of progress in finding the nun. No gossip, no rumors, no sign of a long blonde-headed girl. His initial results were starting to feel like they were insulting his ability. Seriously. Seriously. Nothing. How could it be this hard to find a priest girl? Normally, calm professionalism would override childish frustration any other day of the week. Lack of sleep, food and outcome was starting to frustrate the blonde, however. Plus, calls from Rias and Akano, asking why he missed class were becoming annoying after the fourth call from each. Now, standing atop the mall area's main building, Naruto looked over the people. They were eating, talking, walking and enjoying the last workday of the week. None had a care in the world as the blonde tried to make out any sort of abnormal dressing from teens and children alike. Fuming slightly at yet another failed attempt in his search, Naruto looked over the park area, glancing over the tree tops to make out the slight fountain area he hadn't had a scuffle with a certain foul-tempered fallen not even a week ago. He would have laughed. How ironic would that be if she was hiding there? A glowing violet glyph appeared, only just visible over the trees, just beyond the fountain area. From atop the roof, Naruto stared at it. Huh. A few minutes earlier. Being born into a church system, raised by a church system, and tutored by a church system did not necessarily mean that one's life was expected to be poised, petite and without enjoyment. There were restrictions, lesson plans and obligations, but they were not usually overwhelming to the point of exhaustion or anger. It was a system that had been in place for centuries, modeling and educating young men and women into valuable members of the church to spread the goodwill and knowledge of their Lord God. There was nothing wrong with it. It was not for everyone, to be certain, but it wasn't as horrible as some media made it out to be. Nuns and priests found the life adequate and fulfilling. And that suited them just fine. To some, the love of God could sustain them indefinitely. But to Asia Argento, the last few hours had been the most fun, most exciting, the most incredible hours of her life. The mall, the arcade, the food, everything she'd experienced since midday had been invigorating and unimaginably exquisite. She'd never imagined the world was as it was, so full of wonder and enjoyment that spread out far beyond the church. Since her escape from the church, Asia kept to the thickly wooded areas she grew familiar with while she worked with Freed the previous day. She hadn't seen fallen garrisons or search parties but didn't want to put it past them to be searching for her via magic or enchantment. She slept when she could and made movements when she thought she was close to being found. But Asia was not a woman of notable stamina or endurance. Her strength was slowly waning from lack of sufficient rest or food. She realized, after avoiding another open area, that it would only be a matter of time until someone from the church discovered her. Interestingly, it was amidst this distraught acceptance that she came upon someone she hadn't expected to see, the boy from a couple days before who kept her company. It was her belief that God's blessing must have smiled upon her then. The boy was the kindest, sweetest, most heartfelt individual she'd ever met. He bought her food, brought her to an arcade and even won her a gift. They walked and talked and he saw her, not as the nun or sacred gear holder she was, but as a human being. The way he smiled and believed in who she was erased the self-doubts in her heart. The last several hours of running and depression all but evaporated with but a flicker of his ever-glowing smile. He was the brief flicker of light in her world full of darkness. Indeed, as the two walked through the park after enjoying their time at the mall, Asia knew she was truly happy being around this boy. She wished it could last forever, she truly did. But then she saw a flicker of black from the corner of her vision and knew her time was over. Sorry. She apologized, making quick motions with her hands, Arcade 1 toy still held tightly, as she moved away from the wonderful boy. I'm afraid I have to leave now. The church is expecting me. I have to go now but I'll see you soon, okay? She didn't wait for him to respond back. She turned and ran in a random direction, away from her friend, as the boy yelled after her nervously. She ran for some time, deeper into the wooded area. She was sure the boy did not follow her. He was kind and sweet and honest and she did not want him to be involved in her situation. To Asia, she did not deserve to stand beside someone as wonderful as he. She was just a sinner, someone who failed to uphold the will of God and was excommunicated because of it. She knew her place in the world now. And now, her punishment was upon her. Stopping in a small clearing, Asia caught her breath as a large violet glyph appeared, symbolized with intricate designs and energy. It glowed brightly as a pair of smooth, flawless slender legs fell from the runic energy, followed by a tight, leathery-clad torso with a similar voluptuous shape. Then a beautiful face with long, night sky dark hair followed. Raynare touched down to the earth, her black wings unfolding as she made a display of her ability. The message was clear: Asia was trapped. Looking down to the nun, Raynare smiled as she looked to the small stuffed toy held tightly in the nun's arms. "Did you have a fun day?" Asia didn't answer her. Despite trying to put on a brave front, she was trembling. This only made Raynare's grin widen. "Are you going to run?" Asia shook her head. Where would she run to even if she did manage to escape the fallen angel? "Are you going to come then?" Asia hesitated for a moment. This was condemning herself, she understood that. If she went with Raynare she would most likely die. She wasn't a fighter. Going against the trained woman would have been stupid. There wouldn't be a shining knight to save her, just a quick end for the sake of what was inside her. If she fought back, it would only end badly. Carefully placing the small, yellowish toy onto the grass, Asia walked over to the fallen, who placed her arms and wings around her carefully in a tight embrace. Raynare's mood was definitely improving from the previous night as she raised themselves towards the hovering energy. She had the girl, learned the spell, had fellow fallen angels beside her and the backing of a very well-informed priest and psychotic exorcist. She could have done without Selzen's help, but it seemed he came with the package deal. Now, with the time nearing, she felt herself relax with the young nun in her arms. Soon, she would have all that she desired. Asia's eyes were closed, holding back tears, as she tried to think of the good in her life before the inevitable bad that would soon come. If she had kept her eyes open, right at the last moment, she might have noticed a figure running towards the open space of the park. Naruto cursed, his face contorting as he ran into the clearing, only able to watch helplessly as the fallen angel's portal closed. If he'd been a few seconds earlier, he might have prevented the teleport from occurring. But now, all he could do was make out the briefest of details as the two figures disappeared into thin air. A pair of dark-colored wings and familiar long blonde hair. Now they were gone, without as much as a hint to their new location. Naruto reached into his pocket, fumbling for his phone. He needed professional help. Anyone noticing teleportation anomalies, high fixtures of magic, or even an idea of what a group of rogue dark feathers would want with a nun in the first place. Squeak. Naruto stopped in his step, turning his head down to the sound of the noise as he lifted his foot off the ground. There, slightly smooshed into the earth, was a yellow and black ringed mouse toy of some sorts. Obviously, it was some sort of cheap arcade crane game figurine. Naruto vaguely recalled seeing something like this a few times in his chance meetings within the mall. Reaching down, Naruto brushed off some stray pieces of grass as he lifted the toy carefully. Glancing between the toy and where the portal was, Naruto carefully put the toy under his arm before starting towards the mall area. Hours passed with no sign of fallen angel movements, no signal from Azazel or anyone on contact, and no proof that there even was a rogue fallen angel faction. Naruto concluded that this was a very well-coordinated operation. The blonde checked a number of hidden or holy sites that the angels could set up from. A group of rogues couldn't stay out in the open, they would need somewhere to rest and hide while they worked underneath Azazel's thumb. This assumption seemed to make the most sense, so Naruto started quickly by going through a mental list of well-known locations a secret organization might frequent with the safety of home field advantage. The first location was, of course, the city's church. It stood at the edge of the city, atop a considerable hill that overlooked almost the entire city. It was quite the view, and a strategically sound defensive position. Arriving, Naruto expected a heavy show of activity, with adequate amounts of black feathers, church faculty, and maybe even the mad exorcist. Instead, the location was quiet, with the only prominent activity being a lone priest in training, who swept the outside steps with little enthusiasm. After a few minutes of staking out the area, Naruto guessed this would have been too obvious of a location to take the nun and moved on. He went down the list from most to least likely locations, each proving less occupied or active as the day went on. Old office buildings, an animal shelter, even the sewers, no results, with each location showing less and less evidence of trespassing as time went on. This came with no small quantity of irritation from the lack of success. Desperately, Naruto decided to risk spreading his search. Having a few more eyes looking around the city would help in his search of the girl, and time was running short as it was. With a quick flick of his wrist and several bursts of smoke, several doppelgangers appeared around the original blonde. Their likeness was so uncanny, no difference could be found on any of the lookalikes. They were, essentially, clones of the original. Naruto held back a smile as he looked between them, before giving a quick shout and watching as the several copies of himself spread across the city in all directions, becoming his new eyes and ears as he returned to his own searching. This continued into the late evening. Every inch of the city seemed to have been searched, no exorcist, fallen angel or priest girl. The sun was down and a dire look crossed the blonde's face. He needed Rias. Old school building, club room, 11:43 p.m. The Gremory heir looked up to her nephew from behind the club's desk. No. 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 No, you won't help me find the fallen angels or, no, I refuse to help you. Both. That is very unhelpful. Yes, I am aware. Naruto groaned. Why? Rias gave him a hard stare. Why? You are talking about going up against the fallen garrisons of heaven. Consider that for just a moment. Naruto didn't, keeping to the matter at hand. There's a girl who needs my help. Asia Argento. Yes, I am aware. You've mentioned her several times now. Rias pursed her lips. But I am also aware of your position as a son of Lucifer, a valuable asset of the House of Gremory, and a close relation to the underworld and Devilkind. Frowning, she crossed her arms. And now you want to go save a girl, a nun, from a group of fallen angels. On your own. Tell me, does that sound like it wouldn't be the cause for a political shitstorm? Naruto thought that over. It probably would, he admitted. But that doesn't matter. This isn't about devils, angels or politics, this is about helping someone who needs help. He crossed his arms, mimicking Rias. Besides, I have information that suggests the situation with the fallen isn't a move made by their government but by a rogue faction of some sorts. I believe that qualifies as reasonable action by your peerage and myself. This seemed to catch the heir of Gremory's attention. Oh really? And how did you come by this information? Naruto didn't outright say he was aware that the fallen angels involved were rogue members of the fallen government. His contact with Azazel was kept strictly secretive, even from his father. Missions, contacts, travel arrangements. Since his arrival in Japan, Naruto was able to coordinate his private and public life without interference from his family. He wished to keep it as such, so he'd been vague about his findings and reasoning for discovering the missing nun and his beliefs around the renegade fallen angels. I have my ways, the blonde returned, equally persistent in avoiding direct answering her. Call it a hunch, if you want. An educated one. Rias's eyes were almost drilling a hole into the boy's head, aiming to unveil his secrets. I see. Naruto, regardless, remained undaunted. The point is the girl might be in danger. I'd bet that for whatever reason the rogues need her for, it's going down tonight and the longer we wait, the better chance whoever's behind this will finish her off soon. That thought wasn't exactly comforting, but this wasn't the first rescue operation he'd dealt with. If we deal with them now, we might not only be avoiding war talk, but also manage to save a life. Isn't that worth the risk? If it were a devil taken hostage, yes, Rias answered with a hard tone. But a nun of the church isn't my ally. I have nothing to gain from preventing the situation between the fallen angels and the girl. Without proof that this isn't a sanctioned action, I might very well instigate the Second Great War. Even to save the life of a member of the church, the fallen angels will see this as an act, not just by the Gremory house, but by the son of Lucifer, and by extension Lucifer himself, which will bring down the wrath of heaven along with the fallen angels. Her eyes seemed to radiate red. Millions, maybe even billions, of lives could be lost with you wanting to save Argento-san's life. Would you still risk all of that just to save her? Naruto didn't hesitate. Yes, I would. Rias stared at him. Oh how I love you. Then you do it on your own, she stated, rising from her desk and making past the blonde towards the exit of the club room. Opening it, Akino peered inside, smiling calmly. Just remember, Rias spoke up, whatever choices you make will affect more than one life. She gave one last glance back to her oldest friend. I hope you're ready to take responsibility for that. Naruto didn't wait long to vacate the club room. Even in his advanced age, for a human at least, his high-strung days of jumping into the rings of fire weren't completely behind him. He still wasn't one to hesitate when he felt the course of action was the right choice to make. He enjoyed, occasionally, being reckless to a fault. His bachelor party was still a blur, and it was a trait many found endearing. Even still, the prospect of billions of lives weighing on the decisions made in the next few hours was something to consider, at least for a moment, before making to the door. All right, not in the city. Should have considered that. Naruto opened the closed club door. Then that means they must be stationed. He opened the door, coming face to face with the smiling Kiba, sword strapped to his side, and the stoic Kaneko, who adjusted her gloves accordingly into a comfortable position. Naruto smirked to the two of them. Outside the city. Outside the city, Kiba replied, crossing his arms and perhaps looking a little smug at getting one over his male friend. In return, Naruto laughed out a groan. How did I not consider that? Lack of food, sleep and now the precipice of a multi-world war waiting on his mind might have played a factor in his lack of common sense. And how did you two even know where they were at? We have our ways. Kaneko's reply was monotonous as usual. Really? You shouldn't underestimate the House of Gremory, Naruto. We know things. Kiba's smile was a contagious thing, and Naruto's grin grew as he felt demonic power form around his feet, holding a level of mischief behind it. Yeah, quit your smiling and let's go. The red energy devoured them in a shine of light that lit the hallway for the briefest of moments before going dim once more, with the three Kuo Academy students nowhere to be seen. Around the corner, Akeno smiled to Rias. You are a most doting aunt, Bucho. Shut up. Outskirts of the city, abandoned church, 11:49 p.m. Every city has their abandoned buildings, their little secrets, their troubled areas that people try forget for the sake of keeping up the appearances of a stable community. In the case of the near-desecrated church, which barely held itself together at the limits of the city, this might have been one of the few areas in Japan that might have been considered for all three of the non-mentionables previously stated. It held a long, endearing history that needn't be mentioned. It was old, abandoned and held fond memories too many now passed from the world, nothing more. The church's structure was actually quite simple. Grade, previously white wooded walls, dust-covered windows and patches of unkempt grass areas could be seen, even from the outside. And while nowhere near as large or old as Kuo Academy's old school building, especially after its renovation, the church still managed to appear elegant under the moonlight and dense, untampered forests around it. It was wild, yet peaceful, with a good distance away from any wandering eyes from the city's populace. Which was why, only recently, the area had become the new hotspot for the renegade faction of fallen angels and church members. Atop the roof of the abandoned church, a young woman sat quietly, rocking her legs in boredom as she waited for something, anything, to happen. She had with medium-length blonde hair and a peculiar, almost cosplayic Lolita black outfit. Her eyes were blue, her skin was a shine of slight tan under the brightly lit moon and her stature was considerably short. Despite appearances of her being a young woman, or even a teenage girl, this woman on the church was well over 1,000 years of the human world, with considerable life experience on the side. Her name was Mitelt. She was a fallen angel, rogue, as it were. And she was upset. Ah, come on already. Mitelt shouted to the night sky. Something happened already. I'm bored. Centuries of life experience meant little to her, it seemed, in the way of understanding the value of patience. This is the worst. Guard duty is the worst thing ever. She was going on her 4th hour of looking out around the central area around the church. Her associates, other guards were going through the rounds, so now she was all alone, required to lower herself to the church's roof and relax amongst the dust, dirt and insects around her. Needless to say, like most fallen angels, she wasn't pleased with being required to remain grounded with her duties. Mitelt ground her teeth as she tapped her foot impatiently on the roof. What I wouldn't give for some action. Funny as coincidences worked, a bright light shone at the corner of the forest line surrounding the church at that very moment. Catching the corner of her eye, the young appearing fallen angel turned her head curiously, just as a small group appeared from the air. Two boys, a girl and each wore an academy outfit from the school across the city and into the stinking devil territory. Mitelt smiled. She recognized the design of the outfit by what Raynare mentioned. Which meant, oh, ask and you shall frickin' receive. The fallen angel watched as the first of the academy students walked quickly towards the church. He was tall, with bright blonde hair and a fair complexion under notably piercing blue eyes. The boy behind the leading blonde was of similarly good looks, with a straight poise and a heart-pounding smile, followed by a young girl of ashen hair and an even smaller stature than her. In most cases, blue-eyed blondes were her type of men to be interested in getting to know better. His stride was tense but without stutter as he made his way towards the church doors. He certainly was a man of some prowess that would usually catch her eye amongst a crowd. But, she realized with some reluctance, that she wasn't lucky enough to believe she could meet a hot man like that while on guard duty, especially in the middle of the woods and at a time such of night. So he was an enemy. Mitelt, sighing sadly, watched him curiously. Either he was brave, prepared, or really stupid. Needless of his reason, she got her action, and was going to make the most of it. So, quickly ridding herself of any reluctance to attacking such a hunk, she decided to make herself known to the advancing blonde. Stepping casually off the side of the roof, she let herself fall to the earth below, directly in front of doors of the church and barring the three newcomers' advances. "Oh joy," the fallen shouted, catching the small group's attention, "looks like it's my lucky night." Running into a group of lowly devils on their way to the party. She brushed stray hair from her face. Who could ask for more? The lead blonde, who was now close enough for the fallen angel to see rather interesting birthmarks, at least, what she assumed they were, on each of his cheeks, looked her over. "Ah, do I know you?" Mitelt giggled, even his voice was masculine. "Mitelt's my name," she introduced brightly. "The most awesome, completely incredible fallen angel there ever was." The lead blonde and his associates looked her over with somewhat blank faces. "Of course you are," the whiskered man stated with mocking enthusiasm, "and I take it you're here to stop us." "Yep. From whatever's going on inside." "That too." "And what's going on inside, exactly?" "Teehee. Can't say. It's for me to know and you to find out." The blonde stared at her. "I can do that." He moved towards her, fists clenched and any sign of friendliness lost. Despite the aggressive attitude, and, perhaps, being slightly turned on by it, Mitelt only smirked in return and raised her hand skyward. Snap. The blonde stopped. Around the church, a rippling purple veil of angelic energy surged around them. From atop Raynare's head, a pair of violet glyphs appeared, rapidly depositing a new pair of black-winged individuals, a man and a woman, into the immediate area. The woman was rather scantily clad woman, wearing what might have been considered business attire had it not been 2-3 sizes too small in both bust and waist area. Her eyes were a dark shade of blue, with matching colored hair that reached down to below her waist. The new fallen angel was pale of skin and large in bust size. This was Calawarner. She was, to Mitelt, a promiscuous woman in appearance. Or a slut, whichever. The other fallen was a male of mysterious appearance. Tall, wearing a gray fedora and trench coat, he appeared tough and formidable in presence alone. A real professional who took no nonsense from those around him. Danasik. He dressed like a detective from those old crime films she used to enjoy. Or a pimp, either or. And now, with backup that evened the odds between the devils and fallen, Mitelt was feeling rather confident as she turned her attention away from her associates back to the blonde at the head of his little invasion group. She hoped to see surprise, disturbance, even fear. Instead, the stud's eyes were now staring quietly at her male comrade. "I'm surprised to see you here," the blonde's voice was low but still hearable from the small distance away. Confused, Mitelt wasn't sure whom he was speaking to, before the man beside her spoke up to her surprise. "Honestly, the feeling is mutual." She turned her head to Danasik. He looked displeased, even more than usual. "Huh. I wouldn't have guessed you'd team with a bunch of rogues. Doesn't that seem a bit beneath you?" Mitelt turned her head back to the blonde, whose arms were crossed, annoyed. So they know each other. She figured. Her surprise wasn't just hers, however. Behind the leading blonde, the two other devils seemed equally interested in how one of her partners knew the blonde in front of them. Okay, not the only one who's seeing this as weird. Good to know. They offered me more than what I was getting from this limited style of life, Danasik answered, crossing his arms in return. I would not expect you to understand, you who has only lived in luxury amongst the enemy. The male fallen shook his head as Blonde crossed his arms, looking at him with disappointment. Who are you to judge me? Let me tell you something, truly righteous Uzumaki. He pointed a gloved hand to the hard expression of the blonde. When you have lived a life as long as I have, seen what I've seen, suffered and lost what I have, then, only then, may you criticize the decisions I have made. Mittelt, and apparently Kalawarner and the other devils, based on expressions, seem to be missing some context. Wow. Naruto stared at his fallen acquaintance. I think I just got an Uchiha spiel flashback here. Arriving to the church, meeting an eccentric fallen, being trapped in a barrier, and now finding Danasik was seeking an end to his boredom, through illegal, potentially war-starting moves, made the last 3 minutes rather exciting, to say the least. But, having heard this song and dance before, he decided to skip the pointless talk, skip the witty chit-chat and move forward with what was needed to be said. I'll call you an ass right now. It was a good start. Whatever is going on here, it isn't good. This isn't you, you enjoy pancakes, sausages and milkshakes. Not kidnappings and anti-government organizations. He pointed a finger to the fallen. Right now, I have a priest girl to save. I don't have time for philosophical debates on what's right or wrong. So either you tell me what's going on and get out of my way, or, he brought his hands up and slammed a fist into his open hand, getting his unsaid point across. The angels stared at him. Fine. The middle angel, Mittelt, he recalled, seemed to be confused, irritated and slightly excited as she raised her hand to the side. I'm cool with skipping the pointless banter. I'm just here for the ass kicking. So without further ado. Shing. A spear of light, pinkish in color with a strong pointed edge, appeared in her hand. Let's get crazy. Naruto watched as Danasik and the scantily angel followed suit, shines of blue and yellow lighting the area around them as they held the threatening weapons of angels beside them. Don't hesitate to take him down, Naruto heard Danasik shout, watching him swing and twist his dark blue spear around him in preparation. He isn't someone you can hope to hold back against and win. Huh, really? Mittelt looked over the blonde. He doesn't look so tough, especially for a devil. Danasik looked to the girl. He's not a devil. Huh. He's human. What? Mittelt didn't take this well, looking between Danasik and Naruto in absolute surprise. He's human. She pointed a hand to Naruto. You're not a devil. Naruto pursed his lips, trying to skip useless conversation here. And I am. Mittelt looked him over again. She seemed to be appreciating that info, it seemed. Just went from a 9 to a 10. She smiled excitedly, confusing the blonde further than he already felt towards the blonde angel. But, business before pleasure, I'm afraid. She raised her spear to her side, letting her wings stretch from her back and take flight along with her fellow rogues. Naruto stared at his would-soon-be attackers, before turning to Kiba, who looked very confused about the conversation going on between the fallen and his friend, and Kaneko, who just raised her fists, ready for a fight. Stop. He held his hand to them. Wait here. I'll deal with them. He turned away before they could begin protesting. If I need you, I'll call. He trusted they would stay back unless called, as he walked forward to the fallen angels. He wanted this done fast, and while he trusted the abilities of Kaneko and Kiba, he didn't want the fallen killed and he was certain the two devils wouldn't hesitate to go in for the kill if needed to. Kaneko would, if by accident, and Kiba had bad blood with fallen. Yes, less risk. He needed answers, not corpses. So now, standing before the fallen, he put his distracting thoughts behind him. All he could think about was who would attack first, who would make the first mistake, and what questions to ask the last one standing. He decided to take Danasik first. Abandoned church, hidden basement level, around the same time. Asia Argento was chained to a large wooden cross overlooking a group of fallen and exorcists, atop a large stage that overlooked them all. Unlike the church above, the lower levels of the room they currently occupied was well lit and kept an air of clean. It was a large room stretching out as long and as far as the level of the church above, and glowed brightly with lit torches. Whether it was a room added after the Fallen's occupation or was there in its the original creation wasn't clear to Raynare, who stared quietly over the preparations beside the chained nuns. The nun was unconscious, put to sleep to not unsettle the moment at hand. What would happen next, she didn't need to see, and sleep would dull the moment. Mercy, it was intended to be, though not many might have seen it as such. Nun in chains, ritual items prepared. Raynare looked over the needed preparations carefully. And now, she glanced over the clock overhead, only 3 minutes left. She smiled to herself. Everything was going as planned. Abandoned church, first level, around the same time. Fried Selzen was frustrated. After a rapid session of fallen angelic healing, he was up, ready to kill, and pissed at everyone blonde in the world. As his fingers twiddled with his reforged holy gun and his other hand stroked his new sword of light, his thoughts went back to the fight with the tool from the night before. The fallen who'd taken care of him thought he was defeated handedly. Fried disagreed quite vocally. No, see, I didn't F and %K up. He told them, himself. I just underestimated him. I went in a little too overconfident. But of course I was a little overconfident. I mean, look at me. I'm me. I'm a big deal. And you know who's really at fault here? The girl. Oh, murdered people are so scary. Well, maybe they wouldn't be, if you weren't such a pussy. Fried's fingers rolled into fists as he heard a round of fighting from outside the church. Now once I get rid of that little blonde prick, and destroy those unholy devil shits, there will be nothing left to get in my way. Donasek was on his side under a number of fallen trees. Kalawarner was strewn up like laundry on church roof. Mittelt was held against the church wall a foot from the ground. Naruto held the fallen angel, one hand holding said angel up without much effort while the second arm punched a hole into the woodwork to the left of her scratched and bruised face. That was a warning shot. Talk, or I decide if I should break your wings before your legs. Mittelt, groaning and in no small amount of soreness, grit her teeth as she tilted her head to look down to her assailant. Joke's on you, I like it rough. Naruto's stare wasn't compromising. He reached around her back, stroked a small part of her back, and watched as a pair of black wings sprung out. Mittelt didn't seem to expect the sudden, forced reaction from her back appendages. What are you aw? Naruto gripped one of her wings. It wasn't a harsh grip, but it was more warning than he was used to giving, and Mittelt understood what one wrong word would mean for her. I could break you like a toothpick. Okay. I'll talk. Mittelt's eyes were wide and she didn't like where Naruto was going with this. Seeing her associates treated like ragdolls, the last female fallen angel didn't like her odds, especially when seeing Uzumaki's friends waiting patiently off to the side, just watching him work. They didn't seem too perturbed with his actions. What is it you? What are the rogues planning? Naruto interrupted. And where is Asia Argento? She stared at him. I in that order, or ah. Okay. She felt the grip on her wing loosen. A ritual is being done on the nun to extract her power. What power? The nun has the power of twilight healing within her. Seeing his still confusion, Mittelt knew she had to elaborate further, lest he tug harder. It's a sacred gear. She has a sacred gear. Naruto's eyebrow rose. A sacred gear? What does that have to do with any? He paused in that thought. Then his face turned to the ground, looking over the dimly lit grass before turning his head up to the sky. The moon shone, its fullness offering the only source of light in the forest. Naruto's confused look was replaced with a dawning revelation. Oh. Dropping the Lolita outfit-wearing girl, Naruto turned around to stare towards the night sky, looking to the moon carefully as if hoping his eyes were playing tricks. Ooh. He ignored the coughing and cursing of the fallen angel as he reached for the phone in his pocket, flipping it open. 11:58 p.m. Ooh. Tick. 11:59 p.m. Shit. Kiba. Kaneko. Naruto's yell was enough to startle the two mentioned devils from their patient watching. Inside. Now. He didn't wait as he moved past the fallen Mittelt, feeling she was effectively out of the fight, before forcing a hard leg forward and nearly breaking the doors of the ruined church off the hinges. Stepping in, Naruto took in the decrepit state of the church's innards, watching as a familiar, bad-mouthing priest stepped up from behind the lone altar at the end of the room. Fried stepped out, clapping with a feral grin. Well well well, so happy to see you all again. Kiba and Kaneko, stepping up beside Naruto, readied themselves for the mad priest. Naruto stared at him for a moment before ignoring him to stare around the room. Very few dust abnormalities. Asia isn't being held here. So sorry I had to interrupt our dance from the night before, but you know how these things happen, right? No, wait, defense is too heavy. Has to be here, just not in this room. His eyes strayed to the altar. There's shifted dust. Now, see, I pride myself on not letting anyone get away from me. You might even say it's a thing of pride for me. So when I was forced to let you brimstone stinking turds get away, well, I wasn't happy. Naruto ignored the comment from Kaneko about the exorcist's language, instead staring at the dust around the altar. It's not tied to the floor. He sniffed the air, warmer source of air coming from the cracks around the altar. Secret passage, probably. But, it seems fate it's smiling on me tonight. Now I get the chance to eat you all, piece by piece, while I listen to the sweet serenade of your screams. Oh, happy day. Exorcist has a defensive position between us and the altar. Now, if the little one and the pretty boy would quietly off for a second, doing whatever you want, I don't care, I want to have a little chat with the blonde pussy here. Almost certain that's where she's being held. He took a step forward. Move now. Because, honestly, I've been planning on kicking your ass thoroughly since last night when you kicked me in the... Naruto leapt forward, faster than the exorcist had time to prepare for, landing to his front before lifting his leg back and punting the silver-haired nutjob in his pride and joy, again. Fried's eyes were wide and unmoving from the sudden shock and pain running through him. Why? He wondered. Why does he keep kicking me in the dick? Selzen fell to his side, unconscious. Naruto stepped over the prone man, pressing his hands to the side of the altar and giving a hard push to send the religious stand crashing into the wall. And, wouldn't you know it, secret staircase underneath. Bitchin', let's go. Naruto jumped through the passageway, leaving his friends above with literal leaps and bounds, seeing the dim light of torches and the growing shine of a brilliantly bright light of a familiar ritual being completed. No 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 no. He made it into the lower ritual room, just as Raynare, standing atop a large stage at the far end from the staircase, lifted her arm, which glowed with a not quite angelic energy, and slid it into a chained, unconscious Asia. The smooth appendage felt no resistance as it swam past the girl's outer layer of skin, neither damaging nor seeming to even touch the nun's soft skin. But the sudden screams that came from the quick awakening of the priest girl, however, made wondering if the process was pain-free impossible. No. Naruto grit his teeth, eyes wide as Raynare slowly drew her arm back from the glowing hole in Asia's chest, holding a glimmering green orb between her fingers. Naruto didn't wait, he ran towards the stage. You bastard! His run was hampered by the sudden arrival of swords of light and dark-clothed exorcists. They were meant to impede to slow him down, stepping in between the blonde and his intended target. But Naruto didn't even have to stop to answer the challenge, as now a moment later, a white and blonde blur ran past his side, clashing sword of light with demonic sword in sparks of energy and fight. Kiba grunted, holding the dark-clothed men back before lifting both colliding swords over and, with a quick twist of wrist, managing to get past the man's defense and slash past his dark cloth. Don't worry about us, Kiba shouted, Kaneko moving beside him as Naruto quickly ran through the opening in the exorcists' ranks. Get to the girl. He didn't have to say it twice. Naruto made it to the stage, leaping the stairs between himself and Asia and landing beside the fallen angel. He stared at the unconscious girl, chained to the cross before lifting his hand, offering a flick of the wrist and watching as the chains holding her chip and break. He caught her before she hit the ground. Breathing slowed, not trying to stand, he placed a pair of fingers to her throat. Heart beat, same as her breath. Naruto held the girl carefully in his arms, gritting his teeth. Asia Argento was dying, that much was clear. Asia, stay with me, okay? Don't fall asleep. Naruto didn't shake her, it would have done little good at this point, but he tried to keep her awake by any means. In response, Asia groaned, her eyes looking up to make out the blonde's figure before grunting in pain, curling herself into his arms. Naruto looked her over, trying to think of his next move. Even if I put the sacred gear back now. Oh. Raynare's sudden gasp caught Naruto's attention, turning to see her press the glowing green orb into her chest, the light sinking into her chest without much resistance. The process seemed to be quite energizing. Raynare appeared quite excited as she watched it sink into her breast. Her screams and sighs were eye-catching, and Naruto, if the situation not so intense, might have felt uncomfortable around such pronounced moaning. As it stood, however, his thoughts were only on how, once again, he was too slow to stop even the fallen angel from taking the sacred gear into herself. And now, it made retrieving the sacred gear much more difficult. Raynare stood above the kneeling Naruto, a heavy blush on her face, panting and smiling as she felt the energy of twilight healing flow through her. This energy, this feeling, it's unreal. Wow. Oh, wow. This is incredible. Unbelievable. A gift of God within an angel. Has this ever been before? She laughed, watching the blonde as he glanced her way. Her smile turned nasty. All those who looked down on me, put me down, abused me, will now know not to mess with the soon-to-be champion of the fallen angels. Her hands went to her sides. A soft glow of green surrounded her. And this was meant to just be used for healing. Huh. As if. This was power, simple, pure power. And it was hers. Oh, what I will do with this. But first, she thought with a smile, she had one thing to deal with, a matter of pride, to be certain, but still something she couldn't leave behind. You know, Naruto, Raynare spoke up, catching the blonde's attention with the use of his name, smirking, in any other case, I might have let you take the girl and run. I don't exactly need her anymore, I got what I came for, and I really don't enjoy watching anyone dying from the inside out. Her smirk slowly turned nasty. But, I'm afraid you're a loose end. I had to go behind my superiors once before when you interfered with the pervert, and now, I've had to do it once more with this little one, and, lo and behold, I find you here interfering with my plans again. She brushed long black hair out of her face. You challenge me. You, dare I admit, beat me. And, had you been a minute earlier, you might have even saved her and stopped me again. That spoken truth of time mist which changed the difference between a life saved or lost made the blonde twitch. Raynare thoroughly enjoyed his painful revelation. I can't, in good conscience, let this string of coincidence go. She raised her hand, feeling her own angelic energy mix with that of the twilight healings, to produce a far superior spear of light. So, would you be a dear and die for me? She threw the spear, only a meter away, at the blonde and his hard-staring eyes. It was amazing how a small moment can be the change between life and death. Astounding how Naruto's only just missed attempt of a rescue resulted in the suffering, innocent girl in his arms, agonizing for the blonde when he considered this fact of his limited power to save this girl. Second-handedly, she reminded him of his youth, his previous youth, and those he failed to save when a moment required him to give that extra bit of effort. Those who died in his arms and wouldn't see lives fulfilled because of someone who aspired to change the world by force. In his later years, he didn't hesitate to give everything when fighting a foe. If he hesitated or didn't give it his all, people might have died. And now, as a reminder to why he didn't show hesitance in any decision he made, this slowly dying girl, crying in his arms, was like being hit by an Akamichi in full giant transformation in the chest. But now was not the time for guilt. He failed, he'd admit as much. But now was not the moment to mull over the failings of a life prior. Now was the time to make the decision on how to deal with the nun, the fallen angel, and the twilight healing inside of her. So, devising a quick plan, he made his move. By the time Raynare lifted the spear back to throw, Naruto was already scooping the suffering nun into his arms, and when the spear was halfway to piercing the area where he laid, he was already in the air, making a run for the exit. His escape didn't go unnoticed. Exorcists ran towards him, raising sword and guns in attempt to stop his escape. There were a minor threat to him, but that didn't stop him from appreciating the sudden interference of Kaneko and Kiba, who jumped to his side and pressed back the advancing exorcists. Go! Kiba shouted. We got your back. They shall not pass. Naruto offered them a brief glance before nodding and running past the action, jumping over several steps towards the fresh air of the church above, leaving the sounds of devils fighting rogues behind. He wasn't aware of the glare that followed him as he ran. Naruto set the blonde nun onto one of the church bench, gently pressing away any dust or cobwebs to make sure her comfort was genuine. He brushed her hair out, covered her in his dark academy jacket for warmth and checked her condition carefully. Face red, skin pale, beads of sweat falling across her brow. She was dying. No stopping that. Even if he put the sacred gear back, she would still die. The sacred gear's mechanics were something he was only vaguely familiar with. It was tied to their internal anatomy, almost, removing it was like removing their soul and energy. The method of retrieval, in fact, was also something he was familiar with from work he'd seen before. He was beating himself, mentally, on how he missed the signs, the clues. He'd taken the situation too lightly and his confidence that all would be well, ignored his training, and was now forcing the girl he watched over slowly pay the price for his stupidity. His hands were clenched into fists. There were only a few options left in saving her and none were to his liking because most would require further sacrifice on her part. He couldn't do that. Not to her. It was during these dark considerations when allowed Asia to slowly wake from her pain to look upon her savior. It took her a moment to realize where she was or who was beside her, but she smiled nonetheless when she recognized the glowering face above. Naruto. Her voice was weak and low but Naruto still managed to hear her. Leaving his thoughts, Naruto knelt beside the girl, looking her in the eye. He wasn't sure what to do now. His mood was too dark to smile with but his features did soften somewhat with her gaze. Asia, he greeted calmly, hey. Hey. Her smile didn't falter as she stuttered and curled further into the warmth of the jacket. Why you came here to save me? Naruto's expression faltered. I did. Asia's smile only brightened, not seeming to notice his dark mood. Really? I'm so glad. Thank you. Naruto's insides tightened. I didn't save you. His tone was clipped. I was too late. I failed. His hands tightened into fists, causing his nails to dig into his hands enough to cause a minor amount of bleeding. He ignored it, keeping his eyes on the bright young girl in front of him. I couldn't stop them from taking your sacred gear. Asia's smile softened. That means I'm dying, aren't I? How she said it, yes. He answered honestly. I'm sorry. Asia shook her head. Don't be, she said, it's all right. You came to save me and that makes me happy. Naruto stared at her. Wah. I'm okay, Naruto, Asia whispered, raising a weakened hand out from the jacket and up to the blonde. Really, I'm fine. You came to save me, of all people, and that makes me happier than you could know. She sighed, almost peacefully. I don't have any regrets now. Naruto stared at her. But you're dying, he told her. You're dying for no reason. It's okay, she told him again, interrupting him with a smile that almost brought tears to his eyes. I accept it. I knew my life would be hard the moment I discovered what I could do but I didn't let it change me. She seemed on the verge of tears. I knew people would look down on me for what I could do. I knew I wouldn't have the blessed life like those around me but that's okay. I accept it. Her complete relaxation to what was happening was astonishing. Naruto's eyes met hers. In his life, he'd known how to read the suffering of others by the teachings of those around him. He knew the pain, even just by looking into their eyes, he could read what they experienced or felt through their lives. When he looked into Asia's eyes, he saw himself. You didn't deserve this, he told her, reaching with his own hand to grasp her own. How small it was. How cold. You didn't deserve to be used or abused or hated because of what was inside of you. But it is because of it that I got to meet so many wonderful people. Her voice grew stronger for a moment, showing the truth and happiness in her statement. I got to help so many who needed me. I got to meet you and see Japan and taste a burger for the first time. I got to experience something many could only dream of. She coughed a little, catching her breath but not allowing her smile to falter. I know I am probably unimportant to the grand plan of this world but that does not mean I must regret the choices I have made or forget people who have affected me. Her bottom lip trembled. I've made mistakes and have seen mistakes be made but that is no reason to doubt the inner benevolence of those around you. I have faith that this was for a reason, beyond what I could comprehend, and that makes it all worth it. So do not worry. I have lived and seen a great many things, and I have absolutely no. She paused. Naruto caught this. What? Have no what? He was fixated on her words. The passion, the energy and serenity of it all. This girl was amazing and so pure it was unbelievable. It was heartwarming, even in the dark situation around them. Asia hesitated for a second, her smile disappearing for a brief moment to look surprised before allowing herself to grin again. This time, a tear fell down her cheek. Well, she started, I guess I do have one regret. That caught the boy's attention. What is it? Asia seemed enamored in her thoughts. There was a boy I met not long ago. He made me smile. He treated me with kindness and thought I was cool. He helped me, gave me food, brought me to an arcade and said I was his friend before anyone else. Now tears were falling down her cheeks quite profusely. He's my only, she coughed violently. Her time was nearing. He was my only regret, cough cough. Naruto held her hand tightly. What was his name? He was trying to comfort her at that moment. It was the least he could do. Dying was like falling asleep. And sometimes, you just wanted to do it with a friend beside you. Asia's coughing was becoming sporadic. Her chest was pounding the last bit of energy she had left. Despite this, she smiled and cried as she thought of the boy who was kind. He was so kind, these were her final words. And I regret leaving him, now. The coughing slowed. The harsh movements of her body dulled to a relaxed state. Her eyes dulled and closed and the breath left her lungs. The grip around Naruto's hand left her, and it slid down off the edge of the bench, unmoving and pale. Asia Argento, nun to the church and pure of heart, was dead. Naruto stared quietly at the priest girl, pursing his lips as he watched over her. Why? He asked, turning his head slightly to look behind, seeing a familiar promiscuous form which sat quietly to the side, watching them. Why would you do this? Raynare stared back to his kneeling form. HMPH. It's none of your concern. She stated, standing up. I needed power, I found a way to get it, and the girl was the cost. Her tone was harsh and blunt, as she walked towards the two humans in the church. And it was a price I was willing to pay. Naruto, turning his head back to Asia, shook his head in frustration. I just don't get you. Power. What good is that when someone has to die for it? He reached for Asia's hand that fell off the bench and placed it over her chest carefully, as if not to wake her. She was a child who only wanted to help people. She wanted friends and people to acknowledge her. She was in pain because no one saw her as anything more than a girl with a power she didn't ask for and ridiculed her because of it. He was trembling. What gave you the right to take what little she had left from her? Raynare smiled cruelly, laughing. Right. My right. Well, that's simple really. My divine right. My right of strength. I had the power to take what I wanted and was encouraged into doing so. Where this attitude was coming from, Raynare did not know, but it felt good. The freedom to say whatever she wanted without consequence. She had power to choose her own way of life. And what? You think she is the only one who's suffered in life? Huh. I can guarantee you she hasn't the faintest idea what true pain is. That caught Naruto's attention for the briefest of moments before continuing to tend to Asia's unmoving form. She cried, she was hurt, people disliked her, Bog. That is nothing. I have lived decades longer than she and have known true suffering. She was breathing deeply, her face contorting into anger before she calmed herself forcefully to regain composure. So the little nun didn't have a perfect life. Boo-hoo. No one will care. Her spite and ridicule of the dead was surprising, even to her. But it was her true, ugly feelings at the moment. Her rage was driving her now, and it was turning her into something ugly. Naruto was quiet for a moment, taking in her words. Then he nodded. You're right, she isn't the only one who's had a hard life. Not really. His choice of words surprised the fallen, not expecting such a casual agreement from him, as he stood up carefully from his knelt position, hardly making a sound. People are always going to have it hard because that's just how life is. We suffer to build character and make us who we are. That's just how it works. He gazed up to the broken ceiling. Our decisions and choices, similarly, define who we are and how we choose to deal with the hardships that are placed upon us. Like how we decide between choosing one choice, one evil, over another. Naruto seemed relaxed looking down to the pale Asia, even as he turned his head to look at the fallen from the corner of his eye. So what does that say about you? He caught her surprised expression. What does your suffering say about you? Do your decisions really define who you are? Or, he turned around, eyes closing as he took in a deep breath, are you just pretending to be someone else to make life easier? Raynare watched the blonde with a careful eye, his words and poise proving to be a sharp contrast from her previous observations. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto didn't answer immediately, instead, he appeared to be thinking over some thought of his own that took his attention away from the slowly frustrating angel. I'll explain it to you later, he told her, lifting his head in the direction of Raynare but still keeping his eyes closed, but for now, I need to get that sacred gear back to Asia. He had a plan, and one, for better or worse, he planned to stick with. And it would require Raynare's cooperation. The angel, now thoroughly annoyed with the blonde and his random words, stepped back with a snarl. What? Get it back, to the corpse, she laughed, her hands both raised to her sides, channeling energy through them to make two spears of light form around her. The small amount of effort it required to perform such an advanced technique made her smirk confidently. And what if I don't want to give it, huh? Are you planning to take it from me? Yes, Naruto opened his eyes, showing, instead of the previous and familiar crystal blue Raynare had familiarized herself with in her dreams, a pair of dark red slits. I am.